Hi friends, we're going to get started in just a second. Thank you for joining the YT History Month final day. We're going to do a live trivia contest. Winners will be able to receive a free lifetime membership to sexwithsophie.com. Very fun place to be. And yeah, we'll see how many winners we have tonight. Or if we're all losers in this game of Hitler or Trump. So we're going to get started in just a second. I'm just setting up my streams for everywhere else. I'm going to have a poll up soon so you can put your answer in. And we're just going to list some statements that are factual about a person in history. And it's going to be your job to decide if that person is Donald Trump, our 45th and 47th president of the United States of America, or Mr. Addy Hitler, who was the leader of the Nazi regime, the Third Reich in Germany, even though he was Austrian, but okay. So just bear with me 1 second. I'm just getting the stream set up for my other locations, and then we'll get going. Today we're going to be doing it a little different than I intended. Just because the entire month I've been putting out a different post every day for, hey Doge, they said they're a proud liberal. That's awesome. I honestly, like, it's so far gone at this point. There's no Republican, liberal, MAGA, conservative, leftist, rightist, what. Like, I just hope after tonight you guys realize, like, that doesn't exist anymore. Our country it's taking shape a little differently than perhaps anybody who voted in this recent election could have ever anticipated. So we're going to be talking about that today in a fun way. We're going to make it fun. So today we're going to be talking all about whether or not certain events and things that are happening or have happened are associated with Mr. Donald Trump or with our dear friend of the past, Mr. Addy Hitler. Kathy, you're kind of a fucked up person, aren't you? I used to think that MAGA could be good people. I no longer believe this. What are you happy with that he's doing? I would love to understand that. Dems want elimination of opposition voices, correct? How is that in any way what you're getting from the current administration's actions? Please explain that to me, Carl. And just 1 sec, we're just gonna get things going here in just a minute. And what's so crazy, man, is like I really am, like, I'm trying not to be demoralized. I'm trying not to be dejected. For those of you who don't know, hello, I'm Sophie of sexwithsophie.com. I run a nightly show called Call a Liberal. But since Donald Trump made March YT History Month, I jumped right in. And so every day I posted a brand new lesson from YT history. And in doing so, like, you know some things. You know white people did this and slavery was the thing and this. But to see the just compounding of hate and the repetitive nature of history and how that hate manifests itself in such egregious and horrifying ways, I just don't understand how anybody could be proud or happy to be YT, would want to claim to be YT. What is YT pride? What are you proud of? MAGA is trying to do what? You're trying to make America great again for whom? When was America great? What does that greatness entail? Honestly, I learned so much in YT History Month that my previous assertions that we're all just trying to be good people, people who voted against DEI were really just wanting fairness. That's what their concern was. People who didn't want to see trans people have their fight. It wasn't about that they really were just concerned about children. They just didn't have all the information. I genuinely was going into this thinking that these were good people. I no longer think this. I no longer believe this. It's sad to say, but I can no longer cajole people into being good people when they don't want to be, when they specifically, like Carl, say they voted for that and everything that's happening is what they want. So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to, again, talk about events of the past, see and ask, if you can differentiate between the start of the freaking Nazi regime versus what we're seeing today. If you can even tell the fucking difference. So again, just give me 1 sec. We're going to start with our questions really quite soon. Tars, how so? What am I speaking that's BS? How in the world have YT people of any sort, including Austrians, clearly, how have they in any way contributed anything positive to this world, let alone to this country? I would love to understand your thinking on that. So, I'm not here just to be contrarian. I genuinely want to go through this process, try to make it fun. We'll have a little trivia night. And then at the end, I want to offer some solutions and maybe even some ideas, some ways forward. Because again, I no longer believe that MAGA are good people. I don't think they even want to be good people. I saw another stream where a woman was like, MAGA have no empathy and I'm going to prove it in 3 seconds. And sure enough, people were like, oh, Trump and Matt screws it, get the immigrants out. All this. And it's like, yeah, they don't have empathy. And they're like, oh, empathy is weakness. And it's like, well, if that's what you really believe, then how can I possibly think that you're a good person? Especially when you don't even want to be. You think being a good person is a weakness? Like, that's insane. So again, my thoughts, just having done all this homework and research into YT History Month. Again, you can check my page. I've tried to do a post every day. It got to a point where I was trying to break the weeks down. So I was talking about the foundations of whiteness the first week, then white heroes and in the second week. And then the third week, I wanted to focus on white violence. Y'all, my whole mental health situation got a little fucked up, man. I had to take a break every few days. So I meant to do a post every day. I could not. YT people are insane. Like, you think it's bad. I've experienced so many things as a Black woman in America. I've experienced what it's like to live under YT people and still had no idea that they bombed more than Tulsa. That's all we hear about. And even Oklahomans didn't hear about that until the freaking Watchmen TV show came out. They bombed a house with this pacifist, environmentalist Black liberation group called MOVE in Philadelphia in 1985. I want to say I was like 3 years old. 1985. They bombed, the city of Philadelphia bombed a group of Black liberationists for no reason whatsoever. Killed them. Killed children. This is 1985, okay? So I'm, the more I learn, the more I'm just like, this is insane. So we're going to get into it tonight with just some of the parallels because I don't know if you guys are fans of the Daily Show. I love Jon Stewart. But I was feeling a little disenfranchised with him lately because he had this whole thing where he was like, oh, everything that Trump is doing is within the confines of the Constitution. There's no constitutional crisis. Let's wait until he actually does something outside the Constitution. Then we can get mad. Then we can be upset. And it's like, okay, I didn't agree with that. I feel like I saw the writing on the wall. I think 92% of Black women did as well. We knew what was up. We knew who this man was. We did this for 4 years. We know who he is. But it was like, okay, well, I love Jon Stewart. I appreciate that he's trying to calm us down a little bit. Okay. So then I guess I started to use that as my measurement stick then. Okay, well, yeah, he's done these executive orders. He's sent Doge in. They're not congressionally approved. All the stuff they're saying that they've found have been lies or inaccuracies. The website is complete bullshit. Elon Musk is clearly just trying to get rid of all the people who were trying to do investigations into his Starlink and SpaceX and Tesla failures, and he clearly was just there to get rid of those people, and he did that effectively. But you know what? That's all. You're right. That's all still technically within the confines of the Constitution. The second this fucking man said to a judge, I'm not turning these planes around. And for that matter, who are you to tell me, the president, what to do? You're just the judiciary. Let's impeach this guy. The second he did that, I'm like, okay, all right, it's it. We're in the constitutional crisis is now. The three branches, the checks and balances are imbalanced. We already knew this. But now it's like, okay, we have the definitive fucking proof. We have the Gestapo pulling people off the fucking street out of their own homes in front of their 8 months pregnant wife. Like, how was the writing not on the wall? So again, we're going to get into it in a second here about how there are certain events that have happened. And I want to know if you can tell the difference between Mr. Donald Trump and Mr. Addy Heitlands. I don't know if I could say his name as much as I've been saying it, so we'll figure that out. Okay, and I'm almost set up here. I'm literally just trying to get my stream going for everywhere else. This has been such a crazy month, you guys. Like, the whole YT History Month thing. And let me tell you, like, it was meant to be satirical. It was meant to be funny and fun, and to be like just a kind of a response to all the freaking racists out there who say, oh, there's Black History Month. What about YT History Month? Okay, sure. Here you go. And so the fact that it has changed me fundamentally to my core. Oh my God. Like, I just feel like it's opened my eyes to so much shit. It's insane. So yeah, we'll go ahead and get started here. I'm going to start my stream. And let's just make sure everybody can see me on YouTube and Kick and Twitch and all the other places that we go to. And yeah, I mean, because like, I haven't even been doing my nightly stream just because I was focusing on these posts. So feel free to follow me, take a look at the whole YT History Month campaign. It was really fun and interesting, you know, but at the same time, it's just demoralizing and really dejecting. And I'm missing some comments. I'm so sorry. Let's see. Marky said, you still crying about that trash can, Kamala? Yeah, very much so. I'm crying all the way to the bank. I'm crying and crying and crying. I feel like people don't understand what we missed out on. Hey, Chris. Hi, Chris. I'll be on for a while. We have quite a few parallels, maybe, that we want to try to draw tonight. We regret that Obama and Kamala, we should try to spell it phonetically. That's good. We regret that they existed. Why? Love to know. Missing more than comments, warheads. Tell me what I'm missing. I'd love to know how I'm wrong, or what I'm wrong about, or what you feel I've gotten wrong here with just how evil YT people have been to not just Black people, Indigenous people, gay people, trans people, white people. All this DEI stuff? Who do you think DEI helps the most? Who do you think welfare helps the most? Who do you think Social Security helps the most? Who do you think Medicaid helps the most? Fucking YT people, idiots. You fucking stupid ass motherfuckers. I swear to fucking God, I do not understand how y'all can be this fucking dumb. So like, honestly, like people who are today coming to, again, in the past, I was very much benefit of the doubt. We all want to be good people, right? Right? I don't think so. I genuinely don't think so. Warhead, I don't think you give a shit about being a good person. And I think it's sad that, like, that's literally always been my qualifier. And now to know, like, it's, they just don't care. Like, so honestly, this is, if you're so, like, Doge, follow me, son. Like, I feel like my job now is to collect the real ones, you know? All the Russian bots and stuff in the chat, y'all can keep talking, I don't give a fuck. But, like, if you understand what's really happening, if you're going to really listen to me tonight, if you understand that we are now the fourth fucking Reich, that America is done, it's over. The Constitution, the crisis is here. It has befallen us. There are Gestapo running the streets, disappearing American citizens, green card holders, people who are here legally, people who are going to their immigration and ICE meetings are getting pulled from their ICE meetings. There's a gentleman in Kareem in New Jersey. My boy Dave Norton is trying to share his story. This man's from Egypt, been here forever, has a business here, pays taxes here. He was just disappeared in New Jersey. So, I mean, it's people we know. People we know of people we know. So it's just insane. So, okay, let's get this ball rolling, everybody. We're here for our first annual YT History Month trivia contest. Again, I've switched the format a bit. It's no longer going to be about, the recapping of what we did all month. Again, you can check my feed and see all the different videos that we did every day, talking about where whiteness even came from, the 1619 Project, how slavery started, all kind of stuff. Again, police violence, school shootings, like we literally go into the brief history of America, because we haven't been around that long, in the scheme of things, and just how chock full of bullshit it is from our YT brethren, and also how they're not even in the scheme of things, and just how chock full of bullshit it is from our YT brethren, and also how they're not even YT. That YT doesn't exist. There's no genetic marker for race. We're all the same fucking shit. So I absolutely feel like we could very easily, if you are a YT person, I highly encourage you to look at your ancestry, look into your past. If you're Irish, if you're from Wales, if you're Dutch, if you're from Portugal, whatever the fuck, start owning your actual fucking ethnicity, because white doesn't exist, my friend. Black doesn't exist. We just don't have much to go on, but you're very lucky that you can go into your history, you can go into your past, you can go into your genealogy, okay? And you can actually find, where you come from. So start claiming that, start owning that. And I think you'll then have a much better time navigating the fact that a lot of the hate that comes from the YT community, I think, is from their guilt, I think they genuinely feel like, oh, I didn't do this. My ancestors did this. This doesn't have anything to do with me. There's no such thing as systemic racism. They try to, avoid the guilt and the pain of having to be responsible for these things, So don't relinquish it. Give it up. Stop claiming you're right. I love heavy metal. I know I don't look like I do. One of my favorite bands is NoFX. I love their song, Don't Call Me White. Don't call me white. Don't call me. That's my shit, okay? Everybody needs to take a page out of their book and just stop being white. Stop it. I don't give a fuck if you want to Rachel Dolezal it up and come on over to our side if you want to. You're more than welcome. But yeah. Why do you want to be that? I don't get it. Hey, Jacob, welcome to the team. He identifies as black. Do it. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into our first question. Let me see if I can put the little poll up.
A few moments later.
Hello again. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Apparently I gotta watch my mouth. So I will be a little bit more careful with how I phrase things. But we are, again, here for our trivia contest. Again, doing things a little bit differently than I had intended. So welcome back. Come on in. And we're going to get started in just a second when I get folks back in. Sorry I got kicked for a sec, but all is well. So feel free to come on back and join me as we get prepared to jump into our trivia contest. Again, it's just a one question trivia contest. I'm going to say a few statements, and you just have to tell me who you think that statement is attributed to. So welcome back. Sorry I got kicked for a second, guys. But yeah, I'll watch my mouth moving forward a little bit better. Cause it's crazy. Like I think I'm talking about how to not be hateful, but I get flagged for, hate speech and stuff. So sorry about that. But yeah, come on in. Stick around for a sec. Hopefully I'll be able to watch my mouth and we can finally get into the actual questions or statements. It's just one question. Is it A or B? Who am I talking about? So the very first one that I just started to say as I got kicked is, are you ready? Who claimed that they had a mandate despite only winning by a narrow margin? Was it which one? So again, thank you, NASA. I try to think of myself as a graphic designer at heart. I'm more of a marketing person, but thank you. I appreciate that. So yes, who or claimed that they had a mandate despite only winning by a very narrow margin? M House says, love my sisters in natural hair, looking great, beautiful. That's very nice. Thank you. The hair is kind of cooperating today. Normally, anybody who's coming on for a repeat performance knows how my hair does not like to normally do as it's told. So let's see. I still cannot figure out the poll situation. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, Rebecca, thank you. I really appreciate that. Well, as I'm still trying to figure out how to get the poll working, the first question, basically I am saying a statement, and Bandicoot is your job to tell me if you think this statement is attributable to this person, Mr. Donald Trump, or this person, our good friend Addie. So let's say the first one was, which one of these men, if we can call them that, I don't want to assume their gender, who claimed that they had a mandate despite only winning by a very, very narrow margin? All right. So who do you think it is? You could put it in the comments if you think it's A, B, if you think it's both, if you think it's neither. Would absolutely love it. I have a guest here, Ronald. I'm going to see if you want to let us know what you think the answer is. Ronald, who claimed that they had a mandate despite only winning by a narrow margin?
Get more people to the live so they can answer the questions. I will answer that one, but I don't know who did. Who did? I want to answer more questions.
I got to figure out how to put the poll up. I'm just not that astute. I'm sorry. I have a poll, and I just genuinely do not know how to post it. But yeah, Ronald, if you don't know, would you like for me to tell you who claimed to have a mandate despite only winning by a narrow margin?
Yeah, I don't know this answer. But bring more people in so they can answer that question. But I want to answer more questions after this one.
No problem. I'll do my best. All right, I'll put you down so I can try to get more folks up. But thank you for coming on.
All right.
That's nice of him. Thank you so much. Yeah, so just because we have a few to get through, quite a few to get through. So the person who claimed that they had a mandate, despite only winning by a very narrow margin, was both of them. They both only won by the narrowest of margins. So a lot of people don't know that, like, Trump is talking about he has this mandate. He only won by like 1.3%, which was less than what he won by in 2016. It was probably, I think, the smallest margin that any president has won by ever. So that since they've been taking that poll. And so, yeah, so Donald Trump didn't win by a lot. Addie became chancellor in 1933 with only 33% of the vote. But he insisted that he had this overwhelming amount of public support. And he did like tricky Hitler math in his head. And he was like, well, 33% of the 50% who voted is more like, 70%. So he was basically stupid. And that's what he did to try to say that he had a mandate. So yeah, both of our friends here claimed that they have a mandate to do that the people voted and overwhelmingly voted for them to do the things that they did, and that's just not true. So yeah, that's our first one. And if anybody can help me figure out how to yeah, Trump only got 31%, so less than less than Schmittler here. Isn't that crazy? Nunya says, I just wonder if I really do need an underground refuge because he's going to put us in war on our, yeah. So, I mean, honestly, that's kind of what I'm hoping you see here tonight, that the parallels are paralleling, my friends. So let's get into the next one. And again, if anybody knows how to put up a freaking poll, please let me know. I work in IT. Like, I'm a smart person. I did social media for a living, and I have no idea how to post a poll. So I am so sorry. I have it set up. Is it boards? It's not boards. It's not this magic thing. I don't have a product to sell you. Okay. I'm gonna go to the next one because I genuinely do not know. Comment settings. Sorry. Nunya says, we know he lies all the time, but he has that crazy South African working with the numbers. Exactly. Hi, Rebecca. Becky. How are you? We're playing a little game. Becky was one of my baby's nurses, and I'm so grateful for her. For those of you who don't know, I'm so lucky. I have escaped. I moved to the UK a few years ago, so I am very, very fortunate. But I'm here reaching back to you from the future because we're 5 hours into the future. It feels like I'm 200 years, 70 years into the future, looking back, trying to tell you, like, now's the time. if you're thinking about going, go, because it's crazy. So something else a lot of people don't know is that one or both of these men had an extremely authoritarian father and a young and doormatty mother. So which one of them had a very authoritarian, overbearing father and a younger, much younger, doormatty mother? Very subservient, very obsequious, very submissive, overprotective, contributed to their very narcissistic ways of thinking. Which one do you think it was? Was it A, Mr. Trump, or was it B? Nunya says she thinks that it was Trump. Let's see. Anybody else have a guess as to who had a very overbearing, authoritarian father and a very submissive, much younger mother. All right. Books. Hey, Books. We were just on a live together. She's just incredible. Hello. Book says both. You know what? Ding, ding, ding. Books, you came in clutch. Both of these men had extremely authoritarian fathers and weak young mothers. So Schmittler's dad, Alois, what a name, Alois Schmittler, was an abusive, domineering customs official who frequently beat young Addie. His mother, Clara Schmittler, was much younger than Alois and was reportedly submissive, overprotective, and deeply religious. Trump's father, Fred Trump, was a ruthless real estate tycoon known for being cold and authoritarian. Hey, Doge! Yeah, I got kicked. Like 20 minutes in, I got kicked. So I'm trying to wash my mouth a lot better. So sorry about that before. Thanks for coming back. Yeah, and so Trump's dad was cold and authoritarian. He was arrested at a KKK rally in 1927. Trump's mother, Mary Ann McLeod Trump, was significantly younger. She immigrated from Scotland. Isn't that weird to see the parallels between how he chose his current wife and how his dad chose his wife? But she immigrated from Scotland and was described as distant and very much overshadowed by Fred. So very submissive, doormatty mothers, very authoritarian fathers. So you're right, Books. 1 point in your corner. Thank you so much. And if you guys want to come on as guests to answer a question, you're more than welcome. Thank you, Ronald, for popping on earlier, because I cannot seem to figure out how to do the polls. The poll. I'm going to try one more time. I'm going to see if this is the thing that does it. Maybe. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. So what's a goodie bag? I don't know what a goodie bag is. Oh, that's like money and stuff. Don't worry about that. If you guys want to send gifts, that's awesome. If you want to join my team for 1 coin, I would very much appreciate it. But the big thing is if you want to follow me, that really helps me out a lot. I don't even have 1,000 yet. Again, I'm just a very baby TikToker. I don't even know how I was allowed to be here, so I'm just happy to be here. But yeah, just trying to get this poll up. We've done our first few questions. Raider. Yeah, questions. Basically saying a statement about either one of these individuals or both of these individuals or neither of these individuals. And it's up to you to guess who I'm talking about here. And let's see if I can. Okay. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. So the poll should be live. And let me now see how to get this thing back. And again, I'm baby TikToker working, doing my best here. So thank you so much for your patience with me as I try to figure out my stuff here. All right, and let's go on to the next statement. And so you should be able to select what you think it is. I think you can. I'm not too sure. We'll see. All right, so next one. And I'm trying to figure out how to. Y'all, I feel like I really suck at this. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to change the thing. Well, we do have a guest request. Hi, Brian. I'm going to let you come on up. Okay, that was a very short poll. Thank you.
How you doing?
Thank you. Hi, Brian. How are you? And thanks for joining my team.
I just tuned in. What are you guys talking about?
We are having a end of YT History Month trivia contest. It's a 1-question trivia contest. So I'm saying a statement, And then it's up to you, Brian, and my dear viewers, to decide whether that statement is in regards to A, Donald Trump, or B, Mr. Addy Schmittler here, or C, both, or D, neither. So would you like to hear the next statement?
Well, first of all, I am a Trump fan. I voted for him twice, so I don't know if whatever you say will really matter, because I think President Trump is doing a phenomenal job. I know a lot of people can't stand him, and I think it's because they're not used to somebody who is just straight blunt, and he's doing what he feels is right for the country, and where other presidents in the past were so they were too cowardly to do the same exact thing. He's very blunt, and to compare Trump to Adolf Hitler, it's
Oh, I'm not making a comparison. I'm literally saying a statement
okay.
about a real thing that has happened or is happening. And it's up to you
Okay.
to determine whether I am talking about Trump or Hitler or both or neither. Would you like to
Okay.
hear the next statement?
Yeah.
And you
Yeah,
can
go ahead.
think that way if you like. All right. So, which leader, if either, used Christianity to justify their actions?
Both.
Good. Absolutely right. So Hitler claimed that he was defending Christian civilization while enacting policies that consolidated church power under Nazi rule.
But there's totally two different concepts between those two men. And I think one thing is Adolf Hitler was a one out. There'll never be another person like him in the history of the world. And even though President Trump has a lot of faults, and he says some stupid things, even I agree with. Nobody can even compare the two men. I mean, Adolf Hitler extinguished 6 million Jews, and it's just to put those two men side by side. It's flies in the face of just
How so? How are the lead ups to what occurred in Germany before the first oven was lit? How do those things not emulate what is currently happening in America right now, Brian?
well, I feel that President Trump, he doesn't hate Jews. He doesn't hate gay people. He
He
doesn't hate.
only hates trans people, immigrants, Venezuelans.
I don't think President Trump hates anybody. I think President Trump is trying to do what should have been done 20 years ago. I don't feel that
With
men.
immigration? Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is with trans stuff, I don't feel like women should play, or men should play in women's sports.
You don't feel that trans people are human beings?
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is trans people, they were born either a male or a female, and you can't change your gender. You just can't.
Okay,
You
so do you have a trans child or are you trans yourself? Like
It
how
doesn't matter, honey. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if
it
I,
doesn't
you
matter
know,
to you, clearly. But how does it matter to you? Again, I'm trying to understand how the trans debate impacts you personally in any way, shape, or form.
because of my Christian beliefs. I feel that of God made you a male and female, and
Mhm.
I believe that He doesn't make mistakes. And
But
if you
you do
want,
also believe in the Constitution?
that has nothing to do with
You
what I'm
do
talking
believe in
about.
the First Amendment, correct?
Yeah, to a point, yeah.
That's freedom from religion, right? So why should a trans person or anyone be subjected to anything due to your Christian beliefs.
So you
That
believe,
doesn't
so let
drive
me
me.
ask you something. Do you believe a male should play in women's sports?
There are no males playing in women's sports.
Okay, but that's what and that's a great thing. And that's why President Trump doesn't want that to even start. And I
But the
also
issue is that you
believe,
don't believe that trans women should play in women's sports, despite the fact
right.
that trans women, especially if they're on HRT, have less athletic capability. It's been proven. There's research, there's studies that show
See,
that they have less athletic capability than their female
that's why
counterparts.
this world is in the shape it's in right now. You
Give me
know,
an example of a single trans person who has dominated over a cis woman.
but
I'd love
that shouldn't even be even in the category of
because
even
you can't
talking
think of
about.
one, or do you not have an example that you could give me?
I don't see, I don't know any trans person playing in a woman's sports because that's so foreign to even consider even a possibility.
Well, can I give you
Because no
one that I've
matter if
heard?
you're, listen, hon, no matter
Raymond
if
just
you're
gave me that.
trans or
Raymond said,
not,
"How about the
no,
swimmer?" And he's talking about Leah Thompson. Is that right, Raymond?
who?
Leah Thomas or Leah Thompson? Is it Leah Thomas? Raymond?
Okay,
Is that who you're talking about? But
yeah,
that's the one example that I've heard, right? That this is a trans woman competing against cis women, and
why do
Raymond
you
is correct,
insist on
and
saying
they
that's a
beat.
trans woman? You can't be a trans woman.
But
It's
here's the
playing
thing.
dress
Here's the
up.
thing. You're
It's
talking about this. You're very. I hear the passion. I can tell that that your faith is moving you to weigh in on this. That it's important to you. It sounds like you voted on because of this issue. So the fact that you feel this strongly about this issue, and yet you have done no research. You have not talked to a trans person. You have not
yeah,
looked into a book. You have not looked at the DSM-5. You have not talked to a psychologist. You have not talked to a parent. You have not done anything to educate yourself
okay,
on
but
who and what trans women
okay.
are.
No matter if it's a trans, it's still a man.
It's
It's
not though. Here's the thing,
yes,
Brian. Let
yes,
me
it
explain
is.
something to you because, again, for you to be this passionate about something that you have no interest in actually learning about, I'll teach you a little something. Okay. According to neuroscience, this is research, this is study, this is in the textbooks. There is sex, there is gender. When it comes to sex, you have genotypic sex, phenotypic sex. Genotypic sex is immutable. That's your genes, your chromosomes. You can't change those, sure. But phenotypic sex, your genitalia, your ovaries, your testes, all those different things, your phenotypic sex traits are mutable. So if somebody is getting HRT, if somebody has surgical procedures, if somebody is actively changing their phenotypic sex traits, they are biologically the sex that they're trying to assimilate to.
No, they're not.
They
No,
absolutely are.
no, they're
The fact
not.
that you don't even know this and
No,
you're
they are
speaking on
not.
this and weighing in on this,
Your
it
DNA
proves like,
says
wow, Brian,
your DNA says
but your
you are
DNA
a
doesn't
male.
determine, but your DNA doesn't determine your athletic rate, your lung capacity, your bone density. And if anything, again, the studies consistently show that trans women on HRT have
Why do you keep
less
on calling them
athletic
women?
because they
They're
are
not
women.
women.
They're women.
They're
How are
transvestites.
they not women?
They're transvestites.
No, there are transvestites and then there are trans women. Like
No,
that,
it's the same
Brian,
thing. They're
I
playing dress up.
here's the
They're
thing.
playing dress up
Why does this matter? Why does it matter to you?
because
You don't even have an interest in
it's
learning about
a
it.
shame for women who are trying to have their own league, who are
Like
trying to make their own
the
way.
woman who was beat by Leah Thomas, right?
It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
What how is it not? That was a trans woman who
It's
beat
not a
or
woman.
tied
It's
with
not a
a
woman.
cis woman,
You're
correct?
putting woman in the place of a man. That dude, Leah Thompson, will always be a male. His DNA says he's a male. His bone
So when you
structure.
first meet someone, you have to draw their blood and wait for the results before you acknowledge what you see in front of your face.
No, I don't.
Well, then why does that make sense for you to then wait until you get this person's DNA results back before you accept that
This is gross.
they are
I mean, this stuff that's going on now, this stuff is very gross.
Baby, here's the thing though, and here's the point of this entire evening. None of this shit fucking matters, my friend. None of it matters.
Yes, it really does. Yes, it really does.
Focused, and in fact, like, you're so focused on 1% of the population. You're focused on the 1% of the 1% of the population.
So let me ask you this. If Harris would have gotten in.
I'll finish my thought really quickly.
Okay.
You're focused on, again, this tiny fraction of the population who impacts no one, and Brian left, but impacts no one but those specific individuals. Even Raymond, the person that you lifted up, talking about Leah Thomas and how she won over the cis woman. Do you want to know what happened in that situation? They tied for 5th place. This woman is all up in arms because she tied with a trans woman for 5th place. So if trans women are out here beating all these folks and winning everything, don't you think she would have been first? Don't you think we see more instances of trans women out here wrecking shop? It doesn't happen. It's not happening. And so I just don't get how you could be this upset about something that has shit to do with you. And you're so focused on what's happening over here, you're missing the fact that this man you voted in is literally bringing us into the Fourth Reich, okay? So I'm we could talk about it all day. I think it's sad that you act like you're so interested in this and you're so passionate that you'll vote for a lunatic to come into office rather than and I'm missing some guests. I'm so sorry. Rather than actually, one of you wait a long time. I'm so sorry, my friends. I'm gonna let everybody in. Hi Dee. Hi Jersey. How are you guys?
I know you were like talking and I love you for it, but I was like, oh no, that's like three syllable words in a row. That is no. And I wanted you to ask so bad to ask him about Bruce Jenner. I just wanted to see how he felt about it.
I just know how he feels about it. Jersey, how do you think you feel about Bruce Jenner?
What's that?
How do you think that our previous caller would have felt about Bruce Jenner?
Well, I mean, I didn't even come up to talk about trans athletes, but if you're going to say that Leah Thompson didn't win first place and they're not breaking records, then you're obviously wrong or you're just not educated.
Well, here's the thing. The record that she tied with was for a 5th place trophy.
Well, again, I don't know how many races we're talking about, but I think the race that gentleman was talking about, she did win first place.
No, the one that she tied with Leah Thomas on was for 5th place. But even if so, here's the thing. We don't snatch LeBron James's trophies just because he has, more athletic ability than whoever else. I don't know basketball. All I'm saying is when it comes to athletes and trans athletes, the studies and the research show that if they're on HRT, they actually have less athletic capability than their cis counterparts.
As soon as Trump won, I knew that these Democrat politicians are going to start rolling back on this far left agenda because you can't win, right? Whether you believe this, just 1 second.
What is the far left agenda, by the way? What is it? Because I've heard it a lot, but I don't know what it is.
Sure, I'll explain in a second. But if you believe this, that's fine. But you're the very small minority who believes this in this country. So with that being said, you can see someone who's like a very far left liberal, like Gavin Newsom, who now says it's not fair for a trans athlete to play in a women's sport. You're going to see much more of this. So if you want to continue with it, be my guest. But if you support the Democrat Party, I can promise you they're not going to be supporting this so much longer.
Well, I don't give a fuck
Okay,
about
so
majority minority, because
Sure.
if we were to still look at what the majority believed, I would still be owned by you, my friend. So yeah, I don't care about that. I care about what science says, and I care about what's morally correct, and I also care about humanity. I think
You
it's
think it's
sad
more?
that in
You
all
think
of
it's
this,
morally correct for a trans woman to compete against a woman?
I think if a
what
trans
does
woman is
moral
on
have to do with
HRT for over,
athleticism?
I can't hear when you guys talk over each other.
if a trans woman has been on HRT for over 6 months, then I think it's absolutely fine, because again, the research and science shows that then she has comparable, if not less, athletic capability than her cis counterparts.
Can I
So
say
100,
something?
100, hold on, 180 days. That's all it's going to take to compete against a female.
That's what the studies show. They say
No,
after
ma'am, you're the
2
first
years,
person who
it's
says that.
even better. But
Anyone who I ever debated this against says 2 years. You're the first person I heard say 6 months. That's great, though.
no, I mean that's what the studies show. But again, after 2 years, the results are even more pronounced. And Ryan, go ahead.
Okay.
What did you want to say?
Okay, I'm just going to say something quickly. So I come from a more traditional left-wing position that has a totally philosophically different understanding of reality. And I think this person who is saying that liberals are far left, he is buying it, and it's not his fault. It's nobody's fault. But the Overton window has been shifting so far to the left that all things economic has been pushed out the window regarding left-wing politics, which originally that's what it's all about. So take, for example, real left-wing politics do not support imperialism. The Liberal Party is an imperialist party. They bomb other countries. They allow capitalists to exploit other countries. There's nothing left-wing about it. The only thing that seems left-wing is more college professed post-structuralist ideas, which can have purpose, but it's taken over the entire discourse and it has gutted what left-wing politics stand for, which is economic and class change. So the class structure, if you're not taking into consideration your relationship to the means of production to define what a class structure is, it's not low, middle, high class. It's about who owns what. That's where left-wing politics start. That's where it's all about. If you look back to Kwame Ture, or if you look back to the Vietnamese, it was all about land and property. What are we going to do with that property? So in the United States, all we talk about is identity politics, and there is good in that. I'm not denying that. But it shifted so far right that now we think, oh, if we just get free health care, that's left wing. That's not left wing. These are liberal ideas.
Can I say something to Ryan real quick? So Ryan,
Yeah,
actually, I 100% agree with you, man. And I'm left wing, and I voted Donald Trump. I agree with you. I don't think all liberals are left wing. What I think right now, though, is these very loud mouthed ones that believe this crazy type of things. That's the liberals today. That's taking over the Democrat Party, which I once called home. Right? So the Democrat Party of 10, 15, 20 years ago is not the Democrat Party today, or at least the ones that are shouting from the rooftops are not
Sure.
the same Democrats that I voted for.
Now, I want to ask something. I want to ask everybody here. Now, just for a second, I don't reject identity politics. I think they're important, but just for a second, let's step away. Can we all agree that we need to stop funding foreign wars that only benefit our government or business owners? We need to stop funding these wars. Do we all agree with that?
I agree.
I agree, but I actually have a gripe, I think. Well, before I move into that, and before we go into a different topic, I just want to maybe put a button in the trans issue, because Jersey, I do hear you, and I think, because again, I used to be this person who I think you are a good person. I feel you're trying to be a good person. So I'm trying to understand the fact that you are really just feeling that there's this unfairness. You feel that it's inequitable. You think that women are weak and can't, compete with people who are have higher testosterone and went through male puberty and have that higher muscle mass and strength. I get that you're coming from a place of protectiveness. I get that you're coming from a place of fairness
Can I
and
respond to when you're done, if you don't mind?
egalitarianism. Say that one more time.
Can I just respond when you're done?
Yeah, but I guess if I were to ask you a question beforehand, then if like if the trans thing like were an agenda, like is that what you're afraid of? Is that everybody who's trans is then going to want to be in some kind of competitive physical sport or altercation with what, like, I guess I just don't understand what the issue is with trans people beyond this one thing. Hi, Polly. Thank you.
So
I would think that Jeremy would think that it distracts from left-wing politics that
Yeah, like
are
that's
involved in other things.
how
Go
are
ahead,
you
Jeremy.
allowing this to turn your head away from all the other shit that's happening in this country.
So two things. So
Yeah.
one, when what you said, I think women are weak. I highly don't think that. I'm a proud girl dad who thinks my daughter can kick ass against any little boy. So I don't think that in the slightest. The biggest problem I have, even the fact that we have this 1% or whatever the percentage is playing in female sports, it's the fact that now that it's just like we're talking about it's fair. Like for anyone to say that's fair, it's crazy to me because it's not. I'm all for equal rights, man. I'm for anyone should love who they want to love, be who they want to be. But we're not talking about equal rights anymore because now we're talking about privilege. And the privilege is now that I'm transitioned to a woman, I should be able to compete against a woman. And that's not fair. And just like I stated in the beginning, you're going to have these Democrat politicians roll back on that pretty damn quick because they know it's a losing battle. But if that's your opinion, then that's great. But I don't share that same opinion in the slightest.
But again, so what science, what evidence would you need to see that trans women who have done the HRT process or continuing to do their hormone treatments get tested regularly to check their testosterone versus estrogen levels and whatever? Like, what would you need to see to convince you then that, again, they're not only on an equal playing field, but that they, again, have less athletic capability than the women they're competing against? What do you need to see? And if you saw that, would you then say, oh, got it, it's not that they're in here just pummeling women or outpacing them because they have, whatever. Like what would need to convince you? I just don't understand how the research that I'm citing isn't enough.
But one, I didn't come in here to talk about trans athletes, but since we're talking about it, the biggest thing you stated was that Leah Thompson didn't win first place, and she did win first place.
I'm sorry, I was talking over you.
With that being said, Leah Thompson did win first place. You see other trans athletes crushing different records that were in place for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. But again, if the mindset and what you're trying to say is that science is that if I take hormones for 180 days, I should now be able to compete against a female, even though I'm a 6'4", 260-pound man, then that's just so crazy to me. Like it's not supporting them. What's that?
Yeah, because if you look at the science, it's almost like the bigger and denser a man is when he starts taking HRT, it's something in regards to that there's more surface area that his now lessened lung capacity has to support and lessened circulation has to support. That it's almost like an inverse reaction. Like the bigger the man, the longer he's on HRT, the less athletic capability he has. Again, I'm not pulling this out of my ass. Like literally, this is studied. This is research. I've seen two different studies. One as recent as 2023 that show this. So I just would highly recommend, if like it just seems like you want to be mad. Like I'm literally saying, oh, you don't have to be upset about this. It's really not a problem. And
Can
you
I
just
say-
want
Again,
to
if you take
stay
this as-
upset. I don't understand.
Can I say
you take
something
this-
after Germany responds?
Yeah, thank you. If you take this as being mad, then I'm sorry, mistaken. Again, I'm very shocked that people have this type of mindset. But again, just going back to it, this is a silly argument at this point, right? Because
I don't even want to have this argument. I genuinely feel like us spending the last 10 minutes talking about this. I'm sitting up here tonight trying to draw parallels between how people who voted for Trump and are still happy with their decision are very much in line with the same thinking of the Germans who sat back and did nothing while
I'd much rather talk
Hitler
about that than trans
did
athletes.
what
Yeah,
he did.
I think that's a more interesting conversation. Can I say something? Can I say
Yeah, go
something?
ahead. God.
Okay, Jeremy, I actually want to ask you something. And it was more in line with what she just touched on. And you said you're like an old school leftist or a left wing or whatever. So I kind of understand where you're coming from. I understand all the arguments you just said. I'm a little bit neutral on it. I haven't studied enough. I hear you both. But so with Trump being elected, now I didn't vote for Kamala or Trump. When I saw Tim Walz up there talking about there's no guarantee to free speech for misinformation and stuff, to me that's an attack on free speech. And I believe that I'm an old school lefty, so I support the idea of a revolution, and I believe we have to have our tools. We need to uphold our tools to enact something like that. So speech is one of those things. That's my primary concern. So then it seemed like Trump was more for free speech. Now my question to you,
D
coming
said
for
misinformation is cool.
misinformation, it exists, but to put that power in the hand of the government is a whole beast that you have to consider. Now we can debate those points, but Jeremy, what do you think about what's that guy's name, Mahmoud Khalid, getting arrested for his pro-Palestinian protest and activism, and they detained him? He was a green card holder. Now, as a left winger who voted for Trump, how do you feel about that specifically?
Mahmoud Khalil.
So you got to just inform me a little bit because I'm not sure if I know you're talking about.
Oh, okay. I believe it was in New York. There's this green card holder. He's a full citizen. Well, I don't know exactly how that works. He had his green card.
Permanent resident, green card holder.
And so what happened was, I believe it was ICE detained him, and they're going to deport him, not because the green card was faulty or anything like that, but because he was engaging in pro-Palestine, let's just say, stop funding the wars overseas type of activism. The Trump administration arrested him, and they're going to deport him for the speech.
So two things with that. So one, I'd have to know exactly what he said. If he said anything anti-American, then I'm totally for it, right? Because a green card isn't a right; it's a privilege. So
Excuse me. I can say anything I want to under free speech.
Are you an American citizen?
Yes. If I say something anti-American,
He was a
Okay.
citizen. That's what the
I
green
see
card
what-
is for.
protected under
I
free
see what
speech.
Jeremy's
Green
saying.
card means
Jeremy is talking about technicalities here. I just want to
Exactly.
hear him out. Here's what I want to hear. Now, I assume I agree with the host more on this, but I just want to hear out the perspective to know where somebody who identifies as an old school left winger.
he just
Feels
said
about
he's a
this.
citizen. He didn't have a right.
Sure, I just want to hear him finish it. That's all.
Yep. So, perfect. So again, if the guy's out there just waving a flag saying pro-Palestine, yeah, I'm 100% against it. If he's saying anti-American things, then I'm totally for it. Because again, like I was stating, if he's holding a green card, he's not an American citizen. That is a privilege. That's not a right. So just
Okay.
like the host has a right as an American citizen to say whatever she wants, he does not, and that's the way it works. So it might upset some
Now,
people in here.
Could you define what you mean by like anti-American speech? What do you mean by that? Like, what could be something that would be like, okay, this is a red flag, this is too much, versus like, what is the line there where it's like kind of like, okay, I'm criticizing the American government for funding these wars. There's a G side happening, whether you believe it or not. Let's just say he said that. Is that too much, or would it be more like,
No.
I want to burn this country down kind of talk?
Sure, exactly.
Okay. So I don't believe he was engaged in that kind of speech. I mean, look it up for yourself.
He was
Um,
not.
No, and he wasn't part of any of the necessarily like the, how would you say, violent protests. As far as all the media outlets are saying, even the right wing media outlets are saying it. He was just speaking, so he didn't really engage in any kind of activity that could technically be criminal. And I don't believe he was ever saying let's burn the country down. So if that's the case, would you be against what they're doing?
If there was nothing that was I take as anti-American, then yes, I'd be against that.
So
But-
my heart tells me that your first priority is the American working class above everything.
Of course.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to back out now and just hear anybody else talk. I just wanted to hear him talk.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I just want to know why the person below me would laugh at that. Like, what would be funny about that?
It's the way that you think that what you're saying is for the people.
What did I say that wasn't for the people?
Everything you said in the
I
last
think the
Tell me
fact that
one thing.
you would agree, you would not only agree with a permanent resident, green card holder,
It's not a permanent resident. It's not a
not
permanent
being
resident.
protected under the Constitution
Right.
is
Jeremy, are you a
insane to
nationalist?
me. It's insane to me. And then
Yeah.
also, not only that, but there's been no, like, you're just wondering what he said. You're not questioning the fact that this man didn't get a trial. He
Right.
wasn't arrested. He
He
was
wasn't
That's true.
arrested.
He wasn't.
Nothing,
He wasn't
nothing was legal
accused.
about it. But
He
you're
was-
like,
So-
it's cool.
We don't know
He-
if he did. We don't even know if the shit that they're saying he did, which was innocuous, is what
Yeah.
he
I
actually
just wanna
did,
point-
because there was no trial. There was not even an arrest. They specifically said he did not commit a crime. They specifically said that.
I just
Yeah.
want to point
Man, let
something
me
out
ask you
too
something.
with that, with
Is
his case.
Is a green card
It
a
said
privilege
he
or
has
is it a
not-
right?
He has not
Well, hold
committed
on.
a crime.
So in
So-
terms of the green card, you are still entitled to First Amendment rights.
Yes, you're still here.
You're not
under the
even answering my question.
Exactly.
There's nowhere in the First Amendment that says that it's explicitly for citizens. It says that Congress can't make laws abridging the freedom of speech,
Yes,
but
but
that
the
wording
government
leaves
cannot-
room for
cannot-
people like Mahmoud Khalil to be covered. And the courts have backed this up over the years. And you can look at, I think it's called Bridges v. Wixon, 1945.
I don't know that.
So hear each other out. The person who just talked made a great point. Jeremy, just consider what he says, and let's have an open conversation. Now, let's say, for example, that was true. The laws say that a green card holder is protected by the First Amendment.
LPR.
Well, how would you respond, Jeremy?
And his name is Joey. I'm sorry.
Joey, are you there? I want to know if he's a nationalist, because I think that's kind of where some of the ideas are coming from, of like pro-American working class. Me, I'm an internationalist.
Can I say something?
Ryan, I just want
Let me jump in. Let me jump in real quick, because here's the thing. And Sean is right. He says the First Amendment only applies to free speech of the government, essentially from the government. So you you can't be the government cannot come down on you for things that you say, even and especially if they are anti-American. But here's the thing. How are we still acting like we're operating under the confines of the Constitution at this point? How are we still acting like we're operating under the confines of any law at this point, when Trump has so very clearly shown that the line that we were waiting for him to cross has just been blown by? I think that a lot of people who are on the left have, we voted the way we did. I voted for Kamala Harris because we saw the writing on the wall. We knew what this was. We knew he was fascist. We knew he was authoritarian. We knew he was oligarchic. We knew this. But we still have been giving him the benefit of the doubt to say, well, at least he's still using executive orders. At least he's still, his cabinet is bullshit, but at least he still had them go through the process. At least he's still operating within the confines of the Constitution at this point. So for him to then say to the judiciary, not only am I not going to do what you're telling me to do, but I'm going to call for your impeachment. And I'm going to say that, it's official now. This is a unitary executive administration at this point. So he's not following the Constitution, picking up and disappearing citizens, green card holders, whether he's sending them to a detention center because of something they said, or because he thinks they're a gang member, or because they're brown, so he's not following the Constitution in that regard.
Host, can I ask
He's
you a
not
question?
following the law. So all I'm saying, yes, you can, but all I'm saying is
I had a question.
we're here acting like any of this matters at this point. Like we can, like the legality matters, the illegality, the unconstitutional nature of it. We're so far past that, but please go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead with your question, and then D.
So let's just say I lived on an island my entire life, and I just came here, and I just never heard about Donald Trump before. And I see that you're comparing him to one of the worst human beings
Yes.
that ever was on this
I am.
world. Right. I know. I get it. So I would say, one, this guy has zero chance even running for president, let alone winning. Now we saw what happened November 5th, where it was a pretty big statement the way he won the
Kinda,
electoral
maybe,
college and every
sorta.
swing
Go
state.
ahead.
Just let me. Yeah, thank you. I know you're very emotional. Let me just finish. Why do you think that is? That if this guy is the closest thing to Schindler, that he just won in such a big mark on
How do
November
you
5th?
think that Schindler was able to do the things that he did? You think he
Right.
did those? You think he did those things by himself?
So,
You think he didn't have a whole
That's
cabinet of
that's
people
first.
under him? You didn't think he had a whole country?
Okay, so it's like
A whole
1933.
country of people
I
supporting him?
wanted to know your mindset on
I
why.
think I said maybe before you came in that I don't give a fuck about the majority. I don't give a shit that the majority believes
supposedly,
that. I don't agree that when the majority believes that people aren't human beings, that trans people aren't human beings, that illegals aren't human beings.
certain illegals.
I draw the line there.
Who think
Certainly
trans aren't
illegal.
human
Because
beings?
again, if we went by what
Why do you think trans aren't human
I'm so
beings?
sorry, what?
Why do you say that
No,
trans
that
aren't
is
human
how
beings?
that is
That's
how
not what she
people
said.
who don't want them to live or exist.
Ma'am, I know you're very excited to talk. Can you please let me hear her talk?
I'm just saying
Thank you.
that's
I'm sorry.
how Trump and people who want to literally write out trans from existence. That's how they behave. They don't see them as human beings. As a Black person, that's
And can you
how
explain
I've
why you
lived my
feel that
whole
way?
life. I know how that feels.
And why does he want to write him out of
Oh my
existence? Why do you feel that
God!
way?
Does he let anybody else talk, or is it just his show?
No,
Like, let
it's
me
no.
know.
Look. I
I mean, because he has 1,000 questions.
Very
He never
emotional.
lets you finish one question before he has another one rapid fire.
look. The
He's very
ultimate
emotional.
thing, the ultimate thing I'm trying to get at here is that again, we're so far beyond the nitpicking of the definitions of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's biology, man, woman, whether it's fucking what the Constitution is. No, we're past that, my friends. We're beyond that now. Okay, so we need to be here talking about what happened in Germany that led to the fact that all these people sat back, stood by, and let this shit happen. And are we going to do the same thing? I have a question at the end of my last video for YT History Month that says, first of all, we need to be building our circles. Somebody brought up Mahmoud Khalil. I think the next time that happens, we all need to be in a position that we can call, set off a phone tree, hit a button, and immediately have 20 of our friends there documenting, blocking, questioning, taking down badge numbers, taking down license plate numbers. We need to have each other's back to that degree. And the question I ask is, as you're building this circle and you're contemplating who to add to this circle, would you trust this person with Anne Frank's location? Would you have trusted this person with Anne Frank's location?
Can I say something after Deeb?
Go ahead. D, go ahead.
Deeb.
Okay, so I would like to know, how does everyone feel about the group chat and the information that was leaked to the world?
A huge
Should
embarrassment.
those people be fired in the least because they showed that they were absolutely unqualified? Should we figure out a way to censor them, or are we going to just say it's cool?
Can I answer that? Or unless that person on the bottom has something he wants to say?
I just think that, absolutely you should fire them. This was gross negligence. When you consider the fact that these were real-time plans that they were sending out, and those plans in the wrong hands, maybe an hour or so before that attack, can redirect their defenses and kill our pilots. I think that was incredibly reckless, and I think if we let this go, I think this is going to be one of those flagship moments that we look back on in shame. So, I just think that people should be punished, but unfortunately,
Could I
disagree with everybody?
can I add something? I'm sorry, host, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, Ryan, you know what? I'm sorry. You'd asked to speak. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so there's two things I wanna touch on. I want to touch on the Hitler comparison. Then I'll just touch on this. My main concern as a left winger is anti-imperialism, meaning I denounce every bomb dropped on the Houthis. Every single bomb we drop on them, that's blood on us. And then when we try to reform the system for our own welfare, we're saying, okay, it's at the expense of the poorest people on earth, the most oppressed people, the global south, all of them. But sure, I can get health care. That's, in my opinion, immoral, but also understandable because I don't blame people looking out for themselves. But what I'm saying is there has to be a different path between just choosing conservative or liberal. There has to be something different. And the left-wing understanding, or the understanding of what left is, has to change. Otherwise, it's not going to change. Okay, so I don't care that it was leaked. I care that people were bombed. That's it. My money bombs those people. Everything else doesn't matter to me.
Right.
But I do
with
think
you
it's
on
a good
that.
question to ask. But the Hitler thing, can I talk on that and then I'll shut up?
Well, just to put a pin in that, in the Signal Gate situation, I just wanted to say that that was the thing that I think struck me the most with this, is that they were celebrating and fist bump emojiing the fact that they just murdered people, and we got them if the building fell down. There had to be other people in that apartment building. Like, I mean, like, I'm seriously like, God damn, we're celebrating the fact that JD Vance himself said, we don't need to do this right now. It doesn't help us in any way. It helps the Europeans more than it helps us. And yet, it's fine. Let's just kill all these people. Okay, sure.
Okay, so
I got a problem
the Hitler
with that. But also, just really quickly, I disagree that we should expect anything to happen from this. I feel like, yes, it would be great if we lived in a country or a time where civility, rule of law, the Constitution, fucking doing what's right fucking mattered. But we just have to understand that we do not. And if anything, we have to see this as yet another canary in the coal mine. Okay, like that, okay, so the whole thing with Elon Musk leaving his son, walking ahead of his son, and people are like, oh, he left his son. And then some people are like, oh, but the nanny came later. And somebody was like, oh, but he still wears his son on his neck as a meat shield. And I'm like, you know what? We didn't need to see the video of him walking ahead and leaving his son to know that he's a horrible father, that he's a bad man. He just treats his children like shit. We didn't need to know that. We didn't need to see that to know that he's a bad father. We didn't need to see Donald Trump treat Zelensky the way he did to know that he has very little respect for our allies, that he cares more about how Russia comes out from this whole war than Ukraine. We didn't need to see these things to know what we fucking know. And so it's the same here with Signalgate. We already knew these motherfuckers were incompetent. We already knew they were never going to hold themselves accountable. We already knew like they were fuck ups. We already knew they were fucking Fox News hosts and children's book writers and WWE managers. Like, we already knew this shit. So the fact that we're like, oh, is this the thing? I've heard the term, is this the thing that's going to break the fever? No, and we shouldn't expect it to. So again, I'm doing this live. I'm trying to make these connections so that for the people who see what's really happening and aren't susceptible to the fucking gaslighting that some of these folks are and the cult mentality that some of these folks are, for the people who see what's happening, follow me. We need to build community with each other. We need to stay in touch. We need to have each other's backs, because this is so much bigger. It's so much bigger now than the Constitution. It's so much bigger than America. It's so much bigger than Trump.
After Ryan says
Bigger
something,
than
can
France.
Okay.
So
I'd like to say something
that's
what you're
me.
saying.
But please go ahead. I'm sorry. That's my soapbox for the evening.
Joey, if you want to say something real quick before I talk about the Hitler thing, go ahead.
Yeah, just kind of the two things we stated on. So one thing I think is hilarious, right? The whole when we consider MAGA the cult, right? Where anyone who surrounds himself with Trump, whether they were loved and praised by the left, as soon as they do, he's the worst human being possible, right? You can go down the full line of it, whether it's
Fetterman and
Judge. Oh, you guys don't like Fetterman now?
No, they don't like Fetterman.
As soon as someone talks common sense, we don't like him
I
anymore.
mean,
I like
I
that.
always had an issue with Trump, though. I mean, this is a guy who has
Yeah, just
a
like, can I finish
career
my
of
statement? 1 second.
litigations. And
So anyone, whether it's Elon
Tribe,
Musk,
Tribe was just commenting on what you said. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
yeah,
Tribe,
no,
and then you can jump back in, Joe.
no, I'm just saying, like, I've always disliked Trump. I mean, he has a history of being a shady businessman who's been in and out of courtrooms his
And a
entire
racist.
career. I mean, and he's also screwed a lot of middle class workers out of jobs. I mean, he's bankrupted companies by putting them through litigation. I mean, he's a master at carrying out litigations and squeezing the other side who can't pay for the litigation process. So I mean, he's always been a piece of shit. And
so again,
I
I'm
will
not
look
talking.
at things. I will look at things like the birther movement, and I
Mhm.
will look at things like
Something
when he came down on that
35.
escalator and made those comments about Mexicans and murderers and rapists, and some of them are good people, like the racial fear mongering. I think all of those things kind of shifted how people felt about him.
Yeah, and also, shouldn't you change your opinion of someone when you get new information about them?
Exactly.
Should we have been fine with Epstein and
So that's
he
exactly.
was he helped people get their stocks portfolios sorted out. Let's ignore the other. Like, shouldn't we
Can I have 20?
adjust our?
Can I have 20?
Go ahead, finish your thought, Joey. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can I have 20 seconds before I get cut off?
Go ahead.
Just 20 seconds. I know everyone's
for it,
very
bro.
excited to talk. With that being said, so again, whether it's Elon Musk, who's loved by the left, as soon as they surround themselves with Trump, you dislike him. Trump's very easy to dislike. I get that. I understand that. But if you guys don't think, no matter, as soon as someone has any common sense or says anything that aligns himself with Trump, this guy's a schnazi, this guy's a horrible father, he's a horrible human being. But you guys call the other side a cult, which I think's laughable and hilarious. And when we talk about, just like that gentleman said in the bottom, I'm happy you brought that up, well, good people on both sides. I guess he didn't watch the whole entire
We
speech where he
watched
said,
the
I'm not
whole
talking about
entire-
anyone in the Ku
We
Klux
watched
Klan
the
or
whole
talking about any
entire
white
didn't
Hold on,
supremacists.
hold on. Let
You just
Joey
want to
finish
talk about the
his
part you
thought,
want to
please.
hear.
Go ahead,
And but you see how emotional,
No
you
one's
see how
being
emotional they are. They
emotional.
can't
We
hold
just
their
get
emotions
tired of
in.
hearing the
Right?
rhetoric of
Indeed,
people
indeed,
making it
Tribe. Hold
excuses.
on, Joey. Go ahead and finish your thought, honey.
No, I appreciate it. So again, as someone who knocked on doors for Barack Obama and supported Bernie Sanders in 2015, you have to look at where this party is, and you have to look at maybe not everyone who surrounds himself with Trump is a bad guy,
Oh.
and it's hilarious.
You muted yourself. I'm not touching it.
I just want to add context, though. I wasn't talking
did.
about
Experiments a bad guy. That's the
Charleston.
first time I heard that
About
one, so I
when he
appreciate
came
you letting
down
me
in
know that.
2016 or 2015 off the escalator and said those things about Mexicans. I wasn't talking about Charleston. I didn't say anything about
You
that.
said good people on both sides, sir.
No. I said.
I
he
didn't
said
hear
that-
him say that.
Yeah,
I definitely did.
I referenced specifically the comment that he made about Mexicans in 2015. About
Well, thank you for giving me that reference that I can use about Charleston. Thank you.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, what's up, Ryan?
This is just my opinion. I kind of see where Joey was coming from back in the day.
Yes,
I might have
please.
agreed with him, but now I think the imagery of the immigrant has progressed to a bad way to now where it's like it's not. There's no longer a speech of Trump saying there's good on both sides. So it's like, sure, you can
Right.
say that happened then, but it seems to me in my heart, it seems like there's been a shift as far as language goes. Now it's not even a benefit of the doubt of the immigrant. That's what it looks like to me. Like there's that the White House posted on Twitter that one girl crying in cuffs, and then people will say, well, she was dealing fentanyl. But in my opinion, just putting that image out there is saying, hey, look, we're doing a good job getting those people out of here. So now the drug dealer, there's drug dealers of every race, everybody. But now it's like that's getting used as the imagery to kind of justify mass deportation. But can I talk about the Hitler thing?
Well, before you finish that, Ryan, though,
Yeah, go ahead.
When you say about there's no image of immigrants, has Trump ever once said, or anyone who voted for the guy, that they don't want immigrants in this country?
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure there's like some people in Kentucky, but
Yes.
rare.
Okay, maybe. Right. So maybe there, of course, and I don't disagree with that.
Right.
But again, that's
Trump has said
that-
this.
Trump has
Trump has
said
said
that.
this as recently as
never once.
yesterday.
Never once. Did he
Yes.
said he wants immigrants here. He said he wants people to come here the right way. Like I don't know why that's hard for
he
people to
actually
understand.
has said.
Okay,
he-
I get it. I get it.
he
Hold on.
Well, Ryan,
I
you
wanna
hear how these
respond
people think,
to
don't you?
Joey,
This
and
is
then
why
Ryan
people
had
feel
a
this
had a
way.
thought.
Hold on. Okay.
Joey,
I'm sorry.
Ryan,
Go
real
ahead.
quick before you jump
Yep.
into the Joey, let's say you're right. Let's say he never said that. I'm going to agree with you. let's say he never said that. Are his actions, are his EOs, are his deporting these Venezuelans to an El Salvadorian gulag, are those not indications that he does not care for immigrants? Like, I don't understand how
let me answer that. Let me
are
answer that.
conflating those things.
So yes, of course, it's against illegal immigrants, which again, majority of the country is
Again,
for. But the biggest,
don't know that.
I know you don't care. I know you want to be the one person that shining armor. I get all that. My point though is the argument and the fight that we should be fighting for together is that it shouldn't take 10 years and thousands of dollars for someone to become a citizen. That's something we can fight for.
Agreed.
But that's what Kamala Harris was
Man,
fighting
you can say
for.
Kamala Harris left and right. We know who Kamala Harris was. She was a horrible candidate, hence why she lost the way she
She was
lost.
not. She was not a horrible
Why do you keep
candidate.
I wanna-
making it
I want to say
We
one
can
thing.
stop that
He is
right
so
there.
rude.
because
I want to say one thing.
Everything is constant. He is so rude. You can't make a point because he's emotional about it. Everything you say, he got to
Joey,
cut
it's
this
also
off.
You can't call me
that
emotional because I called you
you're
emotional.
assuming
Everything
the
he
things-
says is like, oh no. Come on now. It's
Yeah.
like your rhetoric.
Joey,
This
you're also-
rhetoric we have heard 1,000 times on this app. You keep repeating the same things, and it's like all propaganda. Stop gaslighting us and saying, "Oh, he never said that." We've heard him say it several
Never
times.
once did he say anything
I've
against
heard him say it
citizens of this
several
country
times.
coming here being
You know,
Actually,
and it's
speaking
not that
about
it's
it.
and
Can I
it's
chime
not
in real quick?
immigrants. It's not
Mind if I chime in real
immigrants
quick?
because it's not all immigrants. It would be one thing if it was all immigrants, but it's not.
And Joey,
It's the ones that look a
are
certain
you
way.
done? Like, Joey, do you feel like you've said everything you needed to say? I do have to agree with you. I think you do come across as very passive aggressive. You also are saying things like, "Oh, look at how emotional they are." I don't feel that we're being overly emotional. But even if we were, does that make us wrong? Is it bad to be emotional? I don't understand how you're saying things in a negative light that again, as if you're trying to diminish us in some way. And I disagree with that.
So two things. So one, it depends on what you're emotional on. And two, when you're emotional, when someone's talking for 10 seconds, you can't take what they're saying because it hurts your feelings so much, you need to chime in. Yes, it's very emotional. When it comes to being passive aggressive, you have a picture. You have a picture of the president comparing to Adolf Hitler. Like, think what you're doing, man.
Can I?
Yeah, but we're literally going through again. I came on tonight to open the conversation about how these parallels really do exist. I'm not making them up. And then hopefully we can point out together how if Trump is making the parallels going down the same road that Schmittler did, we do not have to go down the same road that the Germans who allowed the Jews to be murdered in the way that they were and genocided. We do not have to go down that path. That's all.
This is just that last point. Do you mind if I chime in?
Joey, I'm gonna let you go, sir. I really appreciate you coming on, but I want Ryan to be able to have the floor and kind of speak on that. I think he's going to echo a lot of what you're saying in regards to my imagery that I'm putting up here tonight and the topic at hand. But Joey, did you have any final words, or you?
No, it's throwing gas on your guys' fire. Where he was racist and a sexist, now he's Hitler. It's. I know what you guys do. I know what you're trying to do. It's how you cope with it. I understand. I'll pray for you, and I hope that the Trump derangement syndrome is gone.
You don't have
Thank you,
to
guys. God bless America. God bless Trump.
You don't have to pray for.
I will.
me.
I pray for you. I will. Thank you.
Okay. Can I?
Time.
I rebuke that.
A God that would allow Schmittler to have done what he did, I don't need that.
I
personally.
rebuke that. Yeah, I'm gonna go in and rebuke that. So absolutely.
Can I talk on the Trump Hitler thing?
Yes, Ryan, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I want to preface this first. I do believe Trump is fascistic. I think there's no question about that. I can get into why, but for now, I'll just leave that. I think one of the differences between Trump and Hitler is that what do you understand fascism to be in the first place? There's some really good old left-wing literature on what fascism is from Germany, from the communists, from the socialists, the good guys, read what Rosa Luxemburg, great communist. She was killed by a fascist, actually. Read what Trotsky said, Lenin said, all these people. America has like this one vision of what fascism is. Oh, it's just authoritarian. You can be authoritarian without being fascist. So fascism, first and foremost, is when capitalism is having a crisis and a strong man supported by some people in the middle class need to put the economic system back right. And now that, has tentacles that go out everywhere. It affects this and that and this and that. But the core is an economic issue. So
Do you
one
think
difference
Doge is
between,
doing a good job?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, what did he?
So do you think Doge is doing a good job?
Oh hell no, I hate Doge.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
I'm not conservative at all.
Okay.
I'm a socialist.
Okay. So even if you are a socialist, so do you think the idea of redlining all of government agencies, although they are doing wonderful things, are you finding that this is the beginning of because it sounds like you're silver lining Schindler and his game.
um
So I'm
I
trying
think
to
it's
figure out what
sure.
silver lining are you finding and what has been happening in
Sure.
not even the last 100 days.
Sure. That's actually real quick. I just want to understand what you mean. What do you mean by silver lining?
Like you're silver lining it. You're finding
finding a
something
positive in any of this.
positive to say
Oh
about
no.
this shitstorm that we are
Oh
going
no,
through.
no.
So
No,
it
that's
was
not
like
where I'm
for a
going.
second you were like, well, let's talk about the good parts of fascism.
Oh no.
Absolutely not.
Okay, let me explain
Yeah.
because there's no good parts of fascism.
Okay.
Let's say we all got paid $1 million because of fascism. I would denounce the $1 million and say it has to go.
But Ryan, you started your statement with we have a misunderstanding or we're misidentifying what fascism is.
Oh,
So
okay.
I gotta agree with Dee. And
Sure.
please correct me because it just sounds like you're saying that what's really happening either isn't fascism or
Sure.
that what we think is fascism isn't what's happening right now. Lisa,
I got you.
I'd
I
love
got
to
you.
clarify, baby.
Sure. So I was actually going to talk about a completely different perspective. And I think if I explain it, it will explain the answer. Can I do that? Okay.
Yeah, please do.
So what I'm talking about differences, it'll make total sense in my opinion.
Okay.
The differences between Hitler's rise and the growing fascism and Trump's rise and the growing fascism is that Hitler had a genuine struggle against real left-wingers who were actually very organized. They were very theoretical. They were, the Communist Party of Germany, look that up, back in the 1910s and the 1920s. There was a real struggle between actual far right and actual far left. And so because that was a thing, Hitler was much more going out of the bounds to deal with that using, more violent. I would say he was more violent in his rise of fascism compared to Trump. I don't think anybody would disagree with that, like the millions that died. I'm not saying Trump isn't capable. I'm just saying it hasn't happened yet.
I disagree.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you
Wow.
why I disagree. I disagree with that because the movement, when it came to Schindler, did not start in the first 100 days. He began his
Sure.
rise years before
Sure.
he got into the ultimate seat of power. And so right now, the comparison does make sense because right now, 47 is very quickly finding us all these quote unquote enemies and all
Sure.
these thousands of things that we need to protest about. He put up 72 executive orders, 64 of them are in court. And the reason he's doing that because I need to find every single pocket of people so they have a reason to be out in the streets. They
Sure.
need to be out here protesting. They need to be out here marching. I want them outside and unhappy. But
Agreed.
unfortunately, what happens is the people who are outside are not the people he wants to be outside. Because listen, I watched the protests and good for them in Seattle. They were outside of Tesla and doing the electric slide because yes, the irony. However, the police were nowhere in sight, nowhere to be found, nowhere in sight in front of the Tesla company, which to me was crazy because this was just declared, if you do something to Tesla, you are a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's crazy, right? But no.
Right.
And then we had the women who were outside marching shirtless, no shirts on, tits out, marching, holding up their signs, no oligarchs here. And they marched for over an hour. No police, no problems. Everybody was fine. Right? And so we're watching very slowly the turn of how many people we can get out here to protest. And he has picked and picked and picked. And so far, it hasn't been enough people so where he can
Agreed.
declare martial law.
Agreed. Agreed.
right?
And that's
So
one of the
it's so
differences, I
what
would
we're
say.
doing. No, it's not that it's such a difference, because what ends up happening is people who are from different pockets of the country, y'all have no idea how horrible Trump really is.
Sure.
Because I grew up in New York City when he was in New York City, him and Giuliani. So
Mm.
I've heard the speeches, I've watched them on the local news, I've been there reading the newspapers for his full page ads. So y'all have no real idea how nasty it gets. Y'all don't know about all the lawsuits about the buildings that he's not letting the black and the brown people live in. The way he marks off their names as to who came in on the applications, all the illegal things that he did and continues to do. And
Yeah.
so we're watching it, and surely he has become he's got his backer. The same thing Hitler did. Hitler made his way up to the certain types of people because I need your money, I need your backing. And now he has his backer. And we're
So,
watching it go down. Like right now, Elon Musk is in Wisconsin. Why? Why is he in Wisconsin?
Oh, right. To
oh,
try
I
to
know why. I
Yeah,
live in
right. But that's
Madison.
exactly the point. No one elected him.
I live in
No one
Madison.
said you need to be doing these things. But the richest man on the planet is trying to influence who's going to be a judge over here.
Yep.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
We're watching 47 say, I am not going to obey the rule of law. I'm going to keep going on the rule of law. I do not care that the judicial system is there for a reason. I don't care that the judicial
We're
system
past
is
it.
here to cut
We're
me
past
off.
it.
Right,
Yeah.
because the
We're
judicial system
beyond
is
it.
there for the checks and balances. And he's like, bunk that.
But yeah,
I want to do
it's
what I
over.
want to do.
It's over.
So
The conversation needs
I
to
agree
shift.
with I agree with everything you just said. Totally. But I'll just make the point. I'll just jump to the end of what I was trying to say. My criticism, the reason I still think there's a difference between Trump and Hitler is not personal character. It's not their thirst for power. It's the fact that Germany had a legit left-wing movement and we don't. We have liberals who will go out and protest for reform, but nobody's trying to change the economic system. So therefore, that's right-wing because our system, private businesses in our country, forget about the government, our private businesses go overseas and exploit the most exploited people on earth, regardless if we have welfare or not. And the only reason we can pay for free college, free healthcare is because of the labor and the value extracted from the most exploited people on earth in the Congo, all over Latin America. So Trump, what was it? Hitler was facing people who understood that there needs to be an economic change completely, a completely new system, not getting back to a liberal democracy, something better than that. Trump has no opposition that's like this, so he is able to more easily go into power than Hitler because he has nobody real pushing against him or not enough people.
Absolutely.
So Hitler had to use the SS and that kind of violence to fight the socialists. Where are the socialists now in this country who are saying we want something different? They're nowhere.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying the difference is.
No,
Hitler had more
I agree
opposition.
1,000%. In fact, as you were speaking, I was thinking about how far right the left has gone.
100%.
Like, damn, if you're saying that his opposition was the left, not only we fucked because you're right, they don't have the same objectives at heart, but also they're the same fucking party at this point. People talk about the trans. We're talking about the trans thing earlier. That didn't come up not once from Kamala Harris's mouth. She didn't give a fuck about trans and progressive issues, and she was very much, I have a gun, and
she was bombing Gaza.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like she was very much Israel is our friend, and she's very, very far right leaning. And here's the thing though, I still voted for her, and I still think she would have been a better president. I think we still would have been in a far better situation. I agree. I think it's beyond the presidency. I think it's more the Pentagon. I think it's there's a lot bigger capitalists, military contract, lobbyists, people who are in the mix when it comes to our proxy wars and forever wars and things like that go far beyond the presidency. So I don't think that has shit to do with anything. So I hear you loud and clear. I think again it's what you're highlighting is just how sad and how much worse our situation is, because we don't
Yeah.
have the opposition that he did, and
Yeah.
also because the opposition that we do have is damn near in line with what the right is thinking anyway. So really
For
quickly,
international issues and for
yeah,
economic issues, they're actually a lot closer than people think. One party
yeah,
says we
yeah.
can give the crumbs off our bourgeois plates to the poor workers to buy them off. The other one says fuck them. So that we either get crumbs like we're poor dogs from the liberals, or we get nothing from the conservatives. And either way, all it does is perpetuate exploitation here. So when you work at a job, you are not earning money. You are selling your labor power to them, and they expropriate part of the value that you create and keep it for their own pockets. That's how a capitalist gets rich. It's called the labor theory of value.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you apply that to overseas, the poor Gazans,
So that's
people,
why I'm probably more
they're
Marxist
super
than
exploited.
anything like wireless. But
But anyways, I think that's all I have to say. I think I like everybody here. Your passion, it's great. It's great to see. Maybe I'll come back on sometime, but I feel like I've been
you're
yapping
always
too much.
welcome.
I've been yapping too much, so I'm going to bail. But
Well,
have a
thanks
good
for
day.
coming on, Ryan. And yeah, follow me. Make sure we stay in touch. I try to go live just about nightly. Just again, because we have to come together on this stuff. It's so far beyond Constitution, trans. We got to think about how we're gonna like
Save the
survive.
planet.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. It was
I'll see you later. Thanks, Ryan. Birdman, you've been very patient.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I don't know if you wanted to weigh in or what your thoughts were, baby.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a lot of what you guys said, but our politics are probably not very much aligned.
That's okay.
I requested to speak up initially, just because, I mean, it is a little bit insightful to see your hero compared to such an idiot like that, you know?
And wait. I promise I do not mean to be pedantic, but which one is your hero and which one is the idiot?
My hero's the one on the right.
Oh, and why?
I think he was the last good white leader that we had in the West.
And tell me why whiteness matters to you.
For the same reason that I think blackness should matter to you.
No, blackness does not matter to me. Why do you think blackness?
That's your
should
call.
matter to me?
That's completely your call. I'm not going to tell you that it should, but
But why do you think it should, or why would you assume it does?
Because I think that inherently, I gotta make sure I pick my right words because I'll get banned again. I think that we're just different. Inherently, we're just different, and I think you'd be happier if you lived primarily around people who look like you, and I'd be happier living around people who look like me.
Well, here's the thing. We're not different. Like honestly, like the only markers in which we have difference are social and cultural. So what are some of the variables or the differences that you feel we have?
I think that white people create higher trust society. Sorry, I'm trying to talk quiet. I'm not trying to be
Yeah, because you might get me kicked.
yeah. No. I'm
Might
just.
get me
There's
kicked, baby.
my child's asleep, so I'm just trying to be quiet. I think we're just culturally different. I think we just create different cultures. We create different places. We create different types of art. You know, and we can share those things. We can appreciate them across the aisle as much as we can. But I think forced integration is a mistake.
What's an example of white art?
I would say a lot of the stuff that you see in Europe, a lot of Baroque art, oil paintings.
Wouldn't that be European? Wouldn't that be European art? How's that
white European ancestry, Aryan, Anglo?
Well, you know, there were actually a lot of African and Moorish people in Europe. Honestly, European is very different than white.
They're not very different. They're very. That's like black TikTok anthropology, which doesn't exist outside of TikTok. It's just not true. Everybody knows that Europeans are white.
You're claiming a culture that's not what you want to be. Like you're claiming European culture, but then saying that you're white and very pro white. White does not really have a culture. white is
Yes,
kind of
white definitely has a culture. I go to Europe and I fit in very well in those places. I get around
that's
white people
but
and I'm
that's
very comfortable.
European
You
culture
you
because
can't.
you're
How are you going to tell?
European.
You're not white. You've never been to a
You're
primarily white place
you're
and then experience it as
European,
a white person. You have no idea what you're talking about.
baby.
But that's part of the reason. But see, that's part of what I'm
Do
saying.
you
And I'm
not
not trying to cut you
understand what
off.
I'm trying to tell you?
Well, I think, but see, this is my point though, and I'm not trying to cut you off, but I just want to. I think I'm going to make a point that's going to go maybe, sort of lay the table for the conversation, so I don't waste your time. I don't care what brown women think about me or my culture. I just really don't care, and so I don't care what you
I'm
think
not
about.
telling you this in the capacity that I'm trying to sway you in one way or another. It's just
Yeah,
the
I just
facts are
well, no, they're
that
not the
when you
facts
say
because
white
this is a brown way of
versus
thinking.
European, that
This is
it's
brown
totally
anthropology.
different things.
This is a big reason why we don't want to live around you guys because this is like kind of stupidity. Just doesn't make it doesn't make any sense. You're making this up, and you might get a dumb white person to fall for this, but not for me. I'm not falling for this.
But
You
again,
know that European and white is
my
mostly
goal
the same thing.
tonight to encourage people who feel like you do to embrace that European ancestry, to claim the European art, claim the European culture, the European food, because there is no such thing as white. Literally, the whole idea of
Europeans wouldn't even
whiteness.
agree with that.
You have spent
Europeans
way too
wouldn't
much
even
time
agree
on the
with that
internet. You need to
concept,
log
though.
off. That makes no sense.
Try.
Everybody,
What did you
as
say?
white people, we all look at one
I
another and
said
you go, "You're white,
Europeans
I'm
wouldn't even
white," so
agree with
therefore
that.
whiteness exists because we say it does. So
Like,
something exists if a group of people come together and they say it exists. If we
like
both
Fighting
acknowledge
a
and say it
flying
exists, then
spaghetti
Europeans don't even
monster.
consider themselves to be white. Like Europe's not a monolith. You've got 44
Yeah, it's
countries,
not.
hundreds of languages, ethnic groups that have been feuding or mixing for centuries.
is
Like
black? Can you have black culture?
historically, identity in Europe
thing
has
is-
been more about nationality, religion, or even like clan, or rather than like a broad racial category. Like take Ireland during like the 19th century. Like the Irish were caricatured as subhuman by the British. They were considered apes in cartoons. They were considered not white in the way that Anglo-Saxons claim.
Right.
So I
Okay,
think
yes,
your argument is
I understand what you're
illogical.
saying, but you have to understand that in the modern world, white people have had their collective consciousness subverted to the point that white nationalism is a sort of a second order after just the initial white consciousness saying, okay, you know what, first of all, let's acknowledge that white people, when we get around one another, we like one another. And then later on, we could talk about some more nationalistic things. If I was talking to this with a bunch of white people, then this would be a different conversation.
Well,
But when I'm
Nate,
talking to
Nate seems to agree with you. Nate, do you want to come on? I mean, I'm happy to open the conversation up to more white people who feel the same way that you do.
Can we go back to one point though about Hitler being like a great Schmittler being a great leader, because he wasn't. Like he was obsessed with control, but like not in a way that made sense. I mean, he didn't delegate well.
Yeah, he lost.
Yeah,
he
he
lost.
would
How is he a
micromanage.
great leader if
Right.
he
Do you
lost?
know why
He
but
would
here's
he would
what but you know what's so
micromanage
funny? You said
military
earlier.
tactics down.
Here's
Hold on,
what's so
hold
funny.
on, Birdman. Hold on. Let me finish real quick. Like he would micromanage military tactics down to telling generals where to put their tanks when he didn't really even know what he was doing. Like take the invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941. His generals were begging him to focus on Moscow, which was the nerve center of the USSR. But Hitler kept splitting the army to chase side goals, like oil fields in the south. Like he ignored logistics. He didn't prep for the Russian winter. And he basically set the stage for a catastrophe. I don't understand how you think that that's a great leader when millions of soldiers died or got captured because he couldn't trust anyone else to make a call. That's not a great leader.
Well, Nick,
Hitler,
can I answer that?
say
I mean,
something
that was
very
a whole
small
monologue. Can I answer?
regarding the
Pet, let Birdman reply.
Bruce, can I jump in real fast?
Jesus.
I just wanted to say I lived in Europe for 6 years, and I never was able to find the white people. I could find the French, the Germans, the Czechs,
Another
the
brown guy
Poles.
telling me about white people. Not interested.
Yeah.
Just
But you
so
probably never
uninterested.
lived in Europe, bro. You never been to Europe. You
I
sound
Been
like
to
actually
Europe
you're
live
that
several
in
kind.
the
times. I've lived there
UK.
for work.
I'll
It's
tell
No,
you
no.
right now.
uninteresting,
I
dude.
lived in
So uninteresting listening to
Kaiserslautern,
brown people
Germany
tell me
for
about
6
Europe.
years. This
Don't
gentleman never
care.
been outside of his county.
I don't care. Okay,
Get your passport,
Turn
bro.
Birdman off for just a second. Go ahead, Cal. Cal's. You were just. I agree with you. Like I live in the UK now, and it's spectacular here. The diversity is insane. In fact, Pets, I know you wanted to say something. I'm so sorry. I just wanted.
yeah, I wanted
Hey,
to say
Europeans aren't
the
obsessed with their whiteness. They're
They
obsessed
really
with their
aren't.
Germanness,
Like
their Englishness, their Irishness.
absolutely. The UK, like living here for the past 3 years, like it's an actual melting pot. Like so the fact that Birdman's like, oh, we want to segregate. we're already fucking segregated in America. Like, how could you be more segregated in America? It's insane. So like, but being over here, like literally the national dish is an Indian curry. Like it's actually cultures that are mixing, and foods and languages and people of all hues, and it's just wonderful over here. But pets, please speak. I'm supposed to.
Oh yeah, well,
Respond.
I'm model and
Anything.
stuff. I'm an entrepreneur, so I've lived in Italy for over 10 years, been in Africa and Japan and all these places. And I'm a Christian, so it's really just about the spirit of the person. There's a certain intelligence when God has his hand over your life. Color dissipates at a certain wisdom that you walk with. But regarding the ruling and Hitler and, why he chose the things that he did, he was actually trying to stop and prevent what has happened today with a certain group. But he did it without the Lord.
Oh
But
no, Hitler was extremely Christian. Extremely Christian. In fact, he claimed that he was defending Christian civilization while enacting the policies that consolidated church power under Nazi rule.
Well, yeah, he was
No.
basically, so a lot of Europeans know it and they don't want to say it because, they just are kind of over it. But he was just basically trying to stop Jewish rule, Zion rule, which is what is happening today, like a JFK for the military complex. So he said several times in all of his autobiographies, the Jews that left Germany were black, and then they came back a different people. So he was then basically set up by governments, Jewish, Zionists, and America played a part. Everybody came against him because of what he was doing, like how they murder every black African king who wants to unite Africa or, get off of this white supremacy system that has been created through neo-colonialism. People don't believe in the Lord, but the world and life is a battle. It's always a battle of good and evil. So in the spirit, you have seen and unseen things going on, and governments are doing the same thing. They're trying to mirror what God and Satan are doing. So you have to understand that when we argue and separate ourselves based on the color of our skin, we're losing. We're losers because God called every one of us to life, to worship together, and to love one another. So
Well, pets,
it
it's funny
doesn't.
that
Do
I
you,
think
do you feel like you
me and
got out of
Sophie.
America just in time? Like you
Well, hold on one
escaped?
second.
Do you
Yes,
No,
feel
oh,
I'm
like,
still in
absolutely,
woo,
America.
I
absolutely.
dodged a
But
bullet right here. Woo wee.
I'm in
Them mother
America.
effers
absolutely,
are crazy over there.
it's wild. But pets, just
You're
it's
American,
funny
aren't
that
you? Aren't you an
I'm a
American black
very.
woman?
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Aren't you an American black woman?
Pets?
Yeah, you.
Me?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm from North
Okay.
Carolina, but I live in the UK now. I've lived here for
Okay, but I mean that doesn't make you different from American blacks.
It
no, not
opens
at all.
her eyes and it lets her
That's why
see the
I'm
world.
here. That's why I'm doing this. I want to make sure that I can bring whoever I can with me, that we can at least open some eyes, that we have to be
And she can
ready.
acknowledge that Americans are weird. You Americans have some weird things with you. That
Yeah,
that that
Americans
dude talking
here.
about how Hitler, and then now you got a spiritual connection to Hitler. You
Yeah,
Americans are
yeah,
weird.
Well, pets,
absolutely.
All right, can I
here's the thing,
respond? I
pets.
think
He is actually
I think we're
someone.
actually
What did he
saying,
do? Hitler, Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, every person who tries to raise against a worldwide system that was created in neocolonialism, you have to follow me.
Did she
What
say
did
Michael
slavery
Jackson?
do?
I'm sorry. Did she say
no,
Will
look,
Michael
you
Jackson?
stop interrupting whoever you are? You should be a man. The
Is she
mother
talking
raised
about
you
the
to be.
greatest entertainer in the world, Michael Jackson? Are you making a comparison between Michael Jackson and Adolf Schmittler? Are you
Yes, I
out
am.
of?
If you
You
stop
are such
whining
an
and
American.
acting like
You
an
can
animal,
tell
you
the
can
lack of
oh
actually
my
depth,
listen.
God.
your
Okay.
If
inability
you,
to have any kind of
if you,
intellectual vigor.
well, you're
You know,
not,
Because
you
you
keep interrupting
listen,
me.
you stick to
You
that
keep
weird Bible
interrupting
you
me,
reading.
man.
Stick
You
to the
keep
weird Bible.
interrupting me. So
Kels,
I
I'm
am
gonna finish.
because
Kels,
you're
Why are you
mad.
muting everybody else, but you're not
I'm
muting
not
him? Because he's
mad. It
acting
sounds
that
like
way.
you're mad. You're being very arrogant, Cal.
hold on.
So
Mad as
that's
in
very rude.
Kels,
crazy.
Kels,
Mad as in
Kels.
crazy.
Kels, I don't want to. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh,
Just to say really quickly though,
mhm.
I can't say because I'm a very strong atheist. I can't say that I agree with the religious
Of
stuff,
course, of course.
but
That's okay.
but I can appreciate
Hmm.
that your ultimate aim is that we all come together, that there's no difference in our
Exactly.
races. So where your
Yes.
God says that, to me, science says that there's no genetic marker for race. So like
Well, yeah, there is. There is though. There
there's
is.
not. So I like that we're coming to the same place, even though we took different journeys. So
Yeah,
I
of
didn't know if
course.
you had any kind of final thoughts, and then
But what I just saw the pictures. I don't even know what your question or what is the
well,
main
what's so
object of
crazy
your
is
dialogue.
okay, so March has been YT History Month. And so since it's the last day of March, we have a whole trivia show planned. And the trivia show is a one question trivia contest. And the question is it Schmittler or is it Trump? And so I'm basically listing actual facts and events and things that happen and statements. And it was supposed to be fun.
Yeah, I don't
This
think
has been a
Trump
fun
is the
conversation for
famous
me,
Hitler.
but I don't know how fun it's been for everybody else.
No.
Kels, I'm sorry, you didn't have to leave, but
Well, yeah, because
I did want Pat to finish your thought.
the
But
Spirit of the Lord does. It drives out evil. So he
well,
was
no,
not a kind
okay,
person.
and that's where we have to also look at each other. With if you're going to look at people as children of God, then
Yeah,
you
but
have
we
to
all
you can't
struggle with
see
evil.
anybody as
We
being
all
evil.
struggle. So that's the whole point, that why it's very important to understand and walk with the Lord, because as I said, despite what, we're in iPhone, what ages we're in, what the world is telling us, promoting that is okay, most of it is lies. Most of it is going to get you sick, confused,
I
and feeling
agree.
lonely with
I
anxiety.
agree. So
So
that's why we gotta come together. I hope you follow me back. I hope we continue this
yeah.
conversation. Thanks for jumping in. If you have any final thoughts before
Oh
you
yeah,
go.
I wanted to say that, I really do believe in the spirit and I live in that spirit, meaning that I cast out demons. I have exorcisms, and I also have like very great miracles in my life, because that what comes with faith. So I made that point to make sense about a person, no matter how we agree or think or look or feel about a statement made. How we treat each other matters. So I have self-control. Having self-control is one of fruits of the Holy Spirit that lives in you. You have self-control, you have kindness, you have gentleness, despite what others do to you. That's a very hard place and a very narrow path to walk that many people cannot walk. So that is why I honor and I always talk about God, because I can't do these things that I'm doing in my life without him. And he is real, despite what everybody says.
Well,
Okay?
I
That's all I'm
appreciate
saying.
that so much. Thank you
Yeah,
for your final words.
no worries. Thank you
I'll
for
go ahead
your
and let you
kindness
roll,
too.
but no,
All right.
I really appreciate it
All right, ciao,
sincerely.
ciao. God bless.
Thank you. Bye. And Bird, you can come off. I just wanted that guy to
I
finish
mean,
his
but see,
thought.
that's what I'm saying though. That's part of what I mean is like when you introduce all this brownness to the conversation, everybody starts yelling over one another. You see what I mean? Like
Not
that's just how it
really.
goes. And you seem like you're an intelligent woman, so you'd be one of the 5%. I
You
wouldn't
don't
be.
think that.
I wouldn't mind living around someone like yourself, but it's like,
You don't think that.
what do you mean?
You don't think that. You don't think I'm intelligent.
Uh,
And that's okay.
yeah, that's okay. I don't know if I don't. Yeah, sure, whatever.
Well,
I'm not going to flatter you or anything like that. But
do you have any
I
final
will just respond to what Tribe said earlier though, because we were
Sure, go
having a
ahead.
conversation. I think that's is privy. It's actually relevant to your topic. I'm not going to talk about the spirit or anything like that.
Are you
We can
Christian?
talk about. Yeah, to a degree. That's a different conversation. That's a personal conversation. I won't bore you with that stuff. We can talk about it if you want, but I don't figure it'd be very interesting.
No,
But yeah,
no, no, no.
I was
You
gonna.
say what you wanted to say. I'm so sorry.
But Tribe, you said he wasn't a great leader because he made military mistakes. Yeah, he definitely made military mistakes, but so did Napoleon. I mean, every great leader. I don't know if whether or not you're can be considered a great leader is dependent on whether or not you had military failures. I'm not sure if Alexander the Great could be considered,
Well,
a complete success because even he had even minor mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. The point that makes him a great leader was his ability to rally people to a cause. Now you could say that his cause was pointless. You could say that his cause was wrong. You could say he lied about his cause, but he's unquestionably a great leader. He was effective. He was very effective. Even people who hate him can admit that.
oof,
He was an effective
I got
person.
a point of contention there. So like what you were saying about first off the military tactics and stuff, that's a serious thing. Like millions of his own people died because of his mistakes. But the point that you touched on about being able to rally people and you saying that, they're not necessarily bad ideas, or I'm sorry, they're not necessarily great ideas. Part of what made him such a bad leader was because of the fact that he fixated on wild ideas like the master race nonsense. And to double down even more, when it was obvious they weren't working, the Holocaust wasn't just like a moral nightmare. It was a practical disaster. I mean, he diverted trains, manpower, and supplies to kill millions of people instead of using those resources to fight a war he was already losing. So you talk about how he had these ideals and he was able to rally people, but he fixated so much on those ideals that it helped lead him to lose the war.
Okay, well, you said about 15 things that are just like you keep stacking historically inaccurate statements and then trying to build like
Point out the
an opinion on
inaccuracies.
it.
Point out the inaccuracies.
Okay, let's go one at a time. The first thing is saying that he was losing the war whenever he was slamming Great Britain and pretty much easily took Eastern Europe pretty quickly. I don't think that he was losing the war at that point. He sued for peace several times in Great Britain, and the whole I don't even know if I can say the word, the issue with the particular race of people, um, that there wasn't as many resources being devoted to that as people think, and the number that people throw around is just completely exaggerated when you take a look at history and you take a look at.
But there was a
Sorry,
large
I'm
number.
halfway
We can
distracted right
agree
now.
there
Sorry,
was
let me
a
lock
high
in.
number.
I'm rambling a little bit because I'm distracted. Hold on, let me lock in.
Yeah, yeah. I'll
Yeah,
touch on your point. Are you done? Are you done?
no, sorry. Let me finish this point. They're essentially what I'm trying to say is that a lot of what we're told about how that war went down, and that you are definitely right that mistakes were made in Russia. There's no question about that. I'm not going to argue on that. But I thought he was a great leader. For my opinion, for my beliefs, for my thoughts, I would, if he came back from the dead and ran for president, I'd vote for him a million times over.
Now, I want to
And
respond to
so
you.
you can say he was
I want to
a
respond to
terrible.
your point real quick because for one, you haven't substantiated that he was a great leader. But when did the Holocaust start? I just want to ask you that real quick, and then I'll get back to my point. When did it start?
It started after the war. After the
No,
war
no, no, no.
began.
Wait, what year? What year?
Was it
Yes, Crash.
1941, 1942?
Yeah. So like around that time, uh, so he was on this victory lap from Blitzkrieg, but the early wins in Poland, France, and the Low Countries were fading in the rear view. I mean, he had overreached, and the cracks were showing. The turning point was the Eastern Front, where he launched Operation Barboza against the
Barbarossa.
Soviets in June of 1941. That was supposed to be a quick knockout. He was supposed to smash the Soviets before winter, grab their resources, and call it a day. But it didn't work out like that. And by December of 1941, German troops were stalled outside of Moscow, and the Red Army counterattacked. And the winter hit, and I think it was like -40 or something like that. And Hitler's troops were unprepared, undersupplied, stretched thin, and they took a beating. I mean, they lost over 800,000 men, and I think it was like a span of 4 to 6 months. And that's per German military records, by the way. And then in 1942, he doubled down with a push towards Stalingrad, hoping he was hoping to cut off the Soviets' oil and morale, but it was a bad move. That battle became a meat grinder. I mean, he lost 300,000 troops, including the entire Sixth Army, who surrendered or died. Soviet losses were massive too, but they could replace them. Germans couldn't. And by this point, you had your Western allies that were waking up, and that's when the U.S. entered the war after Pearl Harbor, and I think that was in December of 1941, and Hitler couldn't match the manpower. So again, it wasn't. It was during the Holocaust where he was already failing, but he was diverting resources towards the Holocaust when he had real issues that he was dealing with on the battleground.
Well, the problem that he had that he ran into, and you just covered it yourself, is that he had an ally issue. He didn't have any immediate allies around him other than again, I don't know what I can say. What I can say, Italy at the time was not a particularly useful ally. He had to bail them out in Africa, and we don't have to go through. I doubt the host really cares to listen to us monologue about World War II documentary stuff, but essentially, the idea is that but yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying,
he is the topic at hand, so no, please continue.
but I mean, he had all these issues that were essentially coming down to he had 4 armies. Well, I guess probably 3 because France really didn't have one at all. He had 3 armies he ended up fighting in the end, and his own inability to rally allies to his cause of other nations sort of ended up being what shot him in the foot. But it was his cause in general that made it to where he wasn't naturally going to rally other people to his cause. And so I don't look at him and say, oh man, you should have sold yourself out and tried to ally with the U.S. first, or you should have tried to bring in Spain. Even he tried to, but it wasn't like something that he held him at. I got to be careful about the words I use. He didn't just try to force that to happen. He wasn't trying to force allies anywhere. At the end of the day, I think he just sort of said, look, this is nationalism. This is what we believe. And it was the globalists who sort of rallied together and fought against him. I mean, he couldn't hold off the U.S., England, and Russia. I mean, I don't think anybody could. I don't know if there was a military leader who could have done that effectively.
Right, but again, this is where we're pointing to the bad leadership, because again, he's still pushing forward with these large-scale attacks when he's draining resources. His men were unprepared. So again,
he made bad decisions, but that doesn't make him a bad leader.
I got to be honest. If you believe that this guy is such a great leader, you're not proving the case right now. You're doing a bad job of proving that case.
I mean, I don't know if anybody would genuinely think that he's not.
Tribe on that one, Birdman. But also, can I ask you a question? Not to totally derail you guys, but Birdman, when you came in, you said that B is your hero, but A is an idiot. So, I feel like my point in this evening is to try and show the parallels and show that we are on the same trajectory. And so I'm curious to know if you're pleased or unpleased with the fact that A is emulating what B is doing in regards to where we as Americans could probably see ourselves in a couple months, maybe.
I mean, I don't.
What are your thoughts?
Maybe in terms of like it's pretty clear that there's a movement on the far right, and I'm a part of that movement, to lay the grounds for some sort of permanent head of state, where there's less. What's the word I'm looking for? There's less turnover. There's less tossing back and forth between parties. That we have a centralized head. We maybe still elect senators, but we get past this constant political theater, going back and forth. I don't care about all of the fact that these two in this last election were our options is just an embarrassment for liberal democracy. So there's definitely a movement, and I don't deny that Donald Trump probably sees himself as like being a candidate for someone who could represent that movement and say, you know what, I'm going to be the one that's sort of the permanent head that sets everything straight, sort of like Franco in Spain. So I could see what you're saying there, but the difference is Donald Trump is not an intelligent person at all. I mean, Hitler made mistakes, but I think Tribe, even if you don't think he was a good leader, you would have to admit that the guy managed to rally an enormous amount of people to his he managed to accumulate an amount of power that was I have no clue how anyone could deny that he managed to accumulate a massive amount of power in a way that Donald Trump's not going to be able to, because people are becoming aware, even like normal Fox News watching Republicans are becoming aware of just how sold out Donald Trump is to Israel, just how sold out he is to his donors. He's not an independent thinker. He's not an interesting person. He sounds dumb when he talks. Like I don't deny that he sees himself as wanting. I don't deny that he wants the power, but I completely doubt his ability to take it. Put it that way. I don't doubt that he wants.
I hear you. I guess so. The thing that sucks is that, the gentleman who was just on said that one of the big differences too is that the opposition for Schmittler was much stronger, much more capable, had a much more pointed objective than our present left. And so I think it's not only going to be easier for him to achieve a similar path as Schmittler, but I think it's also one of these things where you're right. People are waking up. I think people are seeing that, okay, we are headed down this path. Something needs to happen. We can't continue with this. But I think before we have our WW2 moment, there's going to be so many people who get hurt, so many people who get disappeared, who get, outright unalived. And so I guess that's the thing that I don't want to see. That's the thing that I'm afraid of. So, like, in the scheme of things, even with your adoration for B, like, it sounds like you're then saying that you were actually happy about the genocide, or that you were pleased with, human beings, the effect that he had on actual living,
If we're talking about the
breathing
little hat
people.
people, then are you talking about that in particular? I'm not trying to
I'm
be
talking about
offensive calling you that. I
the
just don't
people
know.
of Israel. Like,
Yes, I mean, well, yeah. Here's what's so ironic, and I'm not trying to like put you in a gotcha or put you in a bind or like dunk on you or anything like that. But I hear leftists who will, and I heard you say earlier that you can't stand that the left is so unequivocally supporting Israel, and it's so clear. And this is kind of a horseshoe theory thing here, where we're on both ends of the spectrum, but we can both agree that Israel has been lying to us for years about what they're doing in the Middle East and who they're doing it to, and leftists will admit that we have been interventionalists for such ridiculous reasons for so long, and that we have so much money in our politics, and that we're being bought off by these big corporations and these rich people. But the difference is I'm willing to make the connection as to what they have in common. And I'm willing to say that if Israel's willing to lie about what's going on in Palestine, I'm more than willing to say that the 80% Bolshevik communist or Jewish Bolshevik party was also simultaneously lying about what they discovered whenever they supposedly discovered all of these camps all over Eastern Europe. So I just don't believe it.
interesting.
I
Well,
don't believe it.
well, I guess the thing is, though, whether, again, I'm going to take that. Let's say that that's true. Let's say that nobody, not a single one, was harmed. I think the
Some were
fact
for
that,
sure. Just to be clear, some
okay,
definitely
but
were.
let's say they were. I just still think the fact that the perception, the history, the textbooks, everything that we see in movies, everything still says that Schmittler unalived a whole lot of people.
Yeah.
He still did that. So the fact that that is what is most associated with him,
Yep.
and that's the thing. It sounds like you maybe celebrate about him. I guess, is that then also what you're
I
looking
think
forward
I
to?
agree somewhat with what the lady
Like,
said earlier, that he was the only person to actively speak out against a particular group of people. And once no one was around to tell the story of what actually happened, they cornered the market on the story time. And then you look up when some of these things were first talked about. It wasn't until Schindler's List or whatever that movie's called
yeah.
came
Well,
out that this really became like a mainstream topic. They weren't talking about this 10 years after the
there was
war.
actually a made for TV movie called The Holocaust, and that's the
Yes,
first
and
time that
it blew
actually
up and made
was
everybody
talked
just
about.
go, "Oh my gosh, this is such a terrible thing." And you look at who the producers were of these, you look at what their backgrounds are, you look at who they give money to, you look at what they believe about other nations in the Middle East, and you just start to realize that they have been using that as emotional equity to do whatever they want to people in the Middle East and with our foreign policy and pull us into wars. And so they're so worried about what happened in 1948. I'm more worried about the fact that, how many women and children is the American government responsible for disappearing in Iraq and in these other Middle Eastern countries that
I
we
mean,
intervened in only
we're
for them.
we're in full agreement there, but I think as far as the danger, though, in using a sort of flimsy, oh well, if they lie about this and maybe they lied about it, when in fact we actually do have so much evidence, pictures,
Well,
all kind of
maybe
things to
that's a good
show
point.
that
That's a
this
good point,
really
and I'll answer that
really did happen.
Survivors
specifically.
as well. I
Sorry.
mean, you got a lot of
I'll
stuff.
answer that
Yeah,
specifically. I'll answer
and
that
in fact,
specifically.
the fact that there was this pause before the survivors felt that it was imperative that they share their story. Why wouldn't they have done it sooner? Why wouldn't they have, especially when a big reason that Israel is the thing that it is now is because at the close of World War II, when the JEWs were trying to escape and wanted to come to America, we wouldn't let them. We were very happy to set them up over in Palestine, because that way we didn't have to deal with them, because we didn't want them. So it's kind of sad to me, like that, we're all in their camp now and in their corner now. And even that's some bullshit, because the only reason people are so pro-Israel now, especially the actual Christian Zionists, is because they genuinely just think that because they now have their own state, that the fucking apocalypse will happen and that the fucking end times will come. It's like, I'm not even making this up. That's the only reason Zionists give a shit about the JEWS. But saying all that to say, their situation was real. It really did happen. It's documented. So if that's the thing that was the result of Schmittler's actions, and we're seeing the echoes of that with what Trump is doing right now, I'm just curious. Like, is this what you want? Like, are you hoping that the immigrants and the blacks and all the people, have the same fate as the real
I definitely am for some form of separatism, and
But
I don't think that we have to be. We don't have to have to be
Is it
camps.
just separatism, or is it? Are you actually wishing that I was
here's
no
what
longer
would be the
here?
usefulness of camps in my eyes. I think if your children are not in school, if they have if they are away from school for more than 20% of days, I think the parents should be put in camps and be put to work. I think that if you have a criminal history, I think you should be put to work. I think you have any gang affiliation, you should be put to work. I think if you so much as just act disorderly in public a couple of times and you get a couple of citations, you should be put to work. I think we have to reestablish order because we've completely lost it. Not
But
completely, but
have we though? Like
we
again,
haven't
like
completely lost order, but we I put it this way. A lot of the cities that are around me, I can name different cities that I live close to. I can't go to my daughter can't walk downtown in these cities. She can't, whenever she's 23, and I've gone to all these Central European cities, lived there for a while, and I see teenage girls walking around with headphones on the subway at midnight.
they don't have guns
You can't do that in any American city.
because they don't have guns. The difference is guns. It's not
It's
race.
not guns. There's also something else they don't have.
You can't say black people because black people are everywhere.
No,
So
they're not in Prague. They're not in Prague. They're definitely not there.
they're
Trust
not
me.
in
I lived
Prague.
there
They're
for a
in
month and they're
Portugal.
not.
They're everywhere.
No,
Like
everybody knows this too, and white people know this too. And we all know that, like, who invites most of the problems. We know what
they're
it's
in
like when they become our
Germany. They're
neighbors.
in France.
Look. How about this? I'll prove my point. In the United States, even down to our real estate, it comes down to two things: how close are you to a city, and how far are you away from minorities? And that's the direct equivalence of just how
But
expensive your
now
house is
you're
going to be. We
now
we
you're
build this into
looking
our
at
economics.
But that's all a result of racism, redlining,
No.
housing practices,
Racism was the
gerrymandering.
result of those people. Racism was the result of pattern recognition and recognizing that these people are incompatible with our society.
You know what? Can
They're
I
master
give you
incompatible.
a little homework? I don't know if you would care to, but I think that you would benefit greatly from reading a book called The Condemnation of Blackness. It is phenomenal. It really does look at how this perception of the criminality and the violent nature of Black people was absolutely like manufactured, essentially.
Okay, if
And
it was
how
manufactured, then answer this one question. Then it should be really easy. Then if it was manufactured, it should be such an easy question.
Sure.
If that's the case, then where is one place in the world that is majority black that everybody else wants to move to or live in?
everywhere that the white colonizers tried to take,
That's
Africa,
always the answer. That's always the
Africa,
answer. What is
India.
what
So
is
they
one
clearly
modern
want to move
place?
there if
What
they
is one
want to go
modern
there and
city?
take it over.
What is one modern city
So
that
yeah.
other people want to live in? You know I'm right. I can tell by the look on your face. You know I'm right. I'm making you uncomfortable. You know
No,
I'm right. There's nowhere
I
in the world.
genuinely feel like
There's nowhere
I've
in the
answered
world
your
that is
question.
majority
You asked,
black
where do
that other
people
people
want to
want to live.
go? Typically, where Black people are, where Indian people are, where
You have
They went
Asian
there and they
countries
built
like
their own
Ghana, for
homes.
example.
that's where they've gone. South American people are.
They
Now,
went there
yeah,
for the
So wait,
items, not because of
so
the
you
culture.
have examples like Ghana.
yeah.
Everybody wants to move to Accum, Ghana.
I would go to the Ivory Coast in a fucking.
So no, Ghana has a growing population.
A ton of white people want to move to Ghana.
They have like a
Is that
growing
true?
stream of immigrants. Like I think like 500,000.
South
Plus.
Africa. Why are there so many white people in South Africa? Why are there like because they wanted to go where Black people were, where South American people are, where Indian people are. So I mean, you're kind
no,
of
the people went to
defeating
those
your own
places for
point.
you know exactly what's going on. You're too smart not to realize. Both of you are. You know exactly what I'm saying. You know I'm right.
No,
No,
you're not
I don't
presenting a
think
good
you're right,
argument. You're just
but
speaking in generalities. Like if you could actually present a
So
good
I'm still
argument.
waiting for one
right.
city that's majority Black that people want to live in. I'm still waiting.
Atlanta?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Hold
I
on,
lived
Atlanta
in
has a
Atlanta.
growing
Everybody lived in
population. What are you
Gwinnett
talking
County
about?
where there were no Blacks. Are you kidding me?
Atlanta has a
Well,
growing
look.
population, and it's not
There's
just
a
Black
growing
people.
population of Blacks. Nobody wants to
How,
live
wait,
in
how do you? Okay, so
Atlanta,
wait, how do you?
downtown
Birdman.
Atlanta.
Atlanta is
Birdman.
really
Jesus, that's
hot.
like the worst
Let's
example.
nail this down real quick. Let's see if Birdman actually knows what he's talking about. So, can you cite the statistics on how many white people have moved to Atlanta? Okay, exactly.
Look at
You
it. Let's
don't
look it
even
up. Let's
know.
look it up. No,
You
I'm
don't
Googling it for
know.
you, brother. Let's Google it for
So
you.
why would you try to make that argument if you didn't even know to begin
Because
with?
because
That's why
people
it's
in
illogical
Atlanta,
to have
people do not
conversations
want
with
to
people
move
like
to
you.
Atlanta. White people are not interested in moving to Atlanta en masse. And when
It's
they do,
definitely
you
one of
know
the
where they
most
move? They move to
fast growing
Midtown. They move to
cities.
Midtown Atlanta, which is majority white. The only part of the actual
It's
incorporated Atlanta that
it's
is
not
majority white.
majority white. I promise you that.
It is the most white place, and that's where everybody
What
moves, and that's the most
about
expensive.
Houston, Texas? What about New Orleans, St.
New
Louis?
Orleans. Nobody's trying to move to New Orleans. Nobody is moving to New Orleans en masse.
There,
Look at the housing prices
But
there. You can
again,
get like a
you're not
6 bedroom house for
citing evidence though.
$300,000.
Cite us census data that proves your point. Because right now you're just talking.
See, you love to pull
No.
these cute
Cite
little
no. Because if you're gonna
arguments
make
hold on.
like
if you're
that
gonna
don't
No,
make these
actually have any
claims, you have
substance,
to
and
back
you
then
them
you
guys
try
up.
to say, well, cite
stop
this really
stop
specific.
bickering. Stop bickering, friends.
No. Your specific claim was that white people aren't moving to Atlanta. But if you don't even know anything about the census data, then how can you even make that claim that they're not?
Hang on. Let
Agreed.
me pull
So
it up for you.
Birdman,
So you see the claim that
Birdman.
white people are
I
just desperate to
definitely
move
I
around
think
blacks
you
in
have
Atlanta.
been on for a good grip. I appreciate you sharing your views and letting us know your feeling space. I actually love that we could come to a lot of agreement on how we both feel about Trump and what we, I don't want to see anybody get hurt or killed. I think you could agree with that. It sounds like you just want segregation, but you're not looking to have a whole nother genocide. And I think for that, I can see the good in you and the humanity in you. And I hope that you can work and strive to try to see that in others as well. But, it's your life. So, do you have any final words? I'm going to ask you, go ahead and go. I have some other guests who want to try to
Yeah.
pop up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of people who think like me. A lot of people, especially young white men in their
I
20s.
agree.
And so there's going to be a lot more people that have these kind of conversations openly in the next 30 years, especially as boomers die off and all of their Facebook brainwash goes away, and we start to have a serious conversation about Israel and its influence on our society and culture on the right and the left. So
I
that
agree.
it's going to be a continuing conversation. But yeah, I'll drop off.
Yeah, no, and you're welcome back anytime. I hope you follow back and yeah, let's just keep the conversation going.
And Sophie, one thing that I'll say is that, when you're talking about Israel and the influence that they have, it's important to center it around the fact that this is the Israeli government and Zionists that we're talking about. I think what people what that last guy tries to do is they try to paint a broad picture of Jewish people
Right.
under
And
one
conflict.
umbrella.
Yeah.
And that's crazy to me.
And what's so
That shows a
wild
flaw in your
too is
logic
that
too.
who's more Semitic of the two? The Palestinians. So if you want to look at who's actually from, the Sumerian Semitic regions of the Middle East, it's the fucking Palestinians. It's not the Israelis. And so it's kind of nuts to me that we're talking about all this anti-Semitism, and it's literally what they're doing to the Palestinians.
Yeah, that argument was illogical. His points about Schmittler being a great leader, but he couldn't really effectively make that case. The military mistakes were at the detriment of his people and the detriment to his war, winning the war.
I agree. I think that just because you can find enough people to hate the same people that you do, I don't see that any Grand Dragon or Strom Thurmond or any of those people were actually great leaders. I think anybody who's furthering hatred and division and literally the dehumanization of other actual human beings, yeah, I don't think you're a great leader. I don't care
Yeah,
how many people followed you into
I know
being.
that
I
kind of
wanted to
sounds
chime
like
in on
what you're
his one
doing right
point.
now.
I wanted to chime in on his
Sorry,
one point because he made this comparison. He said that, he said that
1 second,
Schmidt was
bottle.
smarter because he was able to amass a large number of people. Trump did the exact same thing, the exact same thing,
Exactly,
word for
exactly,
word, bar for bar.
exactly.
Same
But go
scapegoating
ahead, bottle. I'm
mentality.
sorry.
No, I just said what you're describing sounds exactly like what you're doing right now. You know,
Explain.
so y'all are gathering a whole bunch of people together to hate the same thing, same person, same. Uh, uh, you know, I don't want to get banned again from TikTok, so I'm kind of treading lightly on exactly what I say. But you guys are doing the exact same thing that you're criticizing other people for doing. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me.
How have how what have I said that's hateful or anything beyond a
Well, there's
historical
there's a
point?
whole lot of stuff that you've said that's very hateful about
Like what?
Donald Trump and certain people who kind of agree with him or band with him, whatever you want to call it. But you're on the opposite side of the aisle, you know.
I
So
I I disagree. I don't think we're on opposite sides of anything. I think we're all brothers and sisters, and we're all human beings. And what I'm doing, I
100%
need
we
to
are, but
clarify is
y'all,
I'm
y'all
trying to
kind of
point.
forget that when it comes to how much you hate this guy, you know.
But again, I don't understand where you're getting this hate word from. I've literally this entire evening
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I
said
must be using the
some
wrong
historical facts or
certain
things that have
verbiage.
actually happened. Um, you know, I guess the question I would like to know, I kind of wish um, the previous gentleman, I forgot his name already, that he was back because I'm curious as to he hates why he hates us so much. Because again,
Who's
that's
us?
not what
Who's
I'm
us?
promoting. That's not what
Who's
I'm
us? Who's
saying.
us?
Black
Who's
people,
us?
black people.
Oh, who hates black people?
No, the previous caller is a Nazi white supremacist. But
Okay.
but no, but you came on to say something. I don't want to interrupt you. What were your thoughts, baby?
No, I just pretty much expressed what I had to say. I just told you, you guys are just generically banding everybody together and saying, hey, all these guys hate us because they like this guy, stuff like that. It's pretty narrow-minded and very small-brained.
Are you saying that because I'm making a comparison between Trump and this guy?
Well, that's the point you're trying to make, is it not?
Yeah, I'm making a historical comparison between two men. I don't understand how hate comes into that. Is all I'm saying. Like I
Yeah,
don't know what I've said that
because
makes you think I
there's
hate you
no
or hate
actual
them.
comparison there. You're just doing that because you hate the guy. So
Well,
what's
what
the
you're
actual
saying,
comparison there?
what you're saying to me is that you must agree that Schmittler is a hateful someone to be hated, maybe someone who did such horrible bad things, right? Like you would agree that Schmittler is not a good dude.
I'm still waiting for you to make the comparison there. What's the
We've
actual
got a
relation
whole, we've got a whole.
between what Trump
Well,
did and what your boy
I'll
over?
take that. I
I
mean,
mean,
I would say that
dude,
they both sold a simple message or both sold a simple emotional fix to complex issues. Schmittler with the Aryan dynasty and Trump with America First. Neither bothered much with policy details. It was all about rhetoric. It was about us versus them,
yeah,
delivered with charisma.
So no ovens or anything else, but somehow it's the same thing to you. What?
Well, no. Well, I just gave you a
How are you
direct
making a
parallel.
comparison here? It's not even
I, I,
close.
I just gave
well,
you a
I
parallel.
can. Here's the thing: I can run down the entire list of things that
No, you can't.
I
You
intended to
can't
go
because
through.
there's no actual
Well,
comparison
the
there.
big thing is scapegoating. I mean, the finger pointing. Schmittler blamed Jews for everything. He blamed them for the loss in World War I, the Depression, the cultural decay. He had these wild conspiracy theories. And it's
I
similar
don't
to
think that's
now.
exactly
Now, hold
true.
on.
I
Can
think
you
that
let me finish my
you're
point?
kind of making
Hold
that
on. Let
up.
me finish my
Model,
point.
model, 1 second, baby. He was still talking.
So
Go ahead and try.
now Trump's not genocidal, but he's got his own scapegoats. He's got the immigrants. He's got the deep state. He's got the media. Like think his 2015 campaign launch when he said that Mexico's sending their rapists, or his 2020 election fraud claims, or pinning defeat on like a
But
shadowy
that's not the
cabal
only
of
thing he
Democrats
said
and
this,
rhinos.
which is true.
Can I ask a question?
Well, and I think that was taken out of
Yeah.
context too. I think that speech, it was kind of clipped and tried to focus on as him saying like, "Hey, the only people that are coming up here are criminals,"
Well, no, what he
and
Just
that
said
saying.
wasn't the
was,
case. Can I finish my point?
No, I'm sorry.
okay, go ahead,
Go
my
ahead.
bad.
No, you're good.
That's what you're
But
saying. So I thought you
that
were.
was also done in regards to the Charlottesville claim. You know, they cut a clip off right at the end of a specific point where they knew, hey, we can replay this and it'll look really bad for them.
Oh,
Where
the
literally,
people
if you
on
just
the
watch
people
another
on both
couple
sides,
seconds,
Decoy.
Can I
if
ask a
you just
question?
watch a few more seconds, he condemns white nationalists, white supremacists, all of that stuff. He's
Right.
done it numerous times.
Right. Well,
Gotcha.
my thing with the
Pete.
comment about the Mexicans is that
Can I,
the full quote was that he
Hold
said
on
that
1 second, Peter. Sorry.
they send over their murderers, their rapists, and he said that some are good people. He said some are good people. Now, when you say some are good people, you're implying that the majority are violent people, and there's no statistical data that proves that the majority of immigrants are violent, and
No,
that's
I
the
don't
issue.
think the word "some" is indicative of you're trying to talk about a certain amount.
Well, Decoy, let me say
You
one
know.
thing, and then I want Peter to chime in. He's been trying to talk. One thing really quickly though is that I really don't want to get into the whole semantics game of this
Yeah, of
because
course you don't,
we
because
can look
you're
at the
going to lose
actual
it that way.
actions and EOs and the disappearings and the no
First Amendment.
no trials, no actual use of the Constitution in any way, shape, or form. We can look at the actual things that he's doing
Yeah, we
to
can,
to,
but they're not
to talk
American
about what we want to
citizens,
say.
so those
But
rules don't apply to them. So sorry
but
about your luck.
they
First
do,
Amendment
but they do.
applies to
But
all
really
citizens,
quickly,
or
No, it
let's let
doesn't,
Peter.
because if I went to Mexico and I illegally immigrated to Mexico, they wouldn't give me the same rights as a Mexican citizen.
But
So
well,
the
just
same
really quickly,
applies here.
we're
if you
talking
went
about
if you
America.
went to Mexico and you were seeking asylum and you started the asylum process, yes, you would. If you
No,
went
you
to
wouldn't. No,
Mexico,
you wouldn't,
if you went
because
to Mexico
I
and
lived
you
in
were
New
working
Mexico and
with
I know
their,
exactly
if you
what.
were working with
Come on,
Mexico's
dude.
ICE agency and going to your weekly meetings and you had a point of contact and you had a court date, then yes, you would. So
Yeah,
so
but
Right.
no, I gotta
those
disagree.
illegal
But
immigrants that immigrated here illegally from Mexico, they don't do that.
Well,
They
you have
Mahmoud
to
Khalil
go
was
through a
not
lawful point of
a legal
entry
citizen.
in order
thank you,
to start the
Decoy.
asylum
Thank you.
process.
But really quickly, you guys, we have Peter has been trying to speak. Peter, what is your
Go ahead.
question? Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry.
okay, this has been going on for quite a while, this deportation. So why are you picking on Trump? He's just doing what Biden did, what Obama did, and whatever other presidents have been doing. They're just sending people back. So I've noticed since I've been on TikTok, and I've been on TikTok for a couple months. I'm 68 years old. I wasn't really a social person, but I've noticed everything is pointing towards race. What's up with that? I mean, it's like
Everything is pointing towards the what? So sorry.
race,
Well,
race.
it's all about division. Everything that's going on right now is all about division. That's why I found it funny that the one of the commenters said he had a simple emotional response. That's American politics in general today, right? Every side does that, you know,
Okay.
and they have us feuding about these little cracks that they can try to create division, while meanwhile all of them are engaging in insider trading,
Probably
right?
low, Mr. E.
Yep. And that's exactly what it is. They keep all of us arguing amongst each other so that they can do whatever they want and keep all the money
Right.
like they're doing. And don't get me wrong. Listen, I'm a fan of Trump. I like Trump because he didn't get his money from politics. That's my main thing with Trump, right? Any politician that you want to judge or gauge, You follow the money, you get the truth. Figure out where their money is. Figure out where they got their money. Figure out where they're going to, get more of it.
Yep.
You get the truth. You find out what they're about, right? Donald Trump didn't get his money from being elected, right? He didn't get his money from being in politics. That's why I'm a fan of Trump. So every other one of these politicians, they all got their money from being in politics. They all got their money from us, from taxes, right? And they keep us as slaves, right? But nobody wants to look at that. They want to keep fighting, you and me against each other, and nobody wants to look at the reality.
Well, and they do it with war too. You notice you can look back throughout history. Both sides always predominantly vote yes when a vote comes up in Congress to go to war.
They do.
Right?
Yep.
Because
Like,
they're all invested in the military-industrial complex.
You're right. But
all of them.
Peter asked specifically why. 1 second. Peter asked specifically why we're all up in arms about the deportations that are happening now, as opposed to when they were really high under Obama. I think he was like called the deporter in chief because he deported so many people, and Biden deported a lot of people, and why are we not mad about that? The reason this is different, in my opinion, not even my opinion, I just think factually, the differences are that Obama was very intentional, very surgical with who he deported. There was due process. People, again, like Decoy knows, when people come into this country illegally, they are placed in like our court system essentially to litigate whether or not they can stay, whether they can get on a path to citizenship, or if they need to go back home. So under Biden, I think that was abused really, really badly. I think especially with some of the TPS and the asylum apps and all these different things, people did take advantage of the system, but they were in a system. Okay? And so then the fact that people are here working their programs, having a court date set up, going to their immigration meetings, and then for Trump to not only rescind like the TPS and a lot of the stuff that Biden set up to try to mitigate the whole immigration issue, but he's doing so much for show, and he's doing so much that's expensive, and he's doing so much without due process. He's literally breaking the law. So there was all these military planes that were.
So you're worried about him breaking the law, but you're not worried about the people who are illegally immigrating to our country breaking the law.
Well,
I don't think she's saying that. I'd like her to finish, if you could finish your point.
What law are they breaking? Like when you look at
they're illegally immigrating here. That's the law.
But it's a fucking misdemeanor, my friend. It's not like they're federal criminals.
So it's not illegal?
And I want to point something out too. In the case of Mahmoud Khalil, he was an LPR.
There you go.
So,
yeah,
and again,
he had a green card.
It's not illegal. Is that what you're saying?
Green card,
is it
having
legal
a green
or not?
card is you still abide by.
Well, and that case
is illegal in the sense that if you
no, there's no sense. Is it illegal
if you cross the street and you're not in a crosswalk and you're jaywalking, you're that's illegal.
I still get a ticket if I jaywalk. So which one is it?
Still our
is it illegal or not?
It's illegal, but
it's illegal.
But then doesn't it warrant that they should have a court date and they should have due process?
How? How do they deserve due process? They're not an American citizen. They don't have
our Constitution.
That is what our Constitution
we're in the First Amendment.
The immigration law says.
They're not.
Kelly, you're right. The law is the law.
INA section 2803 or something like that. Where it's
Travis Esmer, you know all those things.
And it says that you have to have due process. You have to have a court date.
Yes, if you're an American citizen, but if you're not American,
in the case of Mahmoud
Khalil, this country, you have. That's why they're given a court date. You know,
there's several Supreme Court rulings.
So they can then litigate whether or not that person can stay or not.
Well, how do we know that they're not all being processed?
Real quick, guys. You mentioned, why do I not care about the crimes and things that happen over here? I'd love to know what crime an immigrant did here that you could
That's why
name?
they're called illegal immigrants. It's illegal. It's a
But
crime.
what's a crime that a legal immigrant did here?
Illegal immigration. That's the crime.
Like,
Illegal
did they hurt
immigration.
someone?
They
Hold on, hold
illegally
on.
immigrated.
Are you saying that there hasn't been any illegal immigrants that have came here and committed heinous crimes?
No, I'm asking you to name a crime that a illegal immigrant committed.
They immigrated illegally. That's
But
Okay,
again,
and then
again,
you know that again, that's a misdemeanor. That's a
so
civil
can I
issue.
Yeah,
touch
but
on that point real
it's still
quick?
a
Can
crime.
I touch on?
Why would then Trump say they're all murderers and rapists? Like what?
We
He
just
never
went
said
over
that.
that though. He
Can you
didn't
name?
say
I,
that.
Can you name an actual crime
He
that
never said
in?
that.
We
I
we
just
just
named
we
the
just
crime
went
the
over
whole
that
time.
earlier. He didn't say all Mexicans, people coming here are murderers and rapists.
I want to
That's
go back. I want to go back
But
to the
can you
Mahmoud Khalil
name an
situation now.
actual federal criminal crime?
no.
Illegal
Look, hold on
immigration.
one
That's
second,
the
because it
crime.
seems like you're kind of arguing semantics with it.
No,
And
I'm trying
no,
to
well, if I
understand
could,
that if is there an additional illegality that has happened that we need to be concerned about? Like,
Do we need
if
to?
I could
They illegally
respond real
immigrated.
quick.
That's a crime.
If I could respond to that.
but they're not hurting
And not
anybody.
only that, but here,
You're still
let's put it
entitled to
this
due
way.
process, and I think that's the part that
We
gets leaving
have,
out.
we
But how do we
have,
In
know
the
that they're
case,
not being
in the case,
processed?
in the case of Mahmoud Khalil, he was not given a court date at
Well,
all.
and
He
that
was
doesn't apply
detained and he
because
wasn't even charged.
that's something different pertaining to people protesting about Israel.
Well,
And I'm
no.
not
Okay. Well, here's the
necessarily.
thing.
Hold on, let me finish, please.
Well, hold on. Let me finish because if you don't know what you're talking about, let me just finish. He was an LPR,
That's
so
interesting of you to
he's
assume
allowed
that.
to live. He's allowed to live and work in the U.S. permanently, even though they're not a citizen. Think of
Right.
it like a VIP pass. It's not full citizenship, but it's pretty close to it. Now,
Think of it. Think of it this way.
when it comes to free speech, the First Amendment doesn't explicitly say this is only for citizens. It just says that Congress can't make laws abridging the freedom of speech. That wording leaves room for folks like Mahmoud Khalil to be covered.
Well, look. Think of it this way. Instead of cutting me off and then assuming what I know or don't know, that's a separate instance from the immigration topic. That pertains to executive order and stuff that was passed regarding terrorist sympathizers. Now, I'm not saying that I agree with that. I don't agree with that. Right? I do think that that's an infringement on the First Amendment. Right? But so that's you're cherry picking.
No.
One
I'm not
instance
cherry
there.
picking. I'm not cherry picking. The argument was that just because they're illegal, that they're not entitled to due process. That's not the case.
Right.
Well, I never made that
aren't
argument.
illegal.
I wasn't due. I
withheld
wasn't
from having
talking to
due
you.
process.
That's the issue. I wasn't talking to you.
they're
Can I
illegal.
say
They're not
though?
entitled to anything at all.
According to what though? Where in the First Amendment?
What do
does
you
it
mean,
say that?
according to what?
According
If
to
you're not an
what?
American citizen, American rights don't apply to you.
First of all, okay. Well, let's look at the case of. You can look at
Get it out. Get it out. Go
Wang
ahead.
Hu versus Colding in 1958. That was a case about a Chinese merchant sailor who was an LPR, and he had been out and this was someone who had constitutional rights, including due process. And so, in the Supreme Court ruled in that case that LPRs do have the right to due process. That's one.
LPR. What are you talking
So
about?
As well.
are you saying that all of the people that have come across the border illegally, they all have this LPR status?
No, but I'm just illustrating the fact
Okay,
that
so then it
LPR
doesn't really
status
apply
individuals.
if we're talking
It
about.
applies to illegal immigrants as well.
Let
Can
him
you
finish
tell me
his
where it
sentence.
doesn't apply? Can you tell me where in the Constitution it doesn't apply to
So we're
illegal immigrants?
specifically
The
talking about all of
Constitution
the.
applies
Where
to
in the
American
Constitution
citizens.
though? Because
It doesn't
that can settle this
apply
argument
to
right here.
illegal immigrants.
If we can figure out what part of the Constitution that you guys are referring to that says that illegals
We don't need to
cannot
cherry
have
pick the
access.
Constitution. The
Well,
Constitution applies to
Well,
American citizens.
prove it.
hold on.
I
Hold
just
on. What?
read part of it. It says Congress can't make laws abridging the freedom of speech. Where does it say
For
that it's only
American
for U.S.
citizens.
citizens?
For American citizens.
I gotta go with
No,
Trav
it
on
doesn't
that.
say
I
that.
don't. Because again, like if people are coming here and getting a court date and going through the processes, working with ICE, working with immigration, and having weekly meetings, that's where they're actually nabbing a lot of these people. How are you a criminal? How are you, murderers and rapists if you're literally following the process.
Keep going.
You're
I'm
not.
gonna leave
Those are
because
not the people
just the
they're
fact
deporting.
that you keep
Those are
going
not the
back to the
people they're
murderers
deporting.
and rapists comment shows that you're being disingenuous here.
Well, let
I
me ask
mean,
you a
we
question.
asked you guys an honest
There
question
was
to prove
actually
your claims.
there was actually a case.
Can I say something?
Wasn't there a case where a illegal immigrant actually did like harm someone here?
Yeah,
There's
there's
been numerous
plenty of
murders and rapes.
Right.
So
Lake and
like
Riley.
I'm sorry, who did you say?
Lake and Riley is one. There's been
What
numerous
happened with
others.
her? What was her situation?
She was murdered and raped.
And so who was she?
An American citizen.
It was a woman, it was a girl,
Yes.
and she was in her early 20s.
I don't know specifically her age. I think she
She
was a
was
college student.
a medical student, a nursing student,
Yeah, I think she was a college student.
and she went for a run.
Yeah, I think we're talking about the same person. So if
And
we could,
this was in a non-border state, right?
yeah, I'm not sure where you're going with this.
The person you're thinking of, I don't think that's Lake and Riley.
Yeah, that's why I said that was one person that I know that was killed by an
But
illegal immigrant.
nevertheless,
Yeah,
the person in
the
that case was
person
arrested
you're
and able
probably
to be
actually thinking
processed.
of is Molly Tibbetts.
Okay.
And Molly Tibbetts was a nursing student who was in her early 20s, lived in a non-border state, went for a run, was murdered and raped by an illegal immigrant. And do you want to know when this was?
I'm listening.
This was in 2016 during Donald Trump's presidency.
Can I ask you? Can I say
Okay,
something?
does that take away from the fact that we have a problem with illegal immigration, regardless of
No,
what?
but
And also let me ask you this.
what I think this illustrates is that the only reason I think people claim to be so upset about the immigration issue is because of the criminality that they could further in being here.
no, it's not that.
No.
It's about the money.
So Lake
It's
and
about
Riley is always thrown up and always brought up. But when the same exact thing happens
so
under
let me ask you this
Donald
though.
Trump's
You
watch,
want these people over here? You just quoted about a person
so
who
if
raped
it's that
a young
serious,
woman, and you want them over here. You don't want anything done about it.
if it's that serious, why did
What do you
Donald
mean
Trump
if it's that
and
serious? You
the
just
fully
quoted a
Republican
crime that was committed
controlled
by an
Congress
illegal immigrant. What do you mean
not?
if it's that serious?
Why did they not?
It
Why
is
did
that
they
serious,
not do
clearly.
anything when this was under
He
Trump's?
is doing something.
He
What are you
was
talking about?
deporting people under his previous administration, and I'd like to follow up on this again, where I was saying
Why
that
is there no Molly Tibbetts Act? Is my question.
I was saying
There
that you were
is. He's doing it
dealing
right
with
now. He's deporting
you're
them.
getting into the weeds on a lot of stuff. Lake and Riley was also a nursing student,
Yeah,
and she was killed under the Biden administration.
right.
Right. So it's again we're talking about semantics, just like
Maybe Lake and Riley wouldn't have ever been murdered if Trump actually addressed the exact same thing that happened when he was in office.
Now
to Molly
you're
Tibbetts.
yeah. Well, the problem. Well, hold on. I have a good response to this.
Which side do you stand on? What are you talking
I
about?
have a good response to
stand on
this.
the side of the Constitution.
Maybe,
I think that if he had allowed
Oh my God.
the bill that was going
Bullshit.
to
What a bunch of
help with
bullshit.
all the immigration issues.
What a bunch of bullshit.
If I could,
Well, how so?
if
Go ahead.
if I could, real quick,
Please.
Trump put a bunch of executive orders in place that secured the border significantly. All of that stuff was overturned when Biden got into office. He only had 2 years of Republican control of Congress, so the rest of it was kind of dictated from the Oval Office, which obviously that's not that's not the best way to do it. We want to go through Congress. But the problem is with this, just like we were talking earlier about all the division. It's a big divide and conquer campaign that's going on against this, right?
I agree.
And so, well, we're, like the guy at the bottom here, Tribe, you keep mentioning this LP whatever, when we're talking about the
Green card
migration,
holders, essentially.
right? But we're talking about the migration problem as a whole. And when we're speaking about that, you're using this LP debate to address the whole thing. And let me just finish by
No,
saying
no.
all this. The
And
main
I'm so
reason,
sorry to interrupt, Decoy. I will let you finish, but just to clarify what Tribe is trying to do, you're saying that the illegal immigrants do not deserve due process. And what he's saying is that people who are over here legally are not getting due process. So that's why he's trying to make that connection there. But please continue. I
Yeah,
hope that helps.
that's
Yeah,
not
give me
true.
one
So.
example.
well, and let me just finish quickly,
I'll respond to
as
Decoy after.
quick as I can.
So if you don't mind, Sophie, I'll respond to him after.
No. Yeah. Let him finish though. Go ahead.
The main problem that people have with the migration issue, it's so much bigger than a lot of the stuff that we're talking about. It's not about race. It's not about anything like that, right? This country was built with migration. My family, my dad's side came here to Vermont in the early parts of the nation, and my mom's family didn't come here until like around World War II. But that still feeds into that the nation was built with immigrants, right?
What
The
kind
problem,
of I'm sorry. What kind of
well, back
immigrants
in the
was
day,
this
what
nation
happened with
built
stuff
with?
like that is it was usually done through your church,
Wait,
whatever the country that you were at.
forced immigrants or
Do you think
this was
the
built with
entire nation was
slavery, my
built
friend.
by forced migration? I mean, that is a part of our history, but it's just a part, right? It doesn't make up the whole thing.
Foundation of
A
our
huge, it's a
history.
huge part of it. You can't even
It's
try to deny that. Like free labor for that long of a
Yeah,
time, you
like
can't even
that's
deny
what the
that.
whole
That's
Civil
crazy.
okay,
War
That's how the
is.
South
well,
built
hold on.
itself up.
Let me get through what I was saying
Yeah, go ahead.
real
Go ahead.
quick
Finish your thought. I'm sorry.
before we go down that route. The main problem that people are having with it is our people. A lot of people don't realize how fragile society is here right now. We're $37 trillion in debt, and our money is backed by nothing. The only thing that gives our money any value is that the world has decided that we will collectively trade oil with the US dollar. That can change in a moment's notice, right?
You read the Creature from Jekyll Island as well?
They don't teach that in school, though.
No, I've heard of that, but I've
So
never read that book
that's all about how
specifically.
they obliterated the gold standard. But go ahead, sorry.
Well, yeah, it's the Federal Reserve, all that stuff, and the banking families, and it gets really deep. But that plays into it too, right? Because
Agreed.
it's this group, and their whole goal is to continue to empower and enrich themselves, and then systematically destroy the other nations around them. And that's what's happening here, right? So the main problem with the way that the migration issue is going right now is predominantly we have a bunch of people, it's unskilled labor, people that come up here, right? And we can't sustain it, right? We're barely I don't think people realize that like we could, like, just within the next 10 years we could have complete societal collapse. Like that's and it's because
I don't see that connection. I'm sorry. Can you explain
I
how you're seeing it?
yeah, that, like I said, we're $37 trillion in debt, and if these nations, which has already started to happen with the BRICS, I don't know if you guys
What does that have
have
to
been
do
following that.
with companies deciding they're going to pay immigrants pennies?
Well, it has to do with the fact that if we stop using, if the world stops agreeing to use the U.S. dollar to trade oil, and our money's value goes to nothing, then we're going to have societal collapse. And I think part of the reasons why people are so apathetic to this stuff is because this is such a great country on the whole, and we've been living in comfort in this protective bubble, and people don't realize how terrible things can get very quickly for us. And so we're hemorrhaging money. We're just depression. All this stuff is just out of pocket for the country, right?
Okay.
So in order to not continue to agitate those things, we need to stop flooding the country with people, right? We need to get our house in order before we start.
That's such a logic leap for me. Like I do not see, like, for me, I agree with you 1,000%. We're in debt this huge amount. Our money is worthless. We inflate it at a whim. I agree with you. I just don't understand then how we're not battling capitalism, or why we're not battling.
Why do you think capitalism is the problem?
I mean, clearly it is. If that's the root of how we got here.
How is capitalism the problem? Explain that to us.
Capitalism is what allows these corporations and farms and
no, you're speaking.
No. Hold on.
You're speaking about crony capitalism.
How is capitalism?
What is capitalism? Capitalism is the market is driven by demand and supply and demand. And so if there's a huge supply, there's a huge supply of immigrants because there's a demand for people who will work for pennies.
There's not a demand.
So to me, it's an issue more so with people who don't want to pay. They don't want to increase the minimum wage. They don't want to pay people.
Who's buying immigrants?
I agree.
There's not a demand for that though. I forget. I think it's like how many? Like 100 million people came up under the Biden administration. And I would also like to point out that most of these people are fighting age males.
But we're still seeing like farms complain that they don't have enough workers, and you know how like after all the hurricanes in North Carolina and stuff, like there's a whole sect of people who go in and do I forget the name of it. It's a particular type of construction where they're going into these places that have been flooded and have chemicals and all kind of corrosive toxins and stuff, and they go into these places to demolish the old homes and to rebuild storefronts and things. That's immigrants doing that work.
And those people are sourced and given work visas to do that. Just like one of the big
most of them are not illegal.
One of the big arguments that's made around this issue from the left is. Which I find it funny because it's actually super racist. Because they'll say, "Well, who's gonna clean the toilets at the hotels, and who's gonna?"
You know who Trump thinks is gonna do that?
Can I finish, please, host?
But you know who Trump thinks is gonna do that, right?
Hold on, I still haven't gotten a chance to respond to what Decoy was saying.
Decoy, were you done? I'm sorry, I did interject.
I just wanted to finish my little stream of consciousness there real quick. So, yeah, like I said, it's actually extremely racist argument that the left use, and they say, well, our agricultural workers, the amount of the people that come up here from outside of the country to work in agriculture, it makes up like 6% of all the people that have come here. And all of them get work visas to come do that. They're seasonal workers. They come up here, they work the fields during the harvest, and then they go back home. And it's actually great for them because they get the American dollar, and where they go back to, the USD is substantially more than their home currency.
All right, I'm gonna pull the wrap it up box out. Are you feel you're at a good stopping point?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Tribe.
I just want to go off of the idea that, immigrants and asylum seekers are draining the system. I think we have way bigger issues than immigration. I mean, like when you look at like stagnant wages and like rising costs, It's investors, not immigrants, that are buying up homes and pricing out families. So, I mean, if you want to talk about fixes, you would talk about banning corporate home buying and building affordable housing. And then when you look at things like uh, corporate exploitation, that's another big issue that we have in this country. Um, we DoorDash, we classify workers as independent contractors and deny them benefits.
Uber.
I mean,
Well,
and
what's
when you
the
look at, hold on, let me finish. And when you look at tax breaks for the rich, tax cuts that Trump gave 83% of the benefits to the top 1%,
Mm-hmm.
and that did not trickle down to the average American. So, like, when you want to talk about, what's a drain on the system, I don't understand how you can make that argument that it's illegals
Agreed.
when you have so many other issues in this country besides that, and immigrants as in a whole, they are a benefit to America. I mean, they contribute to what, $12 billion in taxes a year. They
Yeah.
prop up. They are part of the pillars of our service industry. What part of the pillars of
That's
our
not true.
of our agricultural industry?
It is true.
not
And,
all
and
of
if
them
you
though.
want
The,
to, and
the
if you want to talk
majority of
about,
them
and if you
are
want to talk
welfare
about
recipients.
sensible, if you want to
Yeah.
talk
No, not
about,
at all. You
hold
can't.
on,
You
if
can't.
you want
You
to talk
If they
about,
do
can't
pay
hold on, hold on, let me
taxes, they
finish,
should
let me
keep it
finish.
all back.
This is my
Like
last point, and I'll land my
housing,
plane
food
here with this.
stamps, welfare,
I'll land my plane
disability.
here with
Bottle.
this.
Let's let
They get
Tribe
it all
finish.
back.
Let's
So,
let Tribe finish.
and one of the things I also wanted to push back on is what Trump did for immigration. I mean, he slowed down the legal immigration to a crawl. I mean, Trump added layers of bureaucracy, like stricter interviews and like extra paperwork, and that caused a massive delay.
Yep.
Green card processing times doubled under Trump.
They did.
H-1B1 visas had more denials and delays than ever before, and he sunk $12 billion into a wall when the immigration backlog jumped from, I think it was like 500,000 cases in 2016 when he was elected, and then by 2020 it was 1.3 million. So instead of hiring more judges to speed things up, he diverted funds to the border wall, which did nothing to fix the legal process.
Mm-hmm. And I experienced that firsthand. My husband was immigrating from the UK to America. And the fact that he is a white man who speaks English, English, and we had as much trouble and we had to pay as much money as we did and we had to wait as long as we did and we had so many appointments rescheduled and then COVID happened and then it was even worse. Like I mean, oh my God. For us to have the issues that we did with immigration and we speak the same language and he's white and like it blew my mind to think just how hard we make it. And Decoy,
I
I
mean,
think you said the
that
same
was
I
pretty
thing.
agree.
racist what you just
Bottle,
said,
that was you
talking
saying
about
that
the
the
covenant and
process is what
everything
needs to
else.
be addressed. Yeah.
If you don't mind, can I touch on one more point? Because there was one thing that was also brought up about undocumented migrants and due process.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, like, first and foremost, I do want to just dispel this notion that they don't have due process, because they are entitled to due process even if they're not a legal citizen. The Fifth Amendment says that no person, not it doesn't say anything about citizen, shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. And the Supreme Court has repeatedly applied this to everyone in the U.S., including undocumented migrants. You look at, there was a Supreme Court case in 2001. Um, I think I had notes on this. Zadavius versus V. Davis or something like that. And in that case, the Supreme Court decided that even deportable immigrants can't be jailed indefinitely without a hearing. So, I mean, if you guys, going back to the initial argument that we were having, if you guys want to make that claim that illegal immigrants are not entitled to due process, I would love for you guys to cite some type of law or provision that states that.
Well, I never spoke on the due process issue specifically.
Yeah,
What
that
I'm
was
assuming with that is, I believe it also has something to do with the fact that we're part of the United Nations. And I know that the United Nations has like civil rights codes and stuff like that. And
The
essentially that
United
all,
States
No, we're
has
talking
civil
about the
rights.
Fifth Amendment, and we're talking about INA.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
this is
get
this
that.
is
But what
in
I'm trying to
America
say is I
proper.
believe that all UN members have to also abide by that stuff. So
But you're
yeah,
talking
I
you're talking
don't think
specifically
that,
about asylum. You're
Yeah,
talking about
that's
asylum.
more asylum. Um,
okay.
but I think we're all kind of missing the point. Like Peter was saying earlier, like a lot of this is just to divide us.
I agree. I
And,
agree.
and I gotta say, like we're up here talking about practice, y'all.
But the
We're here
issues
to
that I
talk
brought
about
up,
practice.
the issues that I brought up are important issues though. Like the issues that I brought up about
I agree.
stagnant wages, about
I agree.
student loan debt, corporate exploitation. Like those are a lot of big issues that I
So
think that we can have a
I agree.
conversation about.
what's your
Yeah,
solution for
those are
that? Do we need
issues.
to vote more people, like, because what you're talking about with the corporate stuff and the buying of homes, that's, you're talking about BlackRock and Vanguard, right? It's these two groups, and there's other firms as well, but they're the two main players. And these people own everything.
Can I point something out to
Everything,
you,
right?
Decoy?
But
Can I point something out to you? So in 2017, under the TCJA, there was a tax law that Trump protected the loophole for real estate moguls like himself to avoid taxes on rental incomes. His budget cut $7 billion from HUD, and that hurt low income housing programs, and that allowed Wall Street firms like BlackRock to buy up homes.
right. Well, and then you have people like Elizabeth Warren that they want to make groups like BlackRock, they want to deem them too big to fail. So it's, I mean, are you making a party argument? Like, do we need to vote all the Democrats into every position
No,
and
no,
then
no, no, no.
everything's going to
I'm
be good?
saying if we're talking about issues that we can unite on, an
Yeah,
issue that we can
because
unite on is closing that loophole so that Wall Street firms like BlackRock can't buy up homes. I mean, since
y'all.
2016,
Yeah, I agree with
So
that.
look,
home prices
if
have
if
gone up 40% since
if
2016.
if y'all
Yep.
think that there's going to be another opportunity for us to use our voices in voting in the way that we have so enjoyed in the past, I don't see that happening. I don't think the question
I
is
agree.
how do we vote in the future? What laws do we push our governors and congressmen to do? That's done, y'all. We're done.
But how long do you think it's been done for? Are you saying that
Oh no,
just started with Trump, or has it
yes,
been?
yes. I think that as soon as Donald Trump got the okay and what he felt was a mandate, that was our first question of the night. Was
So what did he do? What did he do to make that happen?
I'm so
How
sorry.
did Donald Trump make that happen?
What? Sorry.
How did Donald Trump make that happen? What
Oh
did
no,
he?
we're no longer operating by the Constitution. We're no longer operating by a three-party system.
I mean, I disagree
We're
with
now
you.
officially.
But how did Donald Trump do that?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Well, I think what he's trying to say is, how is
goes all the way
Trump
back to
entirely to
2016,
blame
though.
for it?
Are you
Because it seems like you're making the case that he's kind of takes sole ownership of the horrible situation that
Well,
we're in.
for one, you can look at the fact that he's disobeying federal
the
judges' orders.
Constitution? Like
It's a
he literally
constitutional
is.
crisis.
So
He's calling for the
okay.
impeachment of the judiciary.
Yes,
So hold
yes.
on, but
Telling him,
A check and balance.
telling him
Yes,
not to do
absolutely.
it. The checks and balancing are no longer checking or balancing. We're done.
Okay,
He
hold
literally today
on.
said he's going to go ahead and investigate how to do
Check
how to
him.
have a
How
third
was that?
term. Like
How was that? How was
like
that?
Well, hold on.
You're
Let me.
lying right now.
I feel like I've talked over someone. I'm sorry. What did you say?
No, how did that happen? What are you talking about? The checks and balances aren't valid anymore.
She's talking about him disobeying the courts.
Yeah. So,
But that happened under the previous administration as well. And I just
Right.
want to make a
That's
quick point here.
happened under every.
sorry,
One-
but I don't
Oh, sorry.
see how that's similar in any way, shape, or form when
Well,
the
that's
judiciary tells
I
you
don't see it
to do
either.
something. Not only do you not do it, but then you go and call for that person's impeachment because they disagreed with you, because they dissented. And that what they disagreed with him about
That's not Donald Trump. That was the people that are
was taking away the due process
Hold on, let her finish.
of people who were coming to this country, who we don't even know, who he won't even give us the names of.
Right. But I just like
We're done.
make a quick
There's-
point
there's
regarding
no
all
more-
that stuff.
There's no more.
And
How are we going to vote next? There's no.
It seems
more.
like you're pretty the terms they use on the internet is black pilled. Like you're not feeling very optimistic about the future of the nation.
What could I possibly feel optimistic?
Yeah, and I agree with you, and I think that is a unifying point for all people. Is I think that the majority of people, if you're not part of the 1%, you're
They're all-
feeling that way,
Wait a
right?
minute.
But I'll say this also. You're talking about one man that has been involved in politics for a little over 4 years, right? So just to backtrack real quick, all this stuff, I think I mentioned it earlier. All this kind of stuff, this is a system that has been being put in place, and it started after World War II, right? And I remember it was Dwight D. Eisenhower. He gave a farewell address after his last term, and he warned the American people about a technological and military elite, in the military industrial complex. And if you look from that time, from after World War II, which nobody really noticed it then, the boomer generation, they didn't notice any of this because the country was doing awesome after World War II. Everybody was doing well. You could go and work at McDonald's and have enough money to have a wife stay at home and raise kids and have a nice little house with a car and everything. And now I was reading something yesterday that they said a 75K a year salary in 1990, you have to make like $250,000 today to have the equivalent buying power, right?
And
And
can I correct one tiny thing? You said
sure.
that the wife could stay home. That's such a horrible misconception about I think what the trad wives are trying to bring back.
No, and look, I'm
Always
not saying that
women have always
that's what needs to happen for everybody.
no,
Obviously,
I know.
if
I'm
you
just
want to,
pointing out that this
yeah.
ideal lifestyle that again I think that we're trying to make America great again to this time when we had housewives and the men worked and and we could afford blah blah blah. I'm just
Well,
saying that
I'll
piece
say
of
it in
it,
a
the
different
whole
manner.
the stay at home wife
That
thing
somebody
that
could
never
be
existed.
able to, that a family could be able to have, they make enough money that they can do well and they can have a parent stay home and raise the children. And
What do you do for
that's part of the issue that we're in now is we send our kids off to the public schools and all that stuff I mean,
Because
look
she
at our
doesn't
testing scores. So it's
say
clearly school is just indoctrination because the kids aren't getting educated,
Well, here's the
you know.
thing. I think that's one of those. I don't know what pill it is, but that's that's one of the pills that I think people swallow. When the reality of it, I worked in a school district. I can tell you right now, the reality of it is that they're not funded enough. They're not funded enough.
We give more money than almost
When you
any other
take
country. We put more money into education. The problem is that all of your guys' money is going to the administrative staff when you only
there,
probably need like half of it.
well, it's that, but it's also the idea that when we put money towards programs like Title IX, you see where it looks like we're putting so much money towards lower income kids or people who or the kids who don't perform as well on tests and whatnot, and then it's kind of like it's just kind of a whole thing. But the issue isn't necessarily that they're actually getting the money or that it's being implemented correctly. Like you said, a lot of it goes towards administration, a lot of it goes towards programming or towards curriculum changes or
To the
curriculum
unions,
alignment.
all that stuff.
They literally, and I want to say 2016 was it? They literally the entire country had to switch their testing from the whole system with the No Child Left Behind or whatever, and then they went to this whole new testing system. And so not only did all the testing have to be reset, but that's new curriculum, that's new books, that's new
Well, and the reason that
practice,
they
new
did that
trainings.
too is
So
because somebody's buddy who invented that program knew somebody who controlled, had a high level control in the government, and that's how it got to be that that program had to be implemented in all schools. So it's insider trading all the time. You guys sit here and want to act like everything is hunky dory and all good, and one side's better than the other.
Why is that
They're both
the
evil.
thing?
Yeah, I wasn't
Either we're
interpreting that.
pro fascism or we're like pro, screw everybody, and
No, you guys
we
are
don't want
pro
we don't want to see
give
anything
somebody
change.
control over you and let somebody tell you what to do. That's what you guys are all about.
And
Right?
I'm so
Me,
sorry.
I want a couple acres of land out in the country by myself and leave me alone, right? You guys want somebody telling me what to do because I live next door to you and you don't like the way I cut my grass. That's what y'all are all about.
Wait.
So
You're conflating like HOAs with the way the government works?
I mean that's the type of people you are.
Far, man. That's too far. No, that's not at all the case. Like,
Yeah,
again,
it is.
I think we're literally on the same page.
I agree.
I really think we're all on the same page here. I feel like even going into the weeds and the education thing, whatever, like none of that fucking matters, y'all. Like literally, what? Like you asked earlier, like what's the solution? Then do we all vote Democrat? Like I'm not here tonight to try and say Kamala should have been president or here's the history because look at how bad he is. I'm literally trying to say that the things that this guy did, Addy Schmittler, the things that he did and the road that he walked, the path that he followed, and she's doing raspberry, the path that he followed is literally lockstep in parallel with the direction we're heading now. So in the same way that other countries had to come in and stop him, in the same way that his citizenry, who might not have even supported him, still sat back and let the shit happen, but in the same way that he did have loyal followers who didn't care what he did, they were going to support his actions. The same way, that they let hate win.
Yeah,
that they
that's
let people die.
That's the scary
That's
thing
just who
about
we
the
are.
right now is that the fact that it seems like they're shifting even more farther to the right. I remember after Trump won the election last year, I was at a city council meeting and there was a guy in there who was talking about, oh, and we're going to lock Jack Smith up and we're going to lock Hillary Clinton up and Joe Biden. And like, that's scary to think that people can so easily come to like want to prosecute people on political grounds.
Yeah, but y'all did the same thing.
Didn't that happen? Didn't they do that to Trump?
No, it didn't happen under Trump. Trump committed actual crimes.
That he was found guilty of.
Well, and
Yeah, I was
I
gonna say
have a question for you too.
Real quick, everybody hush, because Peter has been trying to speak. I see you lighting up, but you're very quiet. So Peter, say what you had to say and yell it at us, okay?
Okay, so thank you for letting me say something. So, if you look at it, everyone's attacking President Trump. That's what their main focus is, because every politician, when they get into office, the only thing they do is try to get reelected. And that's what the Democrats are trying to do, is trying to get reelected, putting down Trump and putting down the Republican Party. I get it. But the whole thing is, if you look at it, what president do you know of that was attacked by people that were so corrupt in government, that took our taxpayers' money and just did whatever they wanted to and became rich? Who the hell in their right mind would hire me? If I told you that I went for a job and you're going to hire me, and I said, well, I'm doing pretty good. I'm only like $36 trillion in debt. Can you hire me? Would you hire me for my? No, they wouldn't hire me. They would fire me.
Right.
And I think right now we should fire the government, fire everybody, and take each one from this panel and go up there and run the country.
Again,
I like it.
Yeah. By what process can we possibly?
We can
we
sue.
can't
Well,
vote. We don't have to vote anymore.
We can't speak about that on here. We'll be monitored.
Okay. I'm just joking.
Hey, look. Hey, I hear you, Peter. But yeah, let's not get us all kicked.
I think we should be able to sue. I mean, this is a taxpayer money.
That's trying to use the law. There is no more law. There is no more Constitution. There is no more America. Like what?
No, there's no.
This
When
is
was the Constitution suspended?
Constitution and
The second that he called for the impeachment of a judge after he failed to do what that judge asked him to do.
A
Not
liberal
only did
judge.
that
A
case
liberal
went through
act.
appeals too,
A
so
liberal
it wasn't
act.
like it was just like a rogue judge either.
Well, I have a
Was he
question
appointed by
too.
Bush?
By Bush in
Yeah, like
the
so
at the
it's
right
not like he's this like ultra left liberal,
right.
yeah.
He
Well,
was
but, well,
he was appointed
well,
by
then that leads into this, and it kind of goes with what Peter was saying about the attacks, the attacks on Trump. One of the things that was crazy to me about it is, and it kind of made it so that I'm seeing this as like, okay, it's not about party left or right. There's establishment, and then there's the rest of us, right? And that's why you have guys. It's not just people on the Democrat side like Chuck Schumer that have been in government for 50 years, or there's the Mitch McConnells and the Lindsey Grahams and all that stuff. And you had these people, not just on the left, but also a bunch of people on the right just going after this dude, right? And look, I'm not saying that. I mean, me personally, I think there's a chance that it's all just a big scam, and it goes into what I was saying about the system that was starting to be implemented after World War II, and Trump is just also part of it, you know.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
And that's a possibility, but the problem is that it's like,
Daryl, that's awesome.
okay, even if the other person, because I mean, I don't know how much you guys dug into Kamala and her past. Kamala, sorry. Well, it's funny too. Is it's like, she was trying to use immutable characteristics about herself to garner support. Look up her record as a prosecutor and as an attorney general. She's not a good person. She did not care about minorities.
I know what you're alluding to.
She's part of the establishment.
No, the program that she started has been modeled.
Hold on, let's let voice speak on that, because I think
Kamala's program that she modeled as
Kamala.
AG.
Yeah, you said her name wrong,
Kamala.
man.
Yeah, I mean, I keep forgetting. Anyway, the important thing is, number one, being a prosecutor is not a position that you're going to piss off everybody. Left, right, center, it doesn't matter. You're going to piss off everybody, but you have to do your job.
Yeah, but you don't block evidence that's going to get an innocent man off of death row.
She had a diversion program that has been modeled by other states throughout this country.
Yeah, and it's that program that led to the private prison industry and the mass incarceration of black people.
Decoy, wait. Decoy, where did you hear this? Where did you get this information from?
Which specific about it?
Where did you get this information about how she prosecuted more minorities for weed crimes or whatever it is that you're saying?
I didn't say that my specific incidents that I mentioned, because as the other commenter said, that's a prosecutor's job is to prosecute, right? I understand that. But the problem that I have is when you hear about cases that she had where she kept people past their release date. She blocked evidence that would have exonerated a man that had gotten a life sentence.
Where did you hear this?
That's crazy.
It's
all documented.
How can you,
as a prosecutor, she can't have any impact on the
release date? She's not a judge.
Yeah.
She blocked. Okay, you're sidestepping the comment that I made about her blocking evidence that would have exonerated a man who was on. I don't know if he was on death row or if he just got a life sentence.
But neither one of those.
Are you telling me that's a good person?
Neither one of those points are true, though.
I can't
my point.
I just take your word for it?
No, I mean, if you would like me to respond to you, I can. I can explain it to you.
Because it's not true.
Hold on, can I respond to him real quick? So
Yeah,
you're talking about Kevin Cooper, right? You're talking about Kevin Cooper, right? The guy that was on trial for a quadruple murder in Chino Hills?
Yeah, I believe so.
So, okay, so you're saying that she blocked his release date. She didn't block a release date.
No, she blocked
Cooper
evidence.
wasn't
I said she
first.
blocked evidence.
Cooper, well, she didn't block evidence in that case. And first, and what evidence did she block? If you're saying that she blocked evidence,
I don't have the
one of the
article or anything.
one of the things about legal proceedings, criminal court cases, is that both sides are able to take away certain evidence, and they both have to agree on it. So if she took away some evidence, it means that both sides agreed to it. Prosecutors don't have all say over what gets blocked and what doesn't. So if there was something that was not admitted, it was something that was not admitted on both sides being in agreement on it. Now, in regard to Cooper and your suggestion that she blocked his release date, Cooper wasn't up for release. He was fighting to reopen his case. Her office delayed new testing, but like in terms of trying to say that like she tried to like hide evidence or anything like that, that's just not true. And she didn't also try to block his release date.
No, this is another semantics thing. You just proved what I said, where you said she tried to block new testing. That would have provided evidence that would have exonerated
she
him.
tried to block evidence.
Yeah, new testing would have provided the evidence that would have, and eventually they were able to get the testing done, and they did exonerate.
Can I add to that real quick?
She delayed. That's very different.
So
it's okay because she just delayed the innocent man's release.
McCoy, hold on. So the DNA test results. So the thing that we were talking about in this case, it was in 2010. It was the mitochondrial DNA test, and the hairs on that test were inconclusive. So he was trying to bring back evidence that had previously been deemed inconclusive by an appeals court, and that was a Ninth Circuit court ruling.
Okay.
So again,
so it's just not bad because she just delayed it.
No, you're missing the point, Decoy. What she did was that DNA test, they were non-conclusive. And in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, they ruled that it wasn't conclusive. So him trying to bring that up again, I can't remember the legal term for that. It's not double jeopardy, but there's some legal term for that when you try to keep bringing up evidence that was already deemed inconclusive. But again, it goes back to saying that your notion that she tried to hide evidence was wrong.
I didn't say that. Now you're putting words in my mouth.
You did say that she tried to hide evidence.
No, I said block.
Block evidence, but she didn't try to block evidence.
Well,
look. What he said either. He didn't say anything about block evidence. He was talking about.
He just said block. Yeah. But again, I mean, I just rebutted you. So do you have a rebuttal? Do you have?
Well, can you, instead of your rebuttal, can you provide a source for this?
Well, so the source for the Ninth Circuit Court.
Hey, this is so irrelevant. Like Tribe, I love.
No, I agree.
Your brain.
I agree. Off topic here.
I agree. It's irrelevant.
But it's not irrelevant as in, it doesn't matter if this man was actually innocent, and sure, that's the thing. But we're talking about this one case again. Let's say that she fucked this all up. She fucked it all up. I think it's one. It's sad that we attribute malice to somebody who's literally just doing their job. Where you don't see that on the right.
I agree.
I feel like you thank you, Peter. I feel like
I want to hold everybody accountable.
Yeah,
I do too, but I also
you
have to hold yourself accountable
too.
Okay, I think it's too many people talking, and also we got new folks in who haven't had a chance to really speak.
She lost it. What do you?
I think we're getting off topic here. When it comes to Kamala Harris, I will say that I think that I'm hearing a lot of repeated talking points. Now I'm on Gab, I'm on Truth Social, I'm on Rumble. Okay, I watch Charlie Kirk, I watch Ben Shapiro, I watch these folks. You're repeating the same bullshit that they've said about Kamala Harris. Whereas I also watch MSNBC. I've watched her rallies. I've read her book, The Truths We Hold. I've seen her biography from multiple angles, and I can tell you for a fact that to repeat a talking point as though it's something you're so concerned about and you care about, but to not actually look into it and research it for yourself, it's disingenuous, my friends.
I agree.
So let's try to stop doing that.
If I could give a quick response to that.
Really quickly, because then I want to let Voice talk and Books talk. Yeah. We have not had
you mentioned that, but I've heard you multiple times now repeat the lie that Trump called all Mexicans rapists and murderers. Rapists.
I literally never attributed. I've never attributed anything to Trump.
That's what I
I
said.
think that the reason that now Decoy,
You
you're
were
the only person
earlier.
I've
You
ever
mentioned it.
heard say
You
that
mentioned it
you're.
multiple times.
Well, sure, okay. I'm just saying that murders and rapists, whatever. Again, I don't want to get into the weeds or semantics about it, but I will say I appreciate that you are one of the only people I've actually heard say that your concern with immigration is that you feel like in 10 years, um, you know, you can see that being the degradation of our country
No,
due
I
to the
didn't say
economics.
immigration was the degradation of our country.
You said it was because the economics can't sustain immigrants and a huge influx of people into our country. Is that not what you said?
Yeah, when 100 million people, predominantly unskilled labor comes in a 4-year term, that's not sustainable. I'm
Now,
I uh I'm
Hey,
a
that
follower.
may have been me that said that. I mean, I'm right there with it.
I'm a I'm a struggling
Here,
Christian,
so
and I like
if y'all
there's
don't
a
mind,
sorry, what? I couldn't
I
I'm a
said I
understand.
may need to get off of here. I just, I don't want to interrupt, but um, I want to make, a statement here, and I think that they're arguing about differences and everything else, but it's really sad to me. I've seen over the last 8 or 10 years how they just turned us all against each other as American citizens, and
Yep.
it disgusts me. But I do want to say, it should be America first. American citizens, we should care about America first, and that should be the end of the game. I think that if you want to come here, immigrate, fine. I'm good with it, but I shouldn't have to support it financially. None of us should. And if you want to do that, I'd open the borders. Let you, as long as I don't have to finance it, I'm good with it. But it's really that simple. I think that the mass majority of the people coming here are good people, and they want to build a better life and they want to build a family. But we've had all these politicians who are taking all this money and screwing us over, and they're making it impossible for these guys and us to support it. So take that for what it is, and
Dang, G-Man.
I guess that's all I got to say. But
Well, hey, Bottle, I really and sincerely appreciate you coming on and for sharing your thoughts. I hope you follow. I hope you follow back. I hope we can continue this conversation. Because I think the one thing that we all agree on is that
We're
there's so
fucked.
many forces trying to divide us, and I think that even where we disagree, it's important that we share those points so that we can again try to get on the same page.
100%, we all need to talk, and they don't want us discussing shit amongst each
Exactly.
other.
Exact
They don't want us
100%.
talking. And the other thing that I got to say, for me, with the immigration policy and everything else, I don't mean to be harsh, but for me, while there's one homeless veteran sleeping on the streets, one American who went to war and fought for his country, I don't care. There's one of them sleeping on the street. We don't have any business sending any money to anybody anywhere in the world.
I
And
highly disagree with you.
Well,
I
that's
highly disagree with you.
kind of
To
where I
touch on to touch on
Let
the
me tell you, because
concept of immigration being
can I finally get a chance to speak?
Hey,
Yeah,
real
voice has been
quick.
waiting.
Bottle. It sounds like you wanted to run, so you go and get off. And
yes.
again, thank you so much, sir. We will be back. This will not be the last time. We will.
No, it's been great. I appreciate it, and I'm gonna go in here and do my fucking chores, I guess. I appreciate it.
Enjoy.
So,
Hey Sophie, do you
Yeah,
can
mind?
I
go.
say
Yeah,
Do you
try. What's
something?
mind
up?
if I after you introduce a new
Oh,
guest, do you mind if I respond to the point about immigration not being sustainable?
Because
After
I had
afterwards.
thoughts as well for sure.
The
But
voice
yeah,
has been
let's
waiting.
let everybody kind of say
Well,
hello
Decoy,
and
I'll follow you because I do want to
get
continue
into.
the conversation. I'll follow you.
No, Tribe. I know
Yeah, I
we've
appreciate
been
that.
friends a minute on here now. Thank you.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, voice and books.
Yeah,
What are your
I just
thoughts
want
so
I just want to say,
far?
if people are really serious about, I mean, it sounds nice, the little bumper sticker phrase, we shouldn't send money anywhere else as long as there's one homeless veteran on the street, but that's not reality. Okay, we got to realize the money that we spend across this world is for influence and soft power. That's why we spend our money,
Yep.
and it's important that America is the number one influencer in this world, because if not America, it's going to be someone else. You got to realize these power vacuums get filled; they never stay open. So if you don't want America to be the excuse me, like they call the piggy bank or the policeman of the world, who do you want to be it? Is it China? Is it Iran? Is it Russia? Because somebody's going to step in when that void is there. That's just how the world works. Number two, and if you're so worried about the veterans, well, who's cutting all the VA services?
Thank
Trump
you.
and Musk.
Oh my God!
Trump and Musk.
I wanted to
If
say
I
that
could
so bad.
respond
Like,
to that.
Thirdly, this immigration thing, you have to. This is what I don't understand about all y'all so-called quote unquote capitalists. You don't understand labor. You do not understand labor. You need labor, which is immigrant labor, in this country because we don't have the birth rates to continue the way we're going. Not only that, we also have a higher standard of living where we will not work for a certain wage. And if they raise that wage, excuse me, if they raise that wage up to our standard of living, then you're going to have more you're going to have more expensive products. Like we're about to see right now with this trade war. Trump is talking about reshoring. This guy has no idea what he's talking about. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. All my family worked in an auto plant. He doesn't even realize how long it takes to retool a plant.
right?
You just can't come over to America and just start making
Right.
cars. It takes years to retool a simple plant to get it up to spec to build a car you want to do. Also, we need to be focused on manufacturing high ticket technology items,
Yes.
Agreed.
not
Agreed.
toasters and T-shirts.
Yes.
Because those things that should be manufactured over somewhere else where they make $2 an hour.
Exactly.
Because if you manufacture here at 13, we need to be focused on the high ticket items, the cars, the planes, the trains, the automobile, and
Well, and
technology.
I think that's happening with
future of
like
America.
I
That's
believe
the
it's
future of America.
I believe it's a company out of Taiwan. They just announced they're going to do a big investment in a chips manufacturing facility over here. So I agree
Taiwan,
with that. It
under
needs
the
to
CHIPS
be
Act,
high ticket
Joe
manufacturing,
Biden passed,
100%.
under the CHIPS
Yeah,
Act.
that's under the Chips and Sciences Act. He also did. He
But
brought
that's
more
investment
manufacturing
into
into.
technology. That's
they
the
just
investment into
brought over
technology.
a
That's not the
place in
toasters. He want to bring
Arkansas.
toaster manufacturing back over here. We don't need that.
That's another
Not
funny thing too,
Arkansas.
is
They
that
brought
Trump
one
is now
over
Hold on,
trying
hold
to
on.
take credit
Everybody.
for. Oh,
Peter
sorry,
Arizona.
Peter
sorry,
had a
sorry,
thought.
sorry.
He's very quiet. Peter, what'd you say?
They brought a company over into Arizona that I think they brought, I don't know how many billions of dollars to United States. It was billions of dollars, $65 billion they gave to the United States, and they're building a place in Arizona which they make turbines,
Mm.
and they're going to have high-tech jobs. That's just one. Hey, listen, why don't you give the guy a chance? He's only been in for 3 months. It's like when
We
you
had
get a
him for
job.
4
Hold
years,
on, you
Peter.
get a job right for 3 months.
We
And
gave him
I would never
like 8
tell
years
you
ago.
apart for 3 months. Hey, you should get this job. I would not do that to you if you got a job. Give the guy a chance.
Start messing up on day one. Yes, you are. If you start messing up on day one, you are. I gotta stop.
Undocumented people coming over, they do have a due process. Why the hell do they have a due process? Why do they have a due process? Because what taxpayers are paying for that. It's like if you had 100 million people come over and then we have to due process them all. That's gonna take a whole bunch of money.
Where does this this 100 million number come from? But
It's the hundred
Decoy,
million.
you said that too.
You didn't know about the 100 million? See, that's why you're not informed. You gotta be
Yeah,
informed.
there's a lot of
And
different
100
sources,
million
but
undocumented people came
I'd
over.
like to ask you guys real quick, the people who don't agree with Trump.
Well, real quick, voice. Did you finish?
I'll land right there.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Decoy.
If I could just all of you and kind of go through it on your own terms. Is there anything from let's talk about the previous administration, because Peter mentioned about giving the guy a chance. And look, I'm kind of on the side of like, I think it's a big scam. I think it's possible that he's in on it, and all this AI stuff that's happening. I think it's a possibility that the goal is to depopulate the majority of us, and robots are gonna pretty much do all of the stuff that they need the majority of us to do now. But can you guys tell me like a couple things that you think that Trump did well in his first administration?
I think he did that very well.
Vaccine and the First Step Act. I would say vaccine and First Step.
You know what? I also love that he did the lockdowns. I don't understand how Biden gets lumped with that. There was not
the
a
way
single
he
lockdown
was
under
able to get that
Biden.
vaccine pushed out so fast. When he
fast tracked.
investing the money into our science and technology. That's what I'm saying. We see what happens when we invest the money into our sciences and our technology.
Yeah.
Now they're taking money out of it.
I don't remember if it was Trump, but I do know that the investment in the child tax credit lifted millions of children out of hunger
That was
and poverty.
Biden-Harris.
Yeah. Okay. But it did. I think that had to pass Congress.
The thing is, it didn't get renewed. Congress didn't vote to renew
Well, I know
it.
they didn't. I know they didn't renew it.
But yeah, you're right. Biden-Harris set that up, and it did. It cut childhood poverty by 50%.
I think that was under American Rescue Plan. I think.
Who's responsible?
Yeah, it was. Well, I just want to say this real quick. Just aside from host, I think your thing that you gave Trump a compliment for his last administration, I think that might have been kind of a backhanded compliment. But I appreciate.
I think it was amazing that he
locked down the country and they locked down the world for a virus that had a 94% survival rate.
But we didn't know it at that time. Why do you always act like we
didn't have that
knew this
information?
stuff?
Well, we knew it. We knew it.
No, we did not know it at the time.
But I'd like to say thank you.
No, we did not.
Why take
I'd like to say
why
thank
take
you
a
to
chance?
the other two chatters for giving like legitimate compliments about
One
stuff
thing I will
because
say-
I found that a lot of people on the left, they're unable to see anything good from the previous Trump administration. I mean, just the fact that we had somebody come in office and no new conflict started under his administration.
But
That's big.
That's
big.
not true. We don't look at Yemen, and we don't look at Syria. We don't look at
Iran.
Well, those are
when he killed
conflicts
Soleimani.
that were happening between other people.
under Trump for some reason.
I mean,
There was no
COVID
conflict
started in the
saved
Biden
us.
either. What
COVID
conflict
saved us
started in
from
the
a
Biden?
long-scale
What American
conflict
conflict
with
started in the
Iran.
Biden?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What conflict started in the Biden? There's no new American conflicts in the
You
Biden.
don't think that we're directly involved in the Ukraine-Russia
No,
conflict?
yeah, I know we are. We're giving
Okay.
money. We're giving weapons and intelligence.
Right.
Yes, we are.
So that's
But
that's an involvement.
No. But that
didn't start with Biden.
Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukraine is an ally. Do you know why Ukraine is an ally? Because
Ukraine isn't our ally.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God.
Ukraine is our military ally.
We
Ukraine
made a
isn't part of
security
NATO.
promise. See, this is what I'm saying. We made a security promise to Ukraine. If they give up their nuclear weapons, we will protect them. If America goes back against his word, then we ain't shit.
And we
But we've constantly
You
done
cannot be
that.
the superpower of the world if you're going against your word.
We constantly go against our word.
Oh, no, our security protection.
Shouldn't is the point, Decoy. We do.
And
No,
and now
I'm
we're
not
seeing,
I'm
and
not
now we're seeing the
disagreeing with that,
backlash
but
of that. We're
Yes.
seeing the
What I'm
backlash of it because
disagreeing-
now you have South Korea, you have Japan, you have China, 3 long-standing enemies that are now uniting against America because of Trump and his rhetoric.
Yep. But I mean, again, I don't want to lose the
Confirmed?
point. I
I've
feel
only
like
seen
we're
a couple. Has that been
getting
confirmed?
No, I'm sorry.
way away from the topic at hand and the point of that. Honest to God, none of this shit fucking matters right
I
now.
agree. I
It's
agree.
So,
over with.
can
Look,
I ask a
protectionism and
question?
isolationism does not work.
Can I ask one question?
It would not work. That's why China fell so far behind. You cannot be an isolationist and have a protectionism.
No, you're
I think
absolutely
Peter.
right.
I
It
think
doesn't
Peter had a
work. It does
question.
not
And
work.
in fact, real quick, just to that point, the previous caller, I wanted to tell him so bad, if he's concerned about homelessness, then we need to be more like China. They don't have homelessness over there. There's no homeless epidemic over there. They lifted 500 million people out of poverty or into the middle class in China. China
I would
is
Yeah.
actually like to say
They also
that
monitor every single thing they do.
China, like the idea and this rhetoric to me that America is the best and we need to take care of ourselves and all this stuff, like I just wish that more people could have the ability to look into other countries and to really investigate, like, if you think America is the best, okay, the best at what? And whatever you're thinking they're the best at, go type in Google and find out, are we really the best at it?
I
Because
would
I
say,
think that
sorry.
I'm not saying that, for example, in China, I really like a lot of what they've done. I don't like some things for sure.
Right.
But I think that it's
Who would wanna
really
go there?
it's really to our detriment to think that we can't learn from what some other countries are doing and how they're doing it better than us.
I would
Because
agree.
China has surpassed us in lifting their people out of poverty. They
Yeah,
have surpassed,
China's
they have
enslaved an
surpassed
entire
us
group of
in
people.
healthcare now.
We
They've
haven't.
surpassed us in scientific research. They've surpassed us in their rate of growth of their economy. They're surpassed us in, I mean, they're always been this way. A lot of it's a society thing, but they don't have the violent crime that we have.
Nope.
They have greatly reduced their drug epidemic. Like they have really invested into themselves and their people. And like I think that to me, the whole like make America great again thing is contradictory to what is actually being done in the country by our government. Because I think most of us on both sides can agree that we want to see the average American people have a better quality of life. But my question is always, in every government official and every bill and policy that is put forth, is that going to actually benefit the average American person?
Right.
And
I
I
have a
don't see that happening in what this administration has been doing.
Agree. Decoy, you had a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up with her. It seems like she's very likening of China and what the some of the stuff that China is doing.
Some of the stuff, right?
Yeah.
China hasn't. Well, I didn't hear you say anything bad about anything they're doing. So I just
Yeah,
want to
I mean,
point some of that
I
stuff
don't
out real
agree
quick.
with
Bad to say.
I don't
China-
agree with like a communist, like the communist part, like the way that their government is run. Like there's a lot of things that I don't agree with. Like there's a lot of issues with like the idea of what we think of with freedoms and stuff over there, sure. But like also their government the past 20 years, especially this last decade, has done a lot of really great things.
That can't be denied. That cannot be denied.
Like the enslavement of the Uyghur people.
We've already
putting all
acknowledged
of their
the view
citizens
that
into a police state.
we've
Yeah,
acknowledged
I'm
that they
with Strive.
do
Like
bad
Decoy,
things.
what is the
Yeah,
point? That's not what we're.
I
we
did
What about
can't
the
be-
prison
acknowledge
industrial
that
system here in
the
America? What about the president? Nobody's perfect.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah.
we
and we
enslave
literally,
people too.
we literally
I got a
just
que-
sent,
I got a
we literally
question.
just sent Venezuela, supposedly Venezuelan gang members who we don't know are gang members because we never got their names and they never got due process. We just sent them to a freaking El Salvadorian gulag. So how so
That's
if you want to
correct.
try to compare and contrast,
I don't know how you
we
care.
put
Why do you all of a sudden
kids
care
in
about?
cages and separated
It's
them
in
from
our
their
Constitution.
Why do you all of a
It's in our
sudden
The
care
kids in
about
cages
people you
stuff
never cared
started before
about
Trump.
before?
If you
Come
read
No,
on.
it
the
You
didn't.
never cared
Yes,
about
it
these
that's in
did.
our
people
No, it
Okay,
didn't.
before.
you say
Come
that
on,
Yes,
in
it
your
did.
man.
own moment. You want to do
100%.
that
You
in
never
my
cared
moment.
about those people
Oh my
before.
God, Peter, I'm so sorry.
That's
Peter, start over. What did you say? I
okay. You never cared about these people before. Be
say that one more
serious.
time.
You never cared about these people before.
Who
What do you
didn't?
mean?
You cared about gang members,
The
Not
thing
all of
is,
them were
we don't
gang members.
know. We
Venezuelan gang
don't know
members.
if they're gang members or not. That's the
You
Yeah,
don't
problem.
and
know if they're gang
I care
members.
about
You
everybody.
don't know about gang members.
I care about
Gun 13
everybody getting
gang
due
members.
process under our Constitution.
Yeah,
That's
due
what I care about.
process.
And
Due
also,
process.
how
Due
what is
process.
what is
Here's something you can process. They come in, they take over buildings, they do all kinds of bad things, and you're saying, well, I don't know if they're bad or not. Maybe they should move in my
No,
neighborhood.
until they get in front of the court.
Peter?
And
What if
unalive
the
my
police come and
family.
arrest you? What if
Unalive
the
my
police come and
family.
arrest you and say you did something,
Rape.
and you don't
All
get
these
due
other
process to
things.
prove you
That's
didn't
the
do it?
issue. That's the
Like somebody, they
issue.
could
So
pull you over and say you're an illegal. When you say, "Well, I
no,
have
they can
my
pull
birth
you over.
certificate,"
They'll
without
pull
due
you
process,
over.
you don't
They
get
ain't
to
gonna
show your
pull
birth
me over
certificate.
because I haven't done anything wrong.
It's not about not doing anything wrong. It's
Daryl's
what you
Native
get
American.
your due
Due
process to prove you didn't
process.
do anything wrong.
Due process. Who has due process when somebody unalives somebody? That person that was
You go
unalived
We
was
through the
don't
But
court.
see,
know.
prosecuted.
We
my
all have due
client is
You know,
What
getting due
process.
was
and
his due
process.
everybody who's
process?
unalive somebody has had due process. They
No, the
freaking
person that's been unalived doesn't have any due process.
Process is for the
for
accused.
the accused. Yes, exactly. So like Peter,
Oh, okay,
how does
okay.
this
So
even?
You don't understand what due
they
process
just say,
means.
hey, I'm just gonna pick this person with no evidence, and now
Been done before.
they
Have you seen
have
how many
people
black
that
men
do
has been released from
surveillance.
prison
They have.
that were falsely in prison? You act like this
Are you
doesn't happen in
kidding me?
America. And also, you
Are
talk about
you
slavery. The
kidding me?
Constitution has a
Peter,
cutout for
I'm gonna
slavery
tell you what.
as
I'll tell you
punishment.
what.
Our Constitution has a
Why
cutout
don't you go to
for slavery.
Venezuela?
Our
Go to
Constitution,
Venezuela and go
I'm
into
not
the
going to
prison and
Venezuela.
say,
Why don't you
hey,
go to Venezuela? I'm
that
staying right here
person
in
over
America.
there needs due
I'm staying right here in
process.
America. I'm not going to Venezuela. Why would I go to Venezuela? I was
no,
But
born
but
in the
you know
listen,
country.
what the problem is too
again,
is
I
Our
think
that
people has been here for over
we're
400 years.
fully
How long have your
escaping.
people
Due
been here? Did you come over
process.
in Ellis Island, or are you a Mayflower man?
I got
I
due
think we're
process. The
fully
due process time is
escaping
over.
the point. Peter, what we're trying to say, I think you would agree with. I think you would agree that if somebody committed a crime, we should get the evidence. We should understand what they did so they can be held accountable appropriately, right?
Oh yeah, and then they hire a good lawyer and get off. And they've been doing that.
But
And claiming
Peter, this is kind of coming back to
they're claiming
the
political
original.
asylum.
Peter, hold on.
Listen,
Let Books
listen.
continue her thought.
We're here to protect the people of America. If you don't like it, that's
let
too
Books finish
bad.
her thought, please, honey.
Okay, that's what I say.
Thank
See,
you.
I don't need an excuse
Books is speaking
to
now.
let bad
I
people
mute you,
out.
baby, if you don't stop talking.
That's what I feel. I just think that the bullshit's gonna stop, man.
Okay,
This
thank
is
you.
coming.
Let Books talk.
Yeah. So this kind of idea and talk about this is like one of the reasons why we have these conversations about the background that we have is because the 1930s Germany started by slowly stripping away and in very insidious fashion the rights of people to have due process.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
to talk about you starting with immigrants, first of all, the Supreme Court has already established that everybody whether you are a citizen or not, when you're in this country, has due process. It's been
Right. So
established
how much
for
does that
a very,
cost?
very, very long time
How
by
much
the
does that
Supreme
cost?
Court.
How much does that cost?
Well, I can tell you that if you're really that worried economically about the cost, we have the data to prove, and we're also getting a lot of new data that shows the cost of deportation, and especially this
No,
new
I'm
cost
talking
of
about the cost.
Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me.
Taking one person and going through the judicial system. How much
It's
does that
cheaper than
cost?
keeping them in jail for $20,000 a year. Well, what, $30,000 a year is cheaper than that.
Oh my God.
The cost that we have associated with deportations, and especially the new costs that we're seeing coming out of sending people to Guantanamo Bay and flying a small amount of people.
That wasn't the question.
Please don't interrupt me.
Answer the question.
You're so worried about the cost, but we have evidence that shows that doing these processes costs more than if we just fix our court system to make it faster and more and better, and two, than just having the system that we already have in place. Like, we're literally spending more money per immigrant or per whatever you think is an illegal person here.
Undocumented, huh?
Yeah, so undocumented. We're spending more by doing this whole process of deporting them or sending them to Guantanamo Bay.
I have a question.
Peter. I just want her to finish her thought. Okay, you can respond, baby. I wanted to hear.
Okay, so my question is, how much does it cost to take one person and go through the court system and?
I didn't do that.
Yeah, but we shouldn't. I don't know if you can
very
hear me or not,
little.
but we shouldn't.
It costs very little.
It costs very, very little to go through the court system.
No, that's not a price. That's not a price.
With a public defender, it's very little. In fact, a lot
Very
of the
little
public
is how much?
defenders are pro bono for immigration cases.
Even if they weren't, are you saying you would rather people be denied their day in court or their due process?
If they come over here illegally, and don't go through the process, why should we pay one dime?
That is the process.
Just send them back.
But you're so.
baby,
This is the point. You're so worried about your focus is so much about the cost, but it's actually cheaper to not send them back.
And plus, Tribe said earlier that they immigrants bring in something along the lines of like $12 billion in taxes.
Okay, so what you're saying is it's cheaper to have come over illegally and let them stay here.
Well, I have a quick question with this to try and.
So what you're saying is, let's open our borders back up.
I never said that.
And let everyone everyone come in here because it's cheaper.
I never said that. You're coming to a conclusion. I actually would like to have an updated immigration system. Our immigration system is very old. That's why I was really supportive of the immigration bill that would have put stricter limits onto who is able to ask for asylum. It would have increased technology at the border. It would have increased the amount of people at the border. It would have increased the amount of judges to increase people being able to come here and come here permanently, and also for people to be able to get work visas. So instead of a 6-month plus work visa wait where they can't even work for until over 6 months when they're approved, it would have brought that process down to a minimum of 6 weeks.
Agreed.
So I'm all for immigration reform and to make things better and stricter, but these are sensible ways to do it, both in a humane way and in an economic way that is cheaper than what the Trump administration is doing right now.
I would agree. When you look at the deportation flights, 400 deportation flights that costed $40 million.
Yeah, it's nuts. And then they
It was
quietly
400
stopped
people.
using, and then they quietly stopped using the military planes. So they literally just do this stuff for PR, spend all this money, and then they like the targets that Trump said he wanted as far as the so-called mass deportation.
So let me ask you another question. Okay, another question
Peter,
is.
you gotta hold on a
That's
second.
why he's going after
Decoy had something he wanted to say a while ago.
Yeah, this is just in regards to the talks about the due process, which I agree with. It's kind of it's concerning to see that because it's like you guys said, like it doesn't, the way that things are now, especially we have a very large population, right? So it's kind of like the way it's this new age warfare, right? So like today, you wouldn't want to try and invade and take over America with tanks and stuff like that because we're all going to recognize, hey, they're attacking us. We need to pick up arms and we need to go. So stuff like that, the removal of due process is stuff that happens in little pieces, bite by bite, and it's the whole the frog in the boiling water, the frog in the pot kind of thing, right? You don't crank the heat up all the way. You slowly do it, so that is something that's concerning. But something that I would like to ask you guys, what do you guys think about the removal that they're doing of people that were in these cities and they committed violent crimes while they were there, and ICE put a detainer on them. ICE notified the people, or they heard about the violent crime. These people had gone through the process in that area of being convicted, and they denied. The city denies cooperation with ICE. What do you think about going and getting those people and removing them? People that have it's on paper.
That's awesome. Kick them out the country. Lock them up.
Are you saying people that's already
That's awesome.
that's already in jail? Is that what you're saying?
Well, and some of them are really because you got a lot of the in a lot of
the girl from
cities,
Turkey. That's awesome. Get rid of the terrorists.
Ariel, I don't know if you've been on this space,
you trolling, man?
This live before, but
no, I'm not trolling. I'm for Trump.
We have a respectful conversation.
You see my castle? You see my
even
Trump
though we
castle?
don't all agree with each other, we try to listen to each other. Ariel, we try to listen to each other.
Just 1 second.
Go.
When it comes to what you're saying, Decoy, like I just think ultimately none of this shit matters at all. Like I really don't think it matters.
It's over with.
But I do find it hypocritical that that the right is all about states' rights, but then the second the state wants to exercise that in a way that they don't like, suddenly they do it anyway. They disrespect what the governors and senators of that particular state actually want. So that's my thought there. But
I think it's
I
two
kinda
wings
wanna
of
go
the
back
same
to-
bird.
I'm so sorry. What now?
So I think it's two wings of the same bird. And I got to jump off because I got to do the dishes real quick. But
Yeah,
I
here's
wanted to
my
mention
Donald
to you.
Trump.
Hold on, man.
My
Hold on
king,
one
my
second.
Legos.
All right, cool.
Decoy, what now?
One thing I wanted to say to you, you mentioned the creature from Jekyll Island. I wanted to make a suggestion. If you haven't ever checked it out before, a guy's name his name is Yuri Bezmenov, and he sat down and did an interview with I think it was the guy who actually wrote or did the content about the creature from Jekyll Island. But the guy, he was a KGB defector. He escaped communist Russia because they were starting to come after him. And he gave an interview for like an hour and a half or 2 hours talking about the whole agenda and the what's being carried. So I think you're right. I don't think it really matters anymore. I think the jig is up, so to speak.
Yeah.
Decoy, can I just say one thing to Decoy before he leaves? Sorry. I don't want to I would just encourage you, if you do have certain views or things that you have heard, like I think you would actually do this, because a lot of people wouldn't, but really take a look at things that you are hearing, and if they really matter to you, really invest into some of the time to look for places that are trustworthy first. Like, learn what places are trustworthy and really see if what you're hearing is true, because I see it from the Democratic side too. Like, I don't just do that from the right. Like, I'll do that when I hear something that's concerning from somebody who's on the left, because I've also heard things from the left that are not true that I've investigated. But I think that you would really benefit from that, because some of the things like that you've said, you seem open-minded, and some of the things that I heard you say earlier in the night were easily found and like proven to be false with evidence that proved false. But I know where you've heard it from, because like I have heard a lot of those talking points many times before.
What are the good sources, if you could tell me real quick before I
Yeah,
go?
so anything that is going to be like a .org website. .orgs are educational websites. .edus, educational websites. Some of the things, I mean, I hate to say this, like we used to have .govs that are really good, like the CDC and things like that. Somewhat questionable now. Like if it's whitehouse.gov, I don't trust it. I might click on their links that point to data. Like even in Biden's era, I would do that with like some of the things that White House would post. Like, okay, like let me go look at the data and see where they're pulling these numbers from, because a lot of the political stuff now is very skewed, or like it can be partially true, but the way that they're framing it isn't necessarily like all the way true.
Or it's to achieve a certain end, So
Yeah.
I've seen that as well.
And
I will
like
say,
fact-based websites where they will show you where they're pulling sources from at the bottom of the page, and you can actually go to those sources and like read the data from it. Like
even
those are all good sources.
Wikipedia, they do a really good job of sourcing, and they do a really good job also of, I think, creating lists and really amazing summations of events and points in time, as well as sort of the nouns, person, place, things that we're used to.
What was that source you mentioned, host?
Yeah, go ahead, Books.
It was you. He's asking what source you were saying.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. You said, I thought you said a specific.
Wikipedia is one of those websites that you can absolutely trust, because it's very well sourced. But I was also going to say, like, really try to diversify your independent media. So for every Joe Rogan podcast you catch, or every Charlie Kirk you catch, try to get a Brian Tyler Cohen in there. Try to get a Luke Beasley or Destiny.
Chat GPT or Grok or DeepSeek, those can help you too. They're not always 100% correct, but they can send you in the right direction. These AI models.
Agree.
Sam Cedar's a good one too, because he gets into like the nuances of like policy and things like that.
And he's
like,
so nice.
Right. Like, did you see his 20v1?
I did, and I was like, "Oh my god, he's so kind."
Great
and I
communicator.
hate Jubilee. I'm so over fucking Jubilee.
I agree.
It's the same. It's the same idiots, the same disingenuous idiots.
But Decoy, I'll give you other like media sources too. Like Reuters is one of them. I use AP News a lot.
Yeah. Reuters is really good.
AP is good. Yeah. But yeah, Decoy. Do you want to say any final thoughts? I genuinely appreciated and enjoyed your discourse with us, and I hope you come back. This will not be the last live that we do. Trying to open.
Are you leaving or what?
Yeah, I'm jumping, but I'll say this in closing. I appreciate it too, because some of the stuff that we were talking about earlier. I think we're teetering on the edge of something really terrible, and I think part of the reason why we've gotten to this point is somewhere in like the last couple decades we've kind of lost this ability to have conversations like this with people, because it's like, okay, they don't agree with me on every single thing. And it's like, dude, you're not going to, if you take enough time, even your best friend that you think votes the same way you do, if you take enough time to really talk about all the issues, you're going to find something you don't agree on, you know? And it's like, we got to be able to sit down and have calm, respectful discussion about these things, because
It's
we're
been a
heading
while
we're
since
heading
I
for a
heard
cliff, man,
talk
and
about politics.
we need to figure something out.
I agree, and thank you for those beautiful closing words. Again, I hope you will not be a stranger. Follow me back. Let's definitely keep this conversation going. But yeah, have a good night, and thanks for joining.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I want to give Uriel a chance to say hello and just share your thoughts if you had any burning
I just want to say that, you know, like, I voted for Trump 3 times and I love everything he's doing. He's doing everything that we want him to do, and he's going to continue to do that because our country comes first, and I feel like he's putting our country first, and I feel like he's doing everything in our favor. You know, I think he has some good intentions, and, you know, last time he made the economy very well, so I think, you know, that's going to happen again.
Time he left office, we were in the economy was upside down. What are you talking about?
Well, what I'm talking about is whenever last time he was in office, the economy was great for me. So.
Office, the economy was upside down.
In the middle of
not for me. Not for me. It didn't affect me.
Well, you know,
you are not the economy. We're talking about everybody else overall.
I gotta agree with Voice on that, but at the same time, Uriel, listen, I can believe you. I believe you when you say that was your experience and that's what informed your vote. I'm thinking and hoping maybe this is a good opportunity to then go back to the topic at hand. I mean, this entire live is a trivia contest. We haven't gotten past 2 questions. So, considering the things that you're happy with him doing, if we can talk about some of the things that mirror what happened with Eddie Schmittler up here and how things worked out for him in the end.
I'm sorry to offend you when I say this in front of a lot of people, but that's my great grandfather, and honestly, like to be honest, like everything he did was I approved. So
sure, and I think that's fine. I guess what I want to do is try to draw parallels between what he did and what Trump's doing.
I think what he did and what Trump is doing is basically what Republic stands for. A republic is
but you would agree then that they're
our constitutional rights.
They're the same thing.
No.
About to get up out of here. I'll talk to you later.
Hey, Voice, thanks so much, man. I'll see you soon.
They're 2 different governments. They can't be the same thing.
Okay. So then, you do not agree that they have the same trajectory?
No, I wouldn't say that they would have the same trajectory. Maybe they would have, but as far as what they did was 2 different things. One would go kill the Jews and kill everybody who was Jewish. And the other one is deporting anybody who's an illegal. That's doing actual crimes. Come on, man.
How do you know that they are doing actual crimes?
Because, like, for instance, the Turkey girl, right? Everybody's in the uproar about her getting deported or whatever, and she was supporting terrorists, Hamas, which is supporting Gaza.
But
So
again,
if you support Gaza and you support all that, then you're a terrorist.
I'm sorry,
you should be kicked out.
We don't know because we haven't seen a trial. She was not convicted of anything.
You don't need a trial under Article 1520. You don't need a trial. You just get deported. Judge sees you, they hammer the gavel and send you back to your country.
But that if a judge is seeing you, wouldn't that be in a trial?
No, it's just more like a directive,
which she did not have. So the thing is, you can say that she did whatever, unless
so basically, they'll revoke her shit and she'll go back to her country, Turkey.
which I think is quite sad because she has not had due process.
I'm glad. Get rid of those people that are doing that.
So Uriel, given that Trump is deporting people without due
That's
process,
yeah. I voted for that because I don't.
how
I
is that
lost.
different than what your
Okay,
great grandfather?
okay. So can you explain to me about? Okay, so I'm in Houston, right? And my friend's mom lost her daughter Jocelyn and Gray. So how do I feel? That was one of my friends and their mom.
I'm so sorry. You what?
So Jocelyn Nunn Gray was abducted by two immigrants in Houston, Texas. She was taken under a bridge and raped till death and strangled.
When was this?
Her mom was up there when he did the congressional speech. He made a wildlife park in her image or whatever.
What year? What year did this happen?
It happened 2024. And then Trump in 2025 gave her mom a park, a wildlife reservation.
But he didn't actually do anything to.
That suspect was sent to El Salvador. All the Venezuelan Tren de la Agua went to Salvador. So they're locked up forever.
So how come when he was in office in 2016 and Molly Tibbetts, you had that exact same thing happen to her? How come he didn't do anything about the immigration problem then?
That's because Biden was in office.
No, he wasn't. It was Donald Trump. And furthermore, it was a fully Republican-controlled.
Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't aware yet at the time.
No, he was aware, and he was quoted saying that the reason that she passed was because of the Democrats, despite the fact that again it was a fully Republican-controlled House and Senate.
Yeah, that's an opinion.
My point, sir.
That's just his opinion.
My point,
that's
sir,
not.
Is that
not
the hypocrisy is staggering to me. That we're now using your friend, which I think I would be outraged about if this man wants to use my friend as a castigating point when he did things to actually prevent her death when he could have, because the same exact thing happened to somebody under his watch previously.
Well, I just feel like maybe it's a redemption for him. So you just got to give him a second chance, man.
I gotta disagree, but at the same time, the thing is, if you're happy,
and I honestly seen the dateline of Molly Tibbetts, so I know what you're talking about in Indiana.
Yeah, which is a non-border
Yeah,
state.
I know.
Yeah.
And she was running, and then she was never came home, and
exactly.
Yeah, and this guy was seen spotted. Yeah, I would have sent him to the El Salvador prison. I would have.
Right, but then you probably would have also.
And that's what I plan to do in 2028 because I'm running as well. So.
But you would have also submitted some kind of immigration bill, right?
Yeah, I would.
So then, when that was done, when a bipartisan immigration bill was submitted, how come Donald Trump killed it?
I mean, I don't know, but I don't know what his reasoning for that is. But I feel like if somebody messes up, that we messed up. Okay, it could be fixed though.
I will say he openly stated his reasoning behind it. He said that he didn't want to give Democrats a win, and that's what Mitt Romney said, and that's what Lindsey Graham also said.
It was political.
So he held off on doing something that would have helped the flow of illegal immigrants into this country just because he wanted a political win. And I don't think that shows that he cares about illegal immigrants or cares about victims like your friend.
Right, agreed.
Exactly.
I'm sorry that happened. And Weapons, welcome. Please introduce yourself and let me know if you have any burning comments you've been wanting to say.
My name is Mike. I'm from Georgia, and I'm 61 years old. I'm listening to this young man. He stated, number one, he's connected with Hitler. Then he comes and say he's connected to the girl that had the tragedy, and it makes me wonder if he's basically trolling. Because
I'm not trolling. Do I sound like a troll? Like I'm in Houston. I just said that.
But what I'm saying, I got what you're saying. But just like you can have an opinion, I can have an opinion too. And my opinion is, as far as what he's doing, as far as with the immigration thing, he's shipping people off, but he's going against the Constitution. And every president has
Under the War Act of
no.
1978,
What
you
it's
can do that.
what I'm
We are
saying.
not at war.
What I'm
Yes, we
saying.
are. We
No,
are at
no,
war,
we're not.
sweetie.
No,
We're
we're
at
not.
war with Yemen, and we're at the war with Iran, sweetie.
We're
not
not
So
at
we
at
can
war
deport
war
anybody we
with
want.
Yemen. We're not at war with. We're not
Yes,
at
we
war
are.
with
When
anyone.
Yemen declared war on us for us bombing their capital, yes,
That's
they did.
not.
So we're at
In
war.
Congress.
terms,
No declaration of
Congress is
war
the only
in
I
one
was
that
gonna
like
has
say,
15
authority to
years.
declare
So
war.
we enacted the War
The
Act, and
judge
we're going to
ruled. The
get rid of
rule.
the
The judge
immigrants
ruled
under this
against that.
act.
Hey, real quick, Uriel, hold on a second. Weapons was speaking.
But what I'm saying is, we have a court system, and we have something called due process.
Yeah.
And every criminal here, regardless of how the president feels, he's not a king. He just can't overrule what's written into Constitution or our laws. He
Well,
has
in
to
my
follow.
opinion, Donald
His
Trump is
job.
the king,
No,
sweetie.
no.
So
But that's your opinion. But what I'm telling you, here in the United States, we have a constitution and laws. And when he took that oath to obey and uphold those, that's exactly what he should do. He shouldn't just walk over the Constitution. If you don't like our Constitution, y'all always saying lead the country. That's what this country founded on. So if you don't like the Constitution and the laws that's governed by the
oh,
founder
but
of this
I'm
this
glad I
country,
can't leave the country, sweetie. So
okay, well then you shouldn't have an opinion on nobody else. I mean, we have
I
laws.
can have an opinion on anything I wish. And if I
Wait,
if I if I
Uriel, why?
voted
Uriel, why can't
if
you
I a
leave?
felon voted for Trump 3 times because I want immigrants gone, that's what I'm gonna do.
But Uriel,
But
Uriel, why can you not leave the country?
I'm a felon.
Okay. Well,
You can still
okay.
leave. You just
Like,
have to get accepted into another country.
this is some of the most crazy logic I ever heard in my life.
I'm
You know,
sorry.
he
I'm
said
sorry.
because
We're
he thinks that
we're
he's
the
a king to
criminals,
him.
though.
I love that
That
you're entertaining this, but honestly, like some of this stuff really, I hate to be this way, but some stuff really doesn't deserve a platform, and some people's opinions really don't deserve to be heard.
amen.
When
I
he
feel
said he
at the
agreed
same.
with everything that Schindler did, I like that to me is just
Well, I'm sorry to tell you, sweetie, but I'm a Yahtzee,
don't call me
and I'm
sweetie.
not the
Yeah,
racist or
I
hateful
know you're a
type.
Nazi.
But
You
I
just
am
said that you were.
anti-Semitic, and I do not like
Okay,
the
can we
Jews.
drop him because
So,
that doesn't deserve a platform.
and you
But
don't deserve to speak on my opinion. I have my own
for
fucking
you,
opinion.
I
Just
will. For you, I will.
Yeah.
Honestly, like for me, I genuinely I feel like even with him saying that he supports everything that Schmittler did, I find that to be a more compelling case than that Trump is actually following in those same footsteps if he's so happy with him, you know? So if anything, I like those counter viewpoints to justify what I'm trying to say here. That
I mean,
that
I definitely
no
let him
longer.
like
Oh,
go
sorry,
on before I asked you, but at some
I'm so
point,
sorry.
it's
My
like,
baby
okay.
was spitting at me.
No, that's okay. I mean, I definitely let you like before I asked, like let him go on for a little while, but I mean, at some point, it's just like you're right. Like it does prove that because I mean, and I like it's so frustrating getting on TikTok and like thinking like this idea. Like to me, I always thought that like the majority of people are good, you know, like that people who support these ideas of like these horrible ideas that go against just basic human rights were just oddities and oddballs and out there.
Right.
And the more that I learn about other people on this app, the more that I see things like talk to people in real life, and the older I get, the more I realize that the sad thing is it's not. And people are very easily influenced either through fear or frustration or just like their own hardships, that they're so easily influenced by propaganda, whether it's leftist propaganda or rightist propaganda.
Well, I mean, I heard you make that qualifier before. Like with the media, how sometimes the left media can push an issue too. I kind of want to caution you against that.
Well, I don't think that a lot of them,
because you're not wrong. You're not wrong. The left does that to a degree too. But I think entertaining that it happens at all with those sorts of folks makes
Yeah.
them feel justified that it happens all the fucking time with
Yeah.
their
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
so
true.
you know
Because
so
I
just
don't
a quick
see a lot of leftists like
yeah
very
we don't do that to that degree at all.
yeah, like you don't even hear about it, like you don't even really see it. I mean, you can get on probably some really wild things, but like even when you're getting like really into actual like true leftism with like the big scary thing that they say communism, like a lot of things that the idea and that they do really aren't bad for the societies that they run. It just
Right.
it depends on a lot of different factors. Depends on whether or not that communist state is a dictatorship, or
Right.
and there's different methods. Like we see, like we were just talking about with China. Like China's communist, but China in the past 10, 20 years has done a lot of really good things too.
Well, and honestly too, even that is just because a system or a country is called a thing, they still might operate under a completely different actual governmental system. I mean, look at was it the People's Republic of China, or do they act very republic like at all? Like, or the democratic whatever of North Korea? They call themselves a democracy. North Korea.
Yeah.
So we can't just look at even somebody mentioned earlier how the Schnazis or the Socialist Party, but does that look anything like what we would actually definitionally apply to what actual socialism is? No. So
good point.
I hear that, but I also want to look at the actuality as opposed to the nomenclature, if you will. But I wonder if I can actually, because I'm getting very tired. It's like 2:30 in the morning my way, so I'm gonna go in a bit. But I would like to complete this exercise a little bit now that we're kind of winding down. I think because I didn't just make this comparison for no reason or out of the side of my face. Thanks, Buck. So I wanted to just kind of go down the list of things. We don't have to do the whole guessing game of who was it. I'll tell you right now, both this guy and this guy, both of them claimed that they had a mandate, despite only winning by a narrow margin. Okay? Both of them used Christianity to justify their actions. Both of them encouraged violent mobs to attack government institutions. We know at January 6th for Trump, Addy, he used the Reichstag fire to justify a crackdown on democracy, blaming communists and pushing emergency powers. We know that they both relied on propaganda to turn the public against journalists. Literally, Addy originated fake news. He called them the Lügenpresse, or the lying press. And so, literally, both of them, now Trump's calling journalists the enemy of the people and threatening them with lawsuits, actually filing lawsuits against them. Both of them attempted to overturn a democratic election result. Schmittler exploited political instability to pressure rivals into handing him total power and then abolished elections. And now we're talking about Trump talking about doing a third term. And yeah, jump in if you got thoughts, guys. Both of them demonized an entire ethnic or religious group as criminals and parasites. Deco was trying to say, oh, he never said they were murderers. Yeah, we know he did. So I don't like that they might use one instance of a semantical way in which he didn't phrase. He fucking said it, and we know he did. So both of them embrace the idea of law and order to justify state violence. Schmittler used law and order rhetoric to justify mass arrests, political assassinations, and militarized policing. Trump encouraged police brutality, sent federal agents to crack down on protests, and defended white vigilantes. And that was just from his last term. We're not even talking about the disappearing of people. both of them portrayed political opponents as traitors who should be imprisoned or executed. Both of them had a cult of personality where followers saw them as infallible. So Decoy asked us what we could find that Trump did right in his first term. Voice had a really good comment. Book, she had a really good comment to that. But I missed the opportunity to ask him, can you name anything that he did wrong? And I'm willing to bet
They
that
won't. They won't.
there might not have
They
been
won't.
a case. Gun weapons?
They won't find anything wrong. I mean, even though you can, like, okay, just there was a statement that Representative Crockett had just made about Hot Wheels, and you see how all of them lost their mind. But he insults people, handicapped people. He does this stuff on a regular basis. The childish name calling, and it's like they can't see that the same thing that he's doing. But when we do it, it's like we're breaking the law. But when he does,
That's where
it's
you're wrong.
normalized.
That's where you're wrong. They see it. They
You
know.
think so?
I know so. In fact, the issue that I take with it is that they literally come at us with this gaslight of, but y'all are supposed to be go high when we go low, and y'all are the ones who said that y'all don't make fun of people, and look at you. So they're literally coming at us trying to gaslight us, when really they're the ones who are gaslit.
I don't even know where that came from, because I never claimed to be nice, to be humble, or to want to listen to their opinions and be tolerant of them. I never claimed to be that.
But that's what that's the Michelle Obama, they go low, we go high. I love Elizabeth. You guys follow Elizabeth Booker. She's an attorney in DC. And she says when they go low, I go to hell. She's amazing. You would love her. But yeah, let's keep going down the list, because it's the parallels, man. They're paralleling, okay?
Yeah, and I just like to point out, like, I've had this conversation many times. Like, to me, like, when I point this out, I always say, like, I'm not comparing necessarily, like, Trump to, like, 1940s.
Excuse me.
Like 1943, 1945.
Right.
Like, I'm trying to point out the similarities between the regimes from the 1930s and the beginning stages of fascism. And not just that, but you can see it through many different democracies that have fallen into this fascist realm, that have committed many atrocities, that have thrown their country into discourse, into economic turmoil, and they all follow a similar pattern. We just say this because it's like people know about it.
Exactly. And I don't know who said it, but there's a phrase out there that history doesn't repeat, it rhymes. And I just feel like that's exactly what's happening here. So yeah, it's not like he's attacking, the people of Israel. He's, can we say Jews? Like, it's like he's attacking the Jews, but he is attacking an ethnic group, so the rhyming is really rhyming right now. I'm sorry. But yeah, just to keep going, both this guy and this guy, they both encouraged violence against protesters at rallies. They both pushed for book bans and restrictions on what could be taught in schools. They both blamed economic struggles on a scapegoated minority rather than policy failures. They both turned a blind eye to paramilitary groups that supported their agenda. So this guy allowed the SA and SS to carry out violence against the Jewish people and political opponents. Whereas, Trump told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by. He released 1,600 J6ers throughout the country. And he obviously does not condemn white nationalist violence. So, yeah, both of them emphasize the need for strongman leadership to fix national decline. Both of them glorified past national greatness while erasing the country's history of atrocities. So, this guy,
That's
he
what Trump's
frames
doing
Nazi
now.
Germany as a return to past greatness while whitewashing its colonial and World War I failures. And did somebody chime in? I'm sorry, guys.
No, I was saying that's what Trump is doing now, like with the Tuskegee Airmen trying to rewrite our history and the things that were done to our people at that time.
Precisely. Just to keep it going, both men had an extremely authoritarian father and a very weak and young mother. So, this guy's dad, Alois Hitler, he was abusive. He was domineering. He beat Adolf. His mom, Clara, she was way younger than him, way younger than Alois. It was reportedly very submissive, overprotective, and deeply religious. Fred Trump was a ruthless real estate tycoon. He was known for being cold and authoritarian. He was arrested at a do the sign for it, KKK rally in 1927. Trump's mother, Mary Ann McLeod Trump, was significantly younger. She immigrated from Scotland, and she was described as distant and overshadowed by Fred. So both had the same kind of narcissistic proving ground, if you will. Both men use the political playbook that outlines their far right takeover of the government. So we all know about Mein Kampf, but also now look at Project 2025. And I don't know if Daryl's still on. He was talking about Project 2030 from his first term. Even more parallel. They both surround themselves with criminals and thugs. This guy, many top Nazi officials had criminal records, including Göring, including Himmler, including Goebbels. And of course, we know that Trump's advisors have either been indicted or convicted, including Steve Bannon, Paul Manafort, Michael Flynn, Roger Stone, and that's not even to talk about the accusations with Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, basically her treasonous, the accusations of treason for her. And then not even to mention that he just released, again, the J6ers. Ow. And he's a criminal himself. Another one is that they both had a legal henchman to justify their authoritarianism. So this guy, he had Carl Schmitt, who was a legal theorist, and he's the one who helped this guy dismantle the democracy in 53 days by bending the laws to serve his regime. And we saw the same thing with Trump, who had John Eastman and other lawyers pushing legal arguments to overturn the 2020 election. And now we see him with Pam Bondi, who is his personal attorney, trying to justify his inaction when a judge told him to turn planes around. He was carrying out his lawsuits to push for impeachment of those same said judges and to push for the elimination of free speech by limiting and targeting news organizations. And the pollster, even, who just got it wrong in Iowa, they both have a propaganda minister to control the public narrative. That's Joseph Goebbels for this guy, Steve Bannon, Steve Miller for this guy, and I'd say even that Asian gentleman that he has. They both militarized enforcement of squads to crush opposition. So this guy used the SA, or the brown shirts, to intimidate political rivals, and the SS for violent crackdowns. Trump has encouraged the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and federal agents in unmarked vans to suppress protests like we're seeing right now. Uriel was very happy to see Rumesa Ozturk get disappeared. I was not. Another point with that, Trump literally, I want to say on Monday, yesterday, signed a new EO that's called the Beautification of DC executive order or something like that. And it starts off talking about, oh, we gotta, make the flowers and worry about litter and, make the trees nice. And then part C goes into how, and we're gonna up the police presence here. We're gonna pull federal agents in to act as, to help assist with the police effort here. We're going to call for the hiring of local, like a local militia, essentially. So essentially, it's basically he just put out yesterday a EO that's a dog whistle to all the people that he just released from J6 to say, hey, you have a job here in DC, so that when shit pops off, when we have protesters, when we need to protect this White House building from the people who are trying to come and exercise their constitutional right to demand that he stop and that he turn the country back over to the people, that he's got his army ready and there to prevent that. So that was just yesterday. So literally the parallels are paralleling, my friends. Both of the men pictured had a focus on loyalty over competence. All right, so the first gentleman here, he purged skilled military leaders, does that sound familiar, who questioned his judgment and replaced them with obedient yes men. Both men survived multiple assassination attempts and used them to justify their crackdowns on enemies. Most famously for this guy, the 1944 Valkyrie plot. The fact that I've been speaking for 15, 20 minutes now, I'm not done. Both men have a artist persona. We all know that this guy painted, but then what did he just become the chairman of? Anybody know?
Who was it?
What did he become the chairman of?
Oh, wasn't it the museums?
The museums? He put J.D. Vance over the museums and zoos, the Smithsonian. But he just appointed himself the chairman of the fucking Kennedy Center.
Yeah, that's right.
So they both use their weird, and plus think about his love of music. He had that whole rally where he literally just swayed and played the music. So they're both artists at heart, I guess. Both men
con artists
worked on the re-education and indoctrination of children. So we know, I'm sorry, my baby is raspberry. And I don't know why she is awake. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh my God. But this guy, we all see what he's trying to do, eliminating the Department of Education, banning books. First of all, I'm shocked we still have libraries. That's like a common quote, like, oh, if Republicans tried to build libraries today, a place where you can get books for free and use the internet for free, that just wouldn't happen. And I'm like, don't give them any ideas, please, because we still need our libraries. But yeah, the Hitler Youth, excuse me, they were indoctrinating children into Nazi ideology. My wife from Al, sorry. They were replacing critical thinking with nationalism and obedience. Do we not see the parallels? Hey, Wireless. Manifest destiny and territorialism. Both men, again, with America, we see that we're now trying to get Greenland and Canada so that we can have this whole northern surface area to play with, essentially. And for this guy, it was called Lebensraum. So basically that means living space. So that's why he was trying to. You are so serious. You're so serious. I'm sorry. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. So yeah, so this guy said that he needed living space in Eastern Europe, and that was his justification for invading Poland, Russia, and the genocide of the Slavs and Jews. So yeah, that's just some. I could keep going, but that's just some of the connections that we can make with our past. We didn't even talk about some of his advisors more specifically and the parallels there, or the behavior, the way that the vote and the populace did nothing to stop these things, or they acted ignorant of it, like, oh, I smelled something going on, but just didn't look into it, like the willful ignorance of the populace, and seeing how that's being echoed today. There's just so much. So I want to wrap. Well, first of all, any thoughts? Because that is a lot. That is a whole lot.
I know, about my conf and how he had, it was reported how he read that book, when he was married to one of his wives and everything. But I have a question. Do you think as far as, as far as the time period, information traveled a lot slower then, and we have the information age, so a lot of things we learn a lot quicker. Now, do you think that can offset him executing his plan?
Ooh, you know, um,
Because it took so long for the information to travel, and the more information you can acquire much quicker, you can sort of, we can sort of counter a lot of things that he's doing, because we do have a lot of I study a lot of constitutional lawyers. I follow them and different things of that nature, and they, in their perception, everything. If, as long as we have like the court system, which we know the Supreme Court, it's either or with them. We never know which way they're gonna go, but we can hold him accountable as long as we have a constitution to some degree, long as the courts hold.
well, I guess that's my fear. Even beyond like communication and the rate of communication, I guess that's why I'm so adamant that we are officially in a constitutional crisis. We've moved on to now living under the unitary executive. That's where we are now. There are no three branches of government, and so the fact that, yes, we have a constitution, but does it work? Can it work? We have laws. Will they work? Can they work? I don't, because the fact that, again, that's what we're doing, and that's what's being ignored. I'm way more concerned about that than I guess like his ability to quickly disseminate lies or propaganda, or to stop the truth from being spread. Because I think the people who need to hear the truth of things, their ears are closed. They're too far gone. And then I think that people like us who saw it before a single vote was ever cast, I think it's now our job to find one another. Thank you for the follow weapons, because I absolutely feel like it's up to us to have each other's backs. I think it's up to us to keep an eye out for the next Mahmoud Khalil or UCO Chung or Rumesa Ozturk. So the next time they do try to disappear somebody, we need to be able to have people on standby, on a quick go on TikTok live real quick, whatever you can do, and have a group of people that are ready to come and get your back. I'm extremely lucky to live in the UK. I feel like there's no way I could have this live. There's no way I could do this work if I were still in America, because I would be next, hands down.
Yeah,
So
you'll be on the list.
I would be on the list. And so the fact that I am encouraging people to continue to speak out. At the same time, I don't want anybody going to protest. I don't want anybody donating to shit. Save your money. I don't want anybody feeling like it's like books. I think for white women especially, the ones who understand what's really happening feel this compulsion, to protest but in the same way, like it's so kind of the white women who are like, no, this is wrong. I'm going to protest. Black women, y'all stay home. We know y'all did your part. We don't want y'all to get in trouble. I kind of want to issue the same warning right back at those sweet people who want to protest what's going on. I think the more we show force in that way, not only is it ineffectual, but I think that's just going to allow him to pull that trigger of putting us into a militarization. He has already. Say that one more time, weapons.
About declaring martial law.
Martial law, exactly.
I think you're seeing, like for me, I'm not going out to protest. I got kids. I got a life I got to do. I talk about this with my family, even though they're all right and don't want to hear it. And they're always like, why you always got to talk to me about this? Because it's important, right? And I'm trying I'm in nursing school right now for my second degree. I have a chemical engineering degree already. I try to make myself as knowledgeable as possible, teach my kids to be like, to respect other people no matter who they are. And I know my time will come when I need to be there, and I'll be ready for it. But also, I know too that you have to look at protecting yourself and your family.
Absolutely.
And I do think that there are ways that you're seeing, especially from a lot of white women. I know there was a big poll that they did recently. I forget who it was through. I know it was through somebody who was pretty good, but they showed a 79-point gap between educated white women and uneducated white men when it comes to Trump.
Oh, wow.
79 points.
Wow.
And when we're talking about a lot of these things that don't maybe seem interconnected, but they really are when you dig into it, the male loneliness epidemic, or especially from the white male point of view, and the difference between blue collar and white collar, and the difference between women who are going to college and men who are choosing not to go to college, and seeing this huge shift in ideologies. And you're really seeing a lot of women, standing their ground. Maybe they're not out there protesting, but they're standing their ground by either getting divorces if they're older, or not associating with men who don't think like them, who don't vote the same way as them, and who aren't standing up for their rights and their safety. And there's ways that you can fight without putting yourself at risk.
I agree. I mean, honestly, the sad thing to me is that protesting shouldn't put you at risk.
It shouldn't. It really shouldn't. But we know from history what
we know from present.
we know from present, because it's really that poem that I'm sure you all have probably seen, or maybe a couple of you have, when they say first they came for.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. And first they're going to come for the criminals. First they're going to come for immigrants. First, they're going to come for. Now you're looking at green card holders and visa holders. I mean, what are they? It just trickles down from there.
It does, or trickles up if you have them say.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree, and honestly, that's what I'm hoping maybe that this live kicks off. Again, I'm Sophie of sexwithsophie.com. I started this whole thing because I wanted to engage with people about like sexuality and sensitive subjects, sure. And then suddenly the overlap between, ABs, abortion and trans rights and LGBTQIA and women's and reproductive health and all the stuff that I'm doing in my adult, SEX education stuff started overlapping and paralleling, talking about parallels with just the whole political landscape. So in such a crazy way, so the fact that like I'm now like trying to shift into this space of okay, I am very fortunate that I have a background in research, I have a background in data analytics and informatics. I have a master's degree in informatics. So I know how to find, look, understand data. I know research and how to find it and how to look at it and how to develop it. And then also I don't live there. So I almost wish I wish your ass would come over here and try to fuck with me. I wish you would. So I'm almost, I don't hold weapons. I wish. So I wish they would come over here and mess with me. So I'm lucky that I feel like I have way more free speech over here than I ever could if I was still in America. So how can I use my ability to research, my ability to kind of put two and two together, and my ability to say some shit without worrying about getting deported?
Knocking at the door, right?
I also think that like when we were talking earlier and I mentioned we can learn as a country if we put aside this idea that we're the best at everything and we know what we're doing. If we look at other countries, many countries really kind of followed our footsteps but built upon different things and made it better.
Yeah.
I mean, there were many countries that started after us that looked at what we did well and what we didn't do well and made their system better. And one of the things I like about the UK in their law, like they have free speech too, but our free speech is so individualized that we are willing to sacrifice the safety, health, and well-being of the populace just for the individual's sake, to say whatever they want, no matter what. Whereas, like some of the ways in the UK, some of the different things that have happened in the past is like, sure, you have free speech, but you also like aren't free from consequences of like, threatening other people or threatening the safety of entire groups of people.
Well, Tribe may be able to speak on this better than me, but when it comes to free speech, I think the only reason we're so differentiated as a country is that we don't value education. And we don't especially value civic education or history or social studies. And so it's one of these things where if we actually follow the First Amendment, we would see it has nothing to do with you being allowed to say the fucking N-word. It has everything to do with the fact that the government cannot come after you for speaking ill of it, basically. And that's it. That's it. So everybody out here saying, "Oh, I can say this, it's my free speech." It's just a fucking idiot. And so that's where like I'm finding like user 68 whatever up here, MAGA today, MAGA for life. That's the common thread I'm finding, even with Uriel, our friend who was just on earlier. Like it's just this level of ignorance, willful ignorance, that is is celebrated. Who was it? Was it Carl Sagan who said their their ignorance is just as important as my intelligence, or something to that effect? Like I just feel like that's the world we're living in now, where the whataboutism is real. Just because this guy says it's raining outside and that guy says it's not raining outside, we have to debate whether or not it's possible that it rains, or this guy said this or that guy said that, instead of just looking out the window to assert for ourselves whether or not it's raining. So I just feel like we're surrounded by morons. We're surrounded by brainwashed people. And I think that I'm very happy to have found at least several of the callers who have come on before, even Decoy, and people who started, I think, from a oppositional sort of perspective, but we can all agree that shit is not right now. The parallels are paralleling. We're going down the same pathway. If we want to claim and stay good people, I think that includes giving a shit about your fellow man and what happens to them.
I just had a thing today where somebody had posted, I don't know if you have seen, but we have a measles outbreak in the United States right now.
Yeah.
And one of the consequences of putting in place a cabinet member to run our entire health department that has no qualifications to do so is saying stupid stuff that is going to hurt people. And you're like, well, people have their own choices. Yes, but like if you are heading the entire health department of the United States, you have a responsibility to monitor and be educated in what you say. Absolutely. So he was talking about treating measles with vitamin A without any context or educational value whatsoever. So now we have seen dozens of children being hospitalized who not only have measles and are fighting this disease, but now they are also fighting toxicity from vitamin A, which can lead to liver failure. And on a comment about measles, somebody had put, it's like a local news. They're like vitamin A, and people were obviously commenting like, you can't do that. Like vitamin A isn't, like this is why we have children in the hospital.
Like ivermectin for COVID all over again. Yeah.
And I was like, please don't spread misinformation. Like this isn't, like, this is why we have children, in the hospital right now. And he proceeds to send me this big long spiel from I know he pulled it from the WHO.
Yeah.
About vitamin A. And then he was like, I hope you're not in the medical field and treating children. And I was like, for your information, I am in the medical field. I'm actually in nursing school. And he's like, before he was like, do your homework. I'll do your homework for you. I was like, ironically, I just did my homework on this subject. And we had PhD level faculty talking to us about how you're supposed to give vitamin A, when you're supposed to give it, who's supposed to give it, which is a physician, by the way, not over the counter by your parents who have no idea what they're doing.
Right.
And the consequences of it. And it's just like, there are many, many people who do have the qualifications and who are educated in this. And like, you could literally just go to any person almost in the healthcare field, and anybody who has any knowledge on how to care for a patient is going to be like, well, if I don't know, I'm going to look it up in one of our resources.
Well, here's the thing. Whenever you feel that indignation, whenever you feel that rage at the fact that, the hypocrisy is so real, just take a step back and think, okay, this is what they want. It's not that Signalgate was a fluke. That's what they want. The incompetence is on purpose. they want to dismantle these systems. Why else would you put a person over the FBI who's explicitly stated that he wants to dismantle the FBI? Why else would you put somebody over Health and Human Services, like you're talking about, who explicitly doesn't believe in vaccines or Health and Human Services? After getting removing us from the WHO, after cutting off ties from our pandemic team that Obama put together from the very first administration. So, it's a feature, not a bug. It's on purpose. It is intentional, and I'm shocked. But
I walk this fine line between what you say with it being intentional and also being like, there's so much nepotism that ran rampant that there is so much incompetence and like.
What somebody said that if they were actually intelligent, like we would be so much worse off. Like the fact that I'm sorry, go ahead, Weapons.
No, I said you're right. If they had some intelligence, well, we'd be in bad shape. But their incompetence, just in general, is like they tell you what they're gonna do. Number one, before they even implement something and everything like that. There, and that sort of allows us to prepare for what's coming down the pipe, because everything that Trump ran on, he actually did it. I mean, he didn't lie to him. He actually did it, but it's about the
He
way
did
that
lie a lot, but you're right.
But I'm just saying a lot of things. But it's just that the way he's going about it, the method he's using is from this guy over here, the one with the mustache. That's straight out his playbook. He didn't lie. He told him about the deportation, but he just left out things. Yeah, he lied technically, but he did tell him everything that he was going to do, basically.
Right, but that's where, again, when I was talking about that whole gaslighting of the gaslighted thing. You can think about that. He literally was employing and engaging with the people from Project 2025. Had him on his staff. Had him at the rallies. They had videos specifically with him involved and to him, and the fucking 900-page book. Like. It was in plain sight that this is the roadmap that he was going to follow. And so then he tells the media, I don't even know what Project 2025 is. I've never heard of this. Why would I do that? Of course not. What is this? So then his followers, I guess they think that because that's a plausible enough gaslight or lie to them, they think we're dumb enough to believe it. And so they literally think because, we were able to fall for this, y'all must be able to fall for this too. And so, of course he's not going to do this. Of course he'd never do a federal abortion ban. Of course he would never overturn Roe versus Wade. Of course he would never disappear people without due process. Of course all these things that they're saying, because they think that we're sitting up here like, okay, well, if you say so. Okay, sure. So it's just this pattern of, because they're so brainwashed, they genuinely think that we don't see what's right in front of our eyes. So the whole shit with the salute, this guy salute that Elon did. Again, it's like, we know what it was. We all know what it was. When Steve Bannon did it the next week, we know what it was. But then they just gotta come with the, of course it's not. He's got autism and this and this, and it, like they're saying it as if we could possibly believe it. But because they believe we're as stupid as they are, they continue with this, what you're seeing is not what you're actually seeing, in this whole gaslight. So I'm saying all that to say, because our eyes are open, because they have always been open, because they've been open this whole fucking time, let's keep them open. let's address at least, if just with ourselves, that's a fucking start. Let's address the fact that we are going down the same path. There is no more constitution. He has obliterated the three-party checks and the three system of checks and balances. It no longer exists. Lawsuits what are they going to do when they're not followed? Didn't Elon Musk literally today just say who's going to arrest me? Who would actually arrest me? So we know that that's not going to work. My life is like, you've been going on a long time. So let's go ahead and call it a day, friends. But
All right, so
just to end on that note, that we know what we're seeing. We see the paralleling. So let's have each other's back. I love and appreciate that people are still filing the lawsuits. They are still protesting. They are still, doing stuff. But let's collectively start thinking of ways, books like you were saying, that are legal, that won't get us hurt, won't get us disappeared, but that can still help us fight, or at the very least, keep spreading the news and keep having each other's backs. I'm coming out with some stuff. I just made a couple of like Apple shortcuts. I'm looking for somebody to help me do one for Android, because I don't have an Android. But where you can literally just say, "Hey Siri, it's going down," or say something. In fact, I shouldn't have said it, because but like literally just say a word, and suddenly a message goes out to all with your location to a set of your closest friends. It automatically starts recording. It'll send that recording to TikTok or what. Like literally, having actual actionable things that we can do to be prepared, to stay safe, and to, again, have each other's backs. So please follow me. Stay tuned. Let's keep the conversations going. Books, I'm really gonna heavily consider how I continue to engage people who are blatantly, trolling.
It's hard, especially when you're new. It's also difficult on this platform because of the risk of getting flagged for a lot of that stuff as well.
Yeah.
So I know you're probably not going to get flagged because you didn't have a lot of people on here, but if you do have a high engagement, like many of the things that were said would have gotten flagged.
This is part 2. I got kicked within 20 minutes. Earlier.
So that's why it's hard to engage, and like, I don't know. I mean, I try to find a balance between willingness to engage with people that I don't agree with, and then also like shutting down certain ideas that I just don't think even deserve the time of day.
I agree. So I will be trying to better myself and better my lives on how I
mean, I think you did fine. It's just
again, I am
sometimes it's like a personal, a lot of times that's a personal boundary too. I've learned that there's certain boundaries that I just don't put up with for myself.
Gotcha.
Anymore. But
yeah, well, no, weapons, tribe, books, any final thoughts, and then we can.
Well, I really enjoyed everything. You educated me a lot tonight. I'm all about learning. The more knowledge you have, the more power you possess and everything. So I enjoyed it. I'll definitely be following you, and if there's anything that I can do, I do web page designs and certain different things like that. There maybe even come up with a theme song. I'm also a musician, so if anything you need, just reach out to me, and I'll be supporting your channel financially as well. But I appreciate it. It's a very good platform, and y'all all have a great night.
You too. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate you.
But I appreciate you having this space. I think you did really well with regulating the conversation. There were a few times where we went off the rails, but I think we did a good job of having like a substantive conversation. I think we actually made a lot of good points. So yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate the space.
Thank you. I really appreciate you too. Thank you. And books.
Yeah, I think it's great for us who do have like-minded views, especially in trying times like this, to get together and really talk with each other. But I also appreciate with talking with somebody like was it Decoy who was up there, and hopefully, you know, he does start really looking into some of the things that he was talking about, because he seemed like one of the few who was willing to do that, and realizing like he was realizing that a lot of what we had to say were things that we were all concerned about, whether we were on one side of the aisle or the other.
I couldn't agree more. And fundamentally, isn't that the sad truth? Is that we all have the same interests at heart, you know? Even the people who are like, oh, I want the immigrants out of here. Why? Oh, because, you know, they're hurting us economically. It's not true. But, you know, they're concerned about their pocketbook at the end of the day. You know, aren't we all? You know, people are concerned about their health and safety and their families. Aren't we fucking all? I mean, like, so
we just have very different point of views of how that gets accomplished and what we're seeing. Like it's very different for me as a woman talking about safety and people bringing up atrocious crimes that maybe an immigrant has committed, when I know statistically I'm more likely to have that by a man that I know who's a citizen.
Exactly.
Far more than any immigrant that comes over here.
Exactly.
And I know that violent crime has more than doubled since 2019 under a right-wing rhetoric. I know that online violence and harassment has more than tripled. And that's just for women in general. That's not including people of color or women of color or the trans community, which is even higher.
Mm-hmm. You know, and it's funny because there are YT people in the trans community. There are YT people in the DEI space who have disabilities, who speak different languages, who are impoverished. Who, you know, so it's nuts to me how this in grouping can actually out group so many people who you're supposedly fighting so hard for. So I couldn't agree more. And you know, I'm just gonna try to keep doing this. I'm gonna try to go back to doing nightly now that YT History Month is come to an end. I encourage you all to go back and look at my daily posts and just see how we got here and how it literally is all because they're racist. That's literally the conclusion that I have of YT History Month. So, you know, it's a sad one, but hopefully it informs how we move forward again, knowing what we know now. So, with that being said, I just am so grateful to everybody who came on, from even the first live that got cut off, for Doge coming back, and you know, Wireless popping in, and just it's nice to see familiar faces, and it's nice to have so many new people come in. Again, not only if you disagree with me, but especially if you disagree with me, like Decoy, who can still kind of come back around to finding out that we're actually all on the same page here. So, you know, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow or sometime soon. Make sure you follow me. And yeah, I love you. I love you all so very much. And I really hope you love one another, but with permission. All right, friends.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Have a good night, guys.